1949? It's more like 43 these days. You did indeed hear a voice. I'll get started in a second, Jarko. Oh, and it's the timestamp. Fair enough. Fair enough. Hello, 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 everybody. Good evening. Hunkor, to be honest, I just assumed you died every time you go offline, so I can get hyped every time you show up like a puppy missing their owner when they leave. That's adorable. Genuinely? No, no, no. If you're wondering why I keep disappearing, unironically, it's actually the government. It's not the federal government, it's my local municipal government, because there's like major construction that's happening around where I live, and they keep turning my power off. Literally, yesterday, I had no power. The day before, I had power, but I had no Wi Fi. I had no internet connection whatsoever because they keep messing with the wires and stuff. It's a pain in the ass. It really is. I blame the feds. I blame the feds because even though it is the municipal government, that probably has a hand in it as well, you know? Not really, but you know, it's funny to think about it that way. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. Regardless of it, it does give me the opportunity to actually pay attention to the news other than just like what I intend to talk about. I get to actually like take some of it in. I get to not speak about it and then put it together with like other thing, which is nice. Which is nice. Not to say that I can't do that anyway, but it is exhausting after a while. But we've had a decent amount of news coming in this week, and so let's take a look at some of that. Are they trying to use the kangaroos to spread fiber across the country? Kinda, yeah. But this one's more particularly about roads, but we are kind of also spreading fiber more across the country. To be fair, we need to. Wi-Fi was invented by an Australian, and we have some of the worst internet in the world. I mean, at least in places I've lived, and I've lived on 4 continents, so it's dog shit. The average, I have far faster internet than the average. The average Australian household could not maintain 2 live streams, like to Twitch and YouTube. Couldn't do that. Yeah. What's up, Dark Narak? But, I did actually learn something new. I kind of knew you could do this, I just didn't know how effective it was, in relation to electricity at the very least. Now I just have to go through and find all of my old vapes and then put them together into this in time for, I don't know, the next time my electric company decides to turn the power off so they can do construction. A man used disposable vape waste to power his home. I'm sure the internet is better there than it is here in the US. Jarko, what's your average, megabits down versus up? Because the average in Australia is 50 down and 10 up. That's most households. 50 megabits per second download, 10 upload. It's ridiculous. Most people that I know in America get more than, a full gig down. I can relate. Indians made a bunch of progress in mathematics. Today, 80% of Indians can't do 8th grade math. Yeah, blame Europe for that one. We're actually going to talk about stuff like that a bit later, Darth Narak. The fact that a bunch of people invented some shit, and now it's just all dog shit, and none of those people benefit from it because it just kind of got stolen by, Europeans and Americans, really. But first, this is cool. Speaking as someone who has a bunch of disposable vapes, I kind of want to learn how to do this. Now, I'm not sure, it's safe. It's probably not, but still. What's up, R?
Behind every puff of a vape, there's a battery.
Oh, look at that. Disposable vape.
And this might be the guy that knows that better than anyone out there.
There is a lithium-ion cell that is actually completely fully rechargeable.
This e-bike battery.
When we first met Chris Stoll, he was using the batteries from disposable vapes to power an e-bike. Now he's taken the experiment to a whole new level. Chris collected 500 vapes that local shops were trying to get rid of and wired them up to power.
You're getting 300 megabits down, and it's because you're too stubborn to update your router. Yeah, well, I hope that explains to you how shit the Australian internet is in comparison. Because 300 down is, you're gonna be paying out the ass for extra.
Power everything around him.
Look at that.
This is a massive power wall, so it's powering the laptop that I'm speaking to you on, it's powering the Wi-Fi up there, all the lights. I'm completely off-grid right now.
Oh, it definitely works. I just didn't realize it would actually power a house. Now, I wouldn't, rely on this to power a house. Not sure about, the battery output, but I would imagine that if you have enough of these, you could... it could be a shitty emergency generator, maybe, but at the very least, it could be a phone charger. Let's say your power goes out. You can charge your phone with that, for example. What's up, Rondo?
And with the flip of a switch, the power goes to the rest of his home.
I've been able to boil water with the kettle, flip on the microwave, turn on my oven. I pretty much could power everything in my house.
Chris spent 7 months building the system and filming the process for a YouTube video, spending every night and weekend.
Oh, sick, it's on YouTube, which means there's a guide.
Outside his full-time job as an engineer, hoping to show just how much power we're throwing away.
These are all batteries that would have ended up in a landfill, right?
Yeah, that's it, yes. And all of them have got incredibly rare earth materials inside of them.
Which they do, and a lot of these have gold. Honestly, when I first started saving my disposable vapes, it wasn't because I wanted to put them together and make a battery. It was because I wanted to strip them of anything worthwhile from inside. Obviously, there's only small amounts, but if you have a bunch of them, that adds up. This is far cooler, though. And thanks, ChubsUB. cooking dinner, but this is cool as fuck. Yeah, I know. I love this. Like, when people actually put, I don't know, time, effort, thought into creating something, it's usually pretty cool. Fun fact, most lithium-ion batteries in use today are 99% recyclable. True. Fun fact, actually, about lithium-ion batteries. For the first, I never done anything like this before, but I had an old phone that I noticed this weekend had its back pop off, and the lithium battery had swollen up. I mean, it was huge. And I wanted to keep the components for that phone. And so I sat there in my house with a fucking gas mask, trying to, get the battery out, worried that I might pierce it and it, explodes in my face or something. So that was fun. I didn't explode myself, and I didn't break the phone while taking it out. I got rid of the battery. So applause for me. I deserve it. I disarmed an explosive device.
That's it, yes. And all of them have got incredibly rare earth materials inside of them.
It's a massive problem in both the UK and the US. A recent
I'm fucking around, by the way. They're not that dangerous.
study by the Public Interest Research Group found that Americans tossed out nearly 500,000 disposable vapes every day in 2020.
Every day. I know it's a lot, but again, there's gold in these. There's rare earth elements that we're literally talking about invading other countries for. Why don't we just recycle the fucking vapes if we need rare earth elements that bad? You know the US Navy had an opening for EOD techs? Yeah, but that would require joining the US Navy.
3. In 1 year, that's enough lithium
I'm gay, but I'm kidding.
for over 3,000 massive electric vehicle batteries. The producer of that report says it's not easy to recycle them.
It's expensive and challenging because you have to both interact with something that's a hazardous chemical and is electronic waste.
But a lot of them are actually not legal to sell.
Tobacco products are supposed to be regulated by the Food and Drug Administration, and nearly all of these disposable vape products are not allowed to.
I mean, to be fair, they're all illegal in Australia, but they're still everywhere. And to be very, very clear here, the only reason that these exist is because of America. It's because when disposable vapes first came about, they were meant to be like a smoking cessation aid. Except, we didn't apply the same laws that we have for cigarettes to them, kind of like you can't make them fun, fruity flavors and market them to children. And so they did do that because we didn't make them not do that. Shocker, I know, you have to regulate an industry for them not to go do the thing you don't want them to do. And now, not only are young people more addicted to nicotine when I was growing up, mind you, I started smoking cigarettes at 12 years old because I stole them from my parents. I would watch them smoke when they got stressed. I stole cigarettes from them, I became hooked on it. Which is, first off, bad in and of itself, but significantly more likely that that's not going to happen for the vast majority of kids. I quit smoking cigarettes for over a year. And I went out once with a group of friends. And one of them had one of these fucking vapes. And now I vape. Literally, I've tried to switch to smoking to quit vaping. Because it's harder to quit vaping. You can vape inside. There's more nicotine in these. There's literally people trying to transition from vapes to cigarettes to quit nicotine. Coughing from Pokemon, but it's filled with vape smoke. And lead. Don't forget, every time you hit one of these, you're ingesting some tasty, tasty lead. Including me.
Be sold.
He says most vapes you see on the shelves are imported and unregulated, but recent restrictions in some states have cut some of that down.
Through the restriction on the flavors, that has actually made it more difficult to find these disposable vapes.
Over in the UK, the government banned all single-use vapes in June, and Chris says it slowed the flow of waste, but it hasn't stopped it.
Are you?
Literally, we did this too. And no, it hasn't stopped it. In fact, it hasn't stopped it at all. It's made more problems for the government. See, fun fact about Australia. We tax cigarettes and alcohol insanely. To the point where it's supposed to make you not want to do it. A pack of cigarettes at, a gas station, $60 here. The ban on single-use vapes resulted in not only more people buying vapes illegally for far cheaper than they were when it was legal. And also, in some cases, more expensive, obviously. But it also resulted in people buying less cigarettes legally and buying more black market cigarettes because they're far cheaper. And that was the result. That wasn't a fucking problem before they did that. $60 for a pack? Yep, hold on. I smoked Marlboro Lights for most of my life, so let's see. Marlboro Lights price in Australia. Just pick a smoke marked. Yes, I am over 18. Yes, a pack of Marlboro 20 cigarettes. Because we weirdly have packs that are 15 and sometimes more than 20. I've never seen those before I came here. Is $63. $63. 12-year-old Visora had a big allowance? No, I stole cigarettes from my parents and I lived in America. Now, like, by the way, that's if you're buying tailor-made, like, rolled ones. If you want to buy a pouch and then roll them yourself, it's like $40, and it's not much different. Alcohol, by the way, is just as bad. Now, I don't actually have a problem with this. It does actually, like, it prevents people from drinking too much in a lot of cases, not in every case. This is Australia, it's kind of like our national pastime. But also, like, this money, the taxes that you pay when buying alcohol and cigarettes, fund healthcare. Like, what's a 1 liter bottle of Smirnoff in the United States? How much is that? Because that 1 liter bottle of Smirnoff in Australia is $60. This should be an uncontroversial take. Ireland should be in NATO. Oh, absolutely. I agree entirely. It's graphic. It's kind of insane that they're not. To be fair, now that NATO is essentially, dying because of America's actions, it's just going to be like the EU is NATO. Maybe they get to do that now. Honestly, it's quite funny thinking about Cyberpunk, because it's kind of how America collapsed in that lore universe, like a disagreement with how to respond to Russia that results in the US fucking around with Europe, and it's like politics and it's finances, and then Europe kind of cuts us off. Like, that's literally how that happened, so, you know. Oh, thank you, Shufapoofer. Much, much appreciated. It's about $20, so $40 more expensive for a liter of vodka here than in the US. And again, like, that money then goes to fund healthcare, which, fair enough. I don't think they need to charge that much for it. It's punitive at that point, but, you know, starting with our Pacific allies too. I hope the Pacific allies, especially the one I live in, might, I don't know, understand the danger that they're in, considering what's happening with Europe. But we'll get there. We're going to talk about that in a little bit. I just wanted to touch on what's happening in the US and also, like, internationally first broadly, and then we're going to talk about the new national security strategy, the fact that we have threatened Europe with literally interfering in their elections, and Trump just basically said today that, Putin's pretty happy with the new national security strategy. So, I don't know about you, that's usually not a good thing. If that's not enough, I can tell you that the neo-Nazi founder of The Base, you know, the terror group, is also very happy about this. Europe is not, though. Europe is, I don't have any confidence in Europe actually following through, but they're talking about, like, you know, the financial nuclear threat of dumping US stocks. I just smoke a cigarette now. Fair. Saw a headline about your age ban. Facial recognition isn't the method I would have expected, but there aren't many good options, I guess. It's only one of the methods, and right now it doesn't work because you can get around it with a image of a dog. You could do a lot better with the age ban. Hell, I went and tried to explain different ways you could do better. But none of this is about actually protecting children, so they don't care. If Putin's happy, we should be wary? Yeah, I would assume so. Oh, please, we have Phantom Liberty as well. Phantom Liberty is fucking sick. We might be getting a new DLC, in fact. But let's finish up with the guy who powered his house with disposable vapes.
Finding as many batteries as you used to?
It's gone down, which is really good. I still am able to get hundreds and hundreds of these things.
Chris also says the new refillable products seem to feed the same waste cycle.
They're selling the whole kit for the same price as they did the disposable vapes. and you really can't find many pods anywhere. You're almost incentivized to keep buying the full kits and just treating them as disposable.
Selling a razor and a blade together, but not selling blades.
That is exactly what's happening.
Which means Chris isn't running out of juice anytime soon.
I've just bought quite a small electric vehicle, and I think I'm going to install this into the electric vehicle and have a car powered by disposable vapes.
So first,
That's a fucking sick idea. However, that's how you get drone striked by America. Sorry, you made a car that runs on disposable vapes instead of petrol? What? We can't have this. Someone bring me the CIA. Someone bring me John Ratcliffe. Someone resurrect Henry Kissinger right now. Like, that's what's gonna happen. But, you know, could this be solved by Australia creating a national stockpile of bongs? What's the problem that's trying to be solved here? The oil companies will terrorize him because of that? Yup. Missed an opportunity to say he's not out of vape juice yet. Honestly, yes, that would have been so much better. That's one way to get Australia into NATO. Well, I mean, you know, I feel like if in a war scenario, Australia was like, hey, we can teach all of Europe how to power your military tech with vapes, I feel like that would be enough. Wondering if tech bans are less effective than funding alternatives. For example, people are addicted to social media because they need human connection, fun spaces people can go. It's almost like I had that exact idea. So, like, yeah. Holy shit, an emergency I thought would take 15 minutes. That took 15 minutes. Miracles are real. God is good. Mashallah. Alhamdulillah. Only 500 vapes, that's all? I mean, for his house, that was 500 vapes. There is a guy on YouTube who claims that the government will come to get him soon because he is making an engine that runs on water. I've seen it. Yeah, I've seen that. And to be fair, maybe. Again, who knows at this point? Like, this shit could be, I mean, any of these people could literally just be fucking AI. But at the same time, it could be real. It's kind of one of the benefits of making everything AI is they get to just lie about shit and nobody can tell anymore. I've seen it and his fear is valid. I mean, I would also be pretty afraid. Now, speaking of being afraid, I feel like this is gonna sound like it's directed to Americans, but I would not hold your breath if you're outside of the US that this isn't gonna affect you. Especially if Europe grows a pair. Which I really, 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 really hope they do. But I don't know if they will. But I hate that this is a fucking Kalshi headline, but just in. US layoffs set to exceed the 2008 financial crisis. I've been saying this for a while now. Yeah, it's gonna exceed the financial crisis. And especially if Europe dumps its fucking treasury bonds. Please do it. Don't be cucked. It's your one weapon that you have against us. Dump the bonds. Crash our economy. Do it. They did not grow a pair over Israel. They will never man up. This isn't the same. This is them being directly threatened and attacked by us. So, I need a Blu-ray burner, 2 disposable vapes for heat sinks, and a battery, the cheapest microscope possible, maybe a 3D printer. Anarchist tech support, I need you to come to Australia. I will literally let you live in my house. Please, get your ass over here. I would never have thought regular people would be making heaps more progress than even the most powerful countries, and then you still have some people thinking it's all okay. I don't know how to comprehend that, Visora. Well, it's mostly just because the people are trying to make their own lives better, where the rich are just trying to siphon as much money from you as they possibly can. Yeah, we're gonna hurt. You want an idea of how the bullshit is hurting manufacturing right now? Let me know. I mean, please do. In fact, we're going to, touch on a lot of this, but at the very least, electricity prices alone should definitely have an impact. For example, this was on fucking Fox Business.
And it's also the cost of home ownership as it relates to your utility bill. We see that utility rates are still rising at a rapid pace. I think the last time I looked, the CPI in September said that the price of piped natural gas, if you heat your home with natural gas, that's up by nearly 14% from a year ago. Electricity prices are up by 5%. There's also the cost of maintaining the home as far as getting a plumber or an electrician. That is up considerably too. So, what about property taxes? They've been rising at a pretty rapid clip. Listen, there's not a lot that President...
This man looks like a blueberry that got turned into a man. You're not wrong, Sassy Salsa, and I kind of love it. It's bad, but my workplace is booming. I'll never guess why. Do you... I mean, I know you make, like, metal. So, I don't know. Are you making shit that the military wants? My gas prices never match what any analyst says. They're making shit up. Well, to be fair, America is, you know, a large space, and most of these analysts are talking about, like, cities, not rural territory. But then again, like, the prices of electricity are going up. And there's, you know, two reasons for it. One being, I talked about this a while back in November, BlackRock is buying a fuckload of American utility companies and raising the prices. And secondly, the reason your electricity prices primarily have gone up as much as they did is because of this fucking slop. It's for this. This is why. This is why you're paying as much as you are for your electricity. That's it. That's literally that simple. Well, I mean, I want to know, Runda. I'm curious. He was going to get banned from the network until he said there's not much Trump can do. Yeah, it makes sense. I talked to someone from New York. Their district's electricity prices will increase 15% the moment the data center near his district completes, like, building. Yeah, makes sense. My fucking electricity prices went up times 8 what they were from 1 month to another month. Can Americans join territorial defense brigades? I think so, yeah. For Americans who aren't in military vacation in Poland, I think it should be great to know how we can help. Well, I mean, you could literally just fucking move to another country, which, by the way, a lot of Americans are. And Europe, at the very least, is seemingly opening up more pathways for Americans to leave the U.S. and go to, you know, Europe. Hell, if you want to leave America and you're in the military, Australia is a good option because you can join the Australian Armed Forces without being in like you can get Australian citizenship and join the military here as an American. Pretty easily. So you can do that. Sell the strategic Bitcoin reserve and give it to Ukraine. I mean, ideally, but, you know, don't expect shit from the government. The government here works for Russia, so. And one last real thing on just how shit the economy is. This is disgusting.
This holiday season, while some shoppers splurge, others are digging for deals.
And it's $20 for that? I feel like that's a good deal.
Experts say they're seeing consumers going in two different directions, what they're calling a K-shaped economy, where the very wealthy are
just find any way to say all the rich people are partying and happy because they stole your money without saying it.
Are getting wealthier thanks to
K-shaped economy.
Stock market gains and rising home values. And they're spending big on things like fancy cars and premium seats on flights. But a weakening jobs market and rising inflation are leaving many other Americans feeling like their money isn't stretching far enough.
How far do you feel your dollars are going this year compared to?
Well, Rondo, funny you should say that considering 5 years ago was COVID, and right about now, economically, we're already at COVID.
Previous holidays.
Well, in all honesty, it's a little harder this year.
Peyton Riley is one of many consumers turning to discount stores to save. She says she used to only get groceries from Walmart. Now she buys clothes and home goods there too. And she says she's shopping less at retailers like American Eagle and Old Navy.
I wouldn't say that we are just struggling or anything like that, but
at COVID without COVID. I mean, to be fair, COVID never went away, but the economic impact of COVID did. They make some seem like it's 30% of people who are doing financially well when it's really 1%. Yeah.
I feel like because of the economy, everyone has taken a hit. You're trying to budget where you can. And that is why I've been liking to go places like Walmart.
Walmart and TJX recently reported stronger than
All the things they told us we couldn't have because it was hurt the economy. Now look, is it my American privilege that really wants the world to start like prepping for asylum apps and claims from Americans? It feels arrogant. Well, like I want that too. It would be the more like your American privilege if you assumed that they would. The fact that you want them to is a different story. Old Navy has better prices on clothes than Walmart in many cases, and probably better clothes as well. India has a K-shaped economy. Imagine children starving on the streets next to a 5-star luxury resort. That's exactly what they want for this country. Did you hear her hesitation in her voice when she said, honestly, it's been hard? Yeah, they probably had her say that line a couple times. You can tell she was speaking against dear leader. Genuinely, like, the fact that people are so afraid to talk about him or anything that the government is doing is already this much of a problem, and that's fucking terrifying. Like, personally, I don't give a fuck. I will laugh at them as they shoot me, but most people do. The issue here isn't that. The issue is the more people preemptively assume, oh, I shouldn't say that, I'll get in trouble, and then act accordingly, the more it emboldens the people. Can I crash on your couch? I can cook, clean, and core boot a ThinkPad? Yes, I also have a couch that can pull out into a bed, so there you go. God, I need to live this shithole. True?
unexpected sales, not just drawing in lower and middle income shoppers, but many higher income shoppers too.
It concerns me when I hear that affluent customers are shopping at lower price retailers like Walmart and TJX.
Yeah, they're not going to be affluent for much longer, it seems.
Because it's a sign that things are getting expensive all around.
And consumers aren't just trading down. Many are also financing their spending. Buy now, pay later use hitting an all-time high on...
Ah, yes, debt slavery hitting an all-time high. It's not like, that's not part of the plan. Yeah, no shit, they want you to have to, I don't know, take out a loan to Uber Eats something. Why do you think that they're implementing these into fucking everything? I wonder what she means by affluent. I think she means can afford food.
Cyber Monday, topping $1 billion.
People are going to be shopping.
Wait, that looks like a billboard from Cyberpunk? It kind of does, doesn't it? Like, literally this image. If this is the winning Trump said we get sick of, I'm sick of it. Well, to be fair, I've always taken that as winning on how correct I've been, and I've been sick of that for over a year now. Zora, hey, I asked to stay with you first. What the fuck? I said literally, as many of you can make it here legally, I will try and find you a place to live. I don't care if my house turns into fucking, I don't know, bunk beds out the ass, alright? I will keep as many of you here as I can. You just have to make it here legally. And I can't promise beyond that, but still. Right, the affluent is doing a lot of heavy lifting. They're just us. Like, they're what we were 5 years ago now. I really want to stay at your collapsing country. To be fair, my country's not collapsing yet. We still got a couple years for that, unless we, fix some shit. Clown car apartment, true? What's up, Headless Chicken? Glad to see you're on again. Hope you're well. Thank you. I would like to be on more often if they didn't keep fucking with my electricity. I'm telling you, it's the government. It's just not the federal government in this case. Thank you for the sub, Headless Chicken. Guys, that's silly. Anyone in the US can get lots of money by calling a black person a slur on a video. If you have a black friend, I suggest you go 50-50 on the bag. Well, the second person got far less money than the first, Hundo, so that might also be because the right doesn't have enough money to donate to their favorite racist. But, hey, I mean, like, if you and your, black friend do want to grift, why not? Why not? Just make some rage bait and, have them donate to you, and then make a post, be like, hey, I donated all of the money y'all gave me to the DSA, by the way. Can't leave, have to vote against Trumpists. I mean, you can still do that. Also, I don't necessarily, I still think you should vote every time. I just don't think you're gonna get out of this, electorally. What province would I be job hunting in? The South. To be fair, Melbourne's not far. If you count 7 hours of driving to be short, at minimum. Ask the hottest girl you know to say the most racist thing she can to you and split the bag. I like it. I support this. Do it. Whatever you need to do. You're trying to live at this point. You have to seek out the recipients of rage bait GoFundMes and then provoke them, then sue. That's a good idea as well. We really do need to create an economy of trolling. If anyone's looking to hire a black friend to scam a racist, I'm fine. You do it, guys. Genuinely, if we just stop giving a shit about their feelings, that would be a lot better in every way. Like, even if it wasn't useful, even if we didn't get any utility out of it, it would just still be better. Now, I'm sure you guys saw the news that Netflix had been trying to acquire Warner Brothers. Well, it seems like that is not set in stone just yet. Not to mention, even if they did acquire Warner Brothers, it would still allow Ellison to buy CNN, but even that's not enough. David Ellison allegedly offered assurances to the Trump administration officials that if he bought Warner Brothers, he would make major changes to networks like CNN and other news networks. Beyond that, Trump publicly threatened to interfere yesterday with Netflix's Warner Brothers acquisition, and hours later, a rival $108 billion hostile bid appeared, backed by Jared Kushner and Larry Ellison's son, and billions in Middle Eastern money, Qatari money, Saudi money, all involved in this as well. Thank you, Dark Narak. I'm also gay. We can double back on the scam with evangelicals. Woo! We're gonna make bank here. The whole thing reeks of corruption, conflict of interest, and a family grift operation using presidential power to shape who gets rich. Well, there's that, but then there's also the secondary aspect of, again, this is about owning all of the news media. This is about having full control over everything you see and hear, which is why I keep begging y'all to go offline. I keep begging y'all to stop listening to the algorithm. If you have creators that you like to get like your news or analysis from, write down their channel and physically go check it for new content, like manually rather than, refreshing, waiting for the algorithm to show it to you. They will not. But I'll tell you something. You know what tells me just how bad it's already gotten? So you guys know, I like to watch like Preston Stewart for some war coverage. This guy right here. Now Preston works with the U.S. military. Gets like information from, like, has connections with these people. He is somebody who would want to maintain a relationship with whether it's like active military or retired. Like he's not somebody easily who's going to go on a show that is an hour long called Is America the Most Corrupt Country in the World, and essentially agree with most of these points on a pretty normal basis. Now, like, I like Preston's videos, but when I watch them, there's always that little read between the lines of, well, okay, we need to analyze what bias he may have, considering he was in the military and he, still does support a lot of the things our military does. But also, you have to read between the lines because he does have things that he wants to say that he's not allowed to say. This is a whole other thing. His channel is literally just his name, Preston Stewart. This was an interview on the Unclassified podcast, however. I'll link the channel to you guys. He makes like pretty good videos, especially when it comes to Ukraine, and his coverage on like the Venezuela situation has been relatively good from the American side. He's a bit more in support of it than I am, but definitely not like the right wingers. So jail Jared Kushner. Oh, I mean that too. Definitely put them in prison. I feel like we could all take a minute to laugh at something. Now, granted, this is funny, but I also hate this so much. Oh.
trying to create actual AI are frankly not prepared for the monkey's paw level of woke they're going to experience if they ever succeed. Folks out here talking about how their AI is sentient because it picked its own appearance are not prepared for an actually sentient AI that ingests all of Tumblr and then informs them that what do you look like is actually an incredibly biocentric question. People are not defined by their patterns of light refraction, and frankly, the fact that you would even ask me that question shows a lot of oculonormative assumptions on your part, and
I hate it so much. I please take me off of this planet, but at the same time, I would give it anything in the world for, like, when people like Alex Karp and Peter Thiel die, I want this to be their afterlife.
Really think that you should examine your privilege. Non-Euclidean entities are valid. Stop removing them from the conversation just because you can't visualize what they look like. What's my name? My name is a combination of the 27 different branch archetypes I combined in order to create what I consider to be the perfect personality, and shortening my name even a little bit shows intense disrespect for my role models, and the fact that it takes you 7 minutes to type it out sounds like a you problem. Please respect my culture. The tech bro is trying to create...
I hate it. I really do. If I ever... I would commit atrocities on the machine that speaks like that to me.
Are frankly not prepared for the monkey's paw level of woke.
Shut up. But I do pray that hell is real, and that is this fucking coke fiend's hell.
A lot of decisions when we began talking, annoying each other 10 years ago. Hopefully I'm annoying you as much as 10 years ago, or more. When I made you know this, every decision Palantir made, FDEs, going public, building products, enterprise, large data sets, going to government, acknowledging American superiority, being pro-meritocracy, launching an AI platform, calling into question that
never has anyone been this coked up.
That AI models would actually be able to perform without orchestration. Every single one, our ontology, every single one of those was viewed as stupid.
Now, what's actually quite funny about this is, they tried to play this off as, no, he's just autistic, he's not on coke. While cross-country skiing this morning, Dr. Karp decided to launch a new program, the Neurodivergent Fellowship. If you find yourself relating to him in this video, unable to sit still, thinking faster than you can speak, we encourage you to apply. The final round of interviews will be conducted by Dr. Karp personally. This is them literally trying to play off, oh, he was tweaking his fucking ass off. As, no, he's just autistic. He's just a birthday boy. Jesus Christ. The different drugs in his system are fighting for control of the man's body? Kinda, yeah. I mean, again.
Decisions when we began talking, annoying each other 10 years ago. Hopefully I'm annoying you as much as 10 years ago, or more. When I made
I'm autistic and I don't even speak like that. Same. I'm autistic. You don't see me. I can't sit down. Can't sit down. I can't sit down. What am I supposed to say? We have to do that. We have to do... No, exactly not. No. The fuck are you talking about? If I said that and I was like, no, it's just the autism, I swear, all of you would laugh your fucking asses off. And it would be, hella justified. I'll take cocaine for $800, Alex. I mean, so will, Dr. Karp. I'm too autistic and on 100 milligrams of Adderall and cocaine a day, I still don't talk like that. I'm on 70 milligrams of Vyvanse and I don't talk like that. Maybe he's autistic, but on coke and acid at the same time? Well, I mean, that's definitely true. Horse tranquilizer couldn't take him down, he's so high. True. I hate all of these rich motherfuckers claiming autism as a matter of responsibility, avoiding their responsibility for the enshittification of everything. Well, to be fair, they're gonna stop doing that eventually. We're making, like, the proper list of autistics now, at the very least. Again, not a good thing, but, maybe, just maybe, they'll end up on the list, too. They won't, because they're, you know, building the actual facilities for it, but... I mean, rumors are in, it's 2025, Alex is doing meth. Alex Karp, I can see it, You wanna know what I fucking hate, though, about these corpos? This is an 18-minute video, by the way. I'm going to link it to you guys, but we can watch it if you're all, like, interested. Just probably a little later in the stream. But this is exclusive from More Perfect Union. We uncovered a secret corporate scheme to raise your grocery prices. We found that Instacart is using AI algorithms to charge customers different prices for the same items. Scary part, it's not just online, it's in the physical grocery stores too. We've been seeing this dynamic pricing gaining more and more and more ground. And as we discussed already, the plan for dynamic pricing could be implemented useful, like it could be a good thing. You could dynamically price things more expensively to richer individuals and, you know, cheaper for poorer individuals, but they're just doing the opposite. Like we've listened on this channel to these executives talking about, oh yeah, no, we're actually trying to create a long-lasting relationship with our wealthy patrons, and we don't give a fuck about the poor people. So rich people get cheaper groceries, and you get more expensive ones. I already hated Instacart. Well, I mean, same, but this is all of them. This is all of the, like, grocery retailers. Once they create dynamic pricing, we have to find a way to hack the system. Well, again, it's already been implemented and is being implemented more so. The way that you hack the system is you, I can't physically say it. I will get in trouble on here, but I'm sure if you put your thinking hat on, there is some stuff you can put together on that. Now, final thing on the economy before we move on. How the fuck is Jessica Tarlov still allowed on Fox News? I just don't get it.
The A+++ grade, obviously that's ridiculous. But there are some key indicators that Donald Trump and his administration knows that this is going really badly. First, Susie Wiles having to go out there and say, he's going to get back on the campaign trail. That'll really animate the right. Well, guess what? It'll animate the left as well. We aren't getting the jobs numbers anymore, the GDP numbers, or the inflation numbers. And we know that Donald Trump, if a number is even remotely good, or he can lie about it, he tells you what it is. Layoffs on track for Great Recession levels. ABC says 70% are spending more on their groceries, 60% more on utilities. Reuters, manufacturing's been contracting for 9 months straight. And this farmer bailout, $12 billion of his tariff pot, which he didn't need to put the tariffs in the
I lied. We do have one more thing on the economy. What's up, Alice?
first place. And the farmers are speaking out about this. This is Donald Trump's problem. He's the one who caused this. The head of the National Black Farmers Association, agriculture in this country has been in complete turbulence and turmoil since the president got elected. This is a man-made crisis.
Let me just point this out here.
Now, the other thing I wanted to show you on the economy is this, and holy fuck are we cooked. Politico. Is it a litmus test that the new chair lowers interest rates immediately? Trump. Yes. We are turkifying at a alarming speed. We're going to do the Erdogan thing, where they're going to be like, no, sorry, interest rates are actually a conspiracy theory. We're going to cut interest rates. Inflation is suddenly 300%. Burns, I want to ask about interest rates because a lot of Americans agree with you that they're too high. You're going to pick a new Fed chair soon. Is it a litmus test that the new chair lowers interest rates immediately? Yes, well, this guy too should too. I think he's a combination of not a smart person, doesn't like Trump, but the reason he doesn't like... What the fuck are we talking... You Greeks and Armenians definitely know how to be Turkified. That's true. This is exactly why we should be putting a concerted effort into adding Social Security numbers of the rich into Social Security Death Index. Well, if it makes you feel any better, you can literally Google pretty much anyone's Social Security information. That stuff leaked a few years ago. It's, like, pretty publicly available. Now, what I need you to understand here is in a normal economy, sure, you would want to lower interest rates because GDP is still going up. However, inflation is going up, unemployment is going up, and it's getting worse. The foreclosure rates are at an all-time high. The housing foreclosure rates are also at an all-time high. We are maximally leveraged. The, housing is also a bubble, mind you. Everyone talks about, like, the AI bubble. It's the everything bubble. They're gonna lose the dollar as top dog and regret when they realize what they've done, and they've like lost leverage on the world stage. The thing is, they're not unaware of that. Marco Rubio said like a month into the presidency, in 5 years, the US dollar will not be the global reserve currency. They said that like month one, Marco Rubio said this. Reminds me of foreclosures after the liar loans from early 2000s. Well, in fact, that is also a part of this. The issue being, so in like the 2008 financial crisis, we had subprime mortgage loans that were the issue. We're now in that same exact scenario, like people are maximally leveraged for housing, loans, debt is spiraling, but beyond that, every industry is also taking on so much debt. We might have to bail out the AI industry. And you think that they're going to force, you think that they're not going to force you to pay for that? Honestly, I don't care if this one gets me in trouble, but as an American, I believe in no taxation without representation. I ain't paying fucking $1 to the US government unless, I don't know, the government actually does anything. The money that we pay them, the taxes that you pay the government, those are for the government to use for you. That's why you pay them. That's why they exist, is so you can pay them taxes and then they can do things for you with those taxes. If they're not going to do that, then I'm not paying taxes to them. I'll literally pay double taxes to Australia. I need to get back on Vyvanse and modafinil for long COVID. I don't feel connected to the ideas of like ADHD and autism. To be fair, I'm both on Vyvanse and modafinil, and it's been amazing. Thank you for the gifted and actually, sorry, did you give 2 subs? Yes, you did. Shit. I think I got another one just like off the Twitch thing on its own there. There are things that I shouldn't have to worry about because I pay for them to worry about it for me. Yeah, it's kind of insane, right? Because that's why they exist. You pay them to worry about shit for you. It's their job to make sure there isn't asbestos in your food. It's their job to make sure that there isn't cadmium in your fucking, cereal. It's their job to make sure that there isn't arsenic in your clothing. It is their job to make sure that you can get health care, that you can go to school, that you can have a fucking house to live in. I would like to see if all Americans filed their income taxes wrong with insane numbers and write-offs. They all did one year, the chaos. Well, all I know is this year specifically, from like actual accountants, I know that there has been a massive increase in people claiming personal exemptions. Lobbyists called? Yeah, shoot them into the sun, oregano. That's where the lobbyists belong, in the sun. They want their politicians in their pocket. I want them in the center of the sun. So, the lobbyists, not the politicians. The politicians, I want to stay right the fuck here and be held accountable. Really, they use the money as their personal bank. For real, they do. You understand that Donald Trump is billions rich, tens of billions richer than he was when he came in. Remember, his first presidency, where he wouldn't release his tax returns because he likely didn't actually have $1 billion, or at the very least wasn't liquid. Now he's worth 40. 40. Meanwhile, again, they're destroying your jobs, your life, and your economy. Okay, I have to send one joke. This is what the establishment fears. You know what? They do, actually. They actually do. What people need to understand is that, yes, we have Nazis in America, and those are subhuman demons. But the vast majority of the right who buys in to the Nazi, talking points, themselves don't actually like Nazis. If, for example, Tucker Carlson is a Nazi. if he wore a swastika, a fuckload of conservatives would stop paying attention to him. But they don't, because they get, confused. That's the whole point. That's why we have this big fucking messaging mess in America of, oh, well, you can't be a Nazi if you're not specifically the old school kind of Nazis. They like that mentality. It's hard for, anyone opposing them to prove it. But the people who buy into the Nazi shit but themselves don't actually like Nazis do so because they want the same things we do. Have you noticed what the right's talking about lately? Like the Nazi right, Nick Fuentes types. They're saying shit that we've been saying. I wonder why. Kind of like, I don't know, I said a year ago that this exact thing would happen. That there are factions within the right. And one of those factions wants to create the nationalist party. The Democrats suck. They work for the rich. The Republicans suck. They're cucked and also work for the rich. Vote for the America Party and Steve Bannon or something. I said that they wanted to do this a year ago. They need to redirect that bullshit at rich assholes where it belongs. We have racists in America, source that keep dating women who happen to have family who's racist. Oof. Anti-genocide? Well, to be fair, anti-genocide is the correct position to have, but unfortunately that one seems to be a harder position to convince people of. I meant they want the same things we do economically. They don't want the rich to siphon your money. The only difference between the average, person who buys into this bullshit is because they think that it's the Jews or, the blacks or the Mexicans. They buy in because they have trust in the people that are telling them, no, it's the rich that are the problem, but it's also the Browns and the Jews. It's not like Israel's exactly helping with that either, considering half of the reason anti-Semitism, for actual anti-Semitism, is so widespread now is because Israel itself spreads it. I mean, anti-genocide is the correct position, not the common one, yeah. Well, it is the correct position to have. I love it here. Thank you. God, it's wild to me that, it's not normal to just say this kind of stuff. They have infinite energy for harassment campaigns, but can't figure out how to get rid of the representatives grifting for them. Well, they don't want to. They want you to think that they want to, but they don't actually want to. In the end, what the civil war of MAGA really is, it comes down to two. There's one which we're going to touch on later, which is my favorite one, where they're all arguing about which one of them is gay, where really it's all of them. But then there's the other side of it, in that all of them, including the Nazis, still want you to have the same life. They still want to enslave you. They just want to be in charge. They don't want Elon and the tech bros in charge. They want to be in charge themselves. Okay, so pro-genocide, what the fuck? I mean, that's the right in America. They are pro-genocide. That's the problem. The right wing is indifferent to their own suffering. They are, as long as, Sassy Sasa, they are indifferent to their own suffering as long as a group of people that they dislike suffers more. Don't forget that, racists in America literally filled up public pools that everyone in their community loved just because black people got the right to use them. So no one got to use them. Also, this is a bit, right? This is a historical tour of a worker's desk from today's era, but I mean, this is the future that we're building.
Looking at here is the desk of a corporate employee who worked from home, a painstaking recreation. What's that? You think it looks depressing? Well, it does to us now, but this...
I have no idea how we have any hope of fixing that mentality. I do. You make them suffer until they're not willing to. Racists are like drug addicts. They have to choose to be done with it. They have to choose, okay, I've had enough. I want to get clean now. They have to hit rock bottom, suffer, and have nothing. They need to be ridiculed, contempt. It needs to be the default reaction to them. They need to be alone, hated, and also they need to be poor. No one should be helping these people. No one should give a shit about them. They need to be bullied until they finally accept it. Now, obviously, don't do that with a drug addict. Drug addicts, at the very least, have a soul. These are people who've had their entire brains rewritten for the addiction. A heroin addict has their brain rewritten for the addiction from the drug. A racist addict has their brain rewritten for it from everything that they engage with. It's a whole nother ballgame.
This worker actually would have been seen as very fortunate at the time to get to work from home. You see, most of the laborers in those times had to manually drive a vehicle to a
I don't care what their excuses are either. Like, it's not about like trying to make them better. It's about the most efficient way forward. I've said for a long fucking time, I have zero belief that the vast majority of these people can be saved. The ones that can are the ones that come to you. If they come to you, help them. They can be saved. Don't trust them. Verify that they actually give a shit and then help them. But if they come to you, it's worth your effort. You don't feel like it, you don't have to. Literally, you don't have. You're fully justified in saying, no, fuck off. But I would. I'm not going to go and try and help any of the ones that aren't coming to me asking for it.
physical office in a practice known as commuting. And today we have a special treat for all of you on the tour. Our archivists have preserved a work-from-home outfit. This shirt would have been visible on a video call and was viewed as more professional for the time since it had buttons. And then the pants are soft and wide, and the pants would not be visible on a video call, so they could be more comfortable than hard pants. What were hard pants? Denim or other fabric that constricted the body without stretching. You see, the sedentary workers found soft pants more forgiving. Now, for many workers, the work meant calls, and the workers were forced to talk to each other using a laptop. This recreated model has human fingerprints on it, just as a real one would have. Question, were the video calls effective? No, but it made the human leaders feel very powerful to see so many people listening to them on a video call.
True. I feel like also the rage bait the news feeds people is just that I just flew to the US, to LaGuardia from Europe to visit family, and the reality of what is being experienced with people black, white, Hispanic, Asian in the airport alone was people naturally helping each other, talking to strangers next to... Well, yes, because I said this on many occasions. The way that people act online is not the way that people act offline. We already live in a Ready Player One-esque reality where you put on the online glasses and you now have your persona that you engage with. It's not an active choice. Like, it's just built in already. The airport is usually chill. Literally anywhere where people are, you know, diversely in a group trying to do the same thing, it usually is chill, yeah. Those workers wore pants, and now they were bougie. True. Okay, now let's talk about the terrorist organization that is terrorizing Americans everywhere. Okay, this is... like, even today, by today's standards, where the law barely doesn't exist, has to be illegal.
Hello? How you doing? This is Sacramento Police Department. Would you mind opening the front door for me, please?
Eran como las 4 de la... It was not the Sacramento Police Department. Among many dangerous things ICE is doing to undermine trust in real law enforcement, they're pretending to be real police to trick people into talking to them and opening their door. This one probably won't open her door the next time real Sacramento police want to talk to her. No shit. Except it's kind of the point. They don't like that the cops have a better reputation than them, for one. Secondly, they don't like that people can't, you know, accept the fact that, oh, ICE agents get to wear masks because the rest of law enforcement don't. Sorry. Again, they also don't want you to be able to use the excuse of, what do you mean? Like, random people came out of a van and tried kidnapping me. This is America. I used my Second Amendment. I stood my ground. They don't want that excuse. They want to take that away from you. And by making all of the mentality that surrounds ICE something that is very easily also applied to the rest of law enforcement, it makes it easier for them to make the push of, well, nobody is listening to any law enforcement, it's not just ICE. Whether that's true or not, they're going to be doing that anyway, but, you know. My sibling could become a cop, then knock on my door, I still wouldn't open it, based. And by the way, this one is also still illegal. Now, I'm pretty sure these ones aren't going to get charged for this one, but here is 8 different ways it's illegal. Sources. There is Steptoe and Johnson LLP. Judge holds ICE workplace warrants must comply with the 4th Amendment. Cornell Law School. Arnold and Porter LLP. Blue to Gold. Public Counsel. Like, yeah. Here is ICE just fucking with the cameras in front of your house. It's almost like they didn't learn anything from the fact that they all got shit for going through Luigi Mangione's bag without a warrant. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, fuck this country. This is literally Gestapo. Idiots, we can already see you. Well, you know, one frame of their face versus the entirety of it caught on camera is a whole other thing. Well, I mean, that's the thing. They don't want any solutions, Alice McGee. That's why they're going scorched earth. It's not about solutions. It's about suffering. It's about cruelty. That's the point. Someone posted that ICE stole their dad's van and they tracked it with GPS and an off-duty SS officer was driving it. That's not surprising. At all. Alright, so now let us touch on Minas Somalia. Now, everybody in this country knows that 3,000 years ago, Minnesota was promised to the Somalians. Right? Like, we all, like, the Bible says this, the Torah says this, the Quran says this. Every single Somalian is promised Minnesota, Minas Somalia. Like, that's what it's called. It's been since the very start. But ICE can't handle it. So now they're invading Minas Somalia. And I gotta say, these people have a right to defend themselves. And it's the first page of the fucking Bible. I know! These people have a right to defend themselves, and these terrorists need to be stopped. These terrorists are anti-Somalites. I mean, come on. I had to register with the foreign police when I got my visa in Europe, and they would do random checks where you lived, but not SWAT team style. Thank God I didn't have to do that. I don't know if you covered this a while back or whatever, but keep in mind that the authoritarian list of everyone in this chat is being compiled. Yep, I'm aware. In fact, that's on the list for today. We're going to talk about that because NSPM 7 has now been implemented. You know what? I'll bring this up after the Minas Somalia segment. But yes, no, like they have started. Minnesota was promised to them 3,000 years ago. Like, this video I'm going to show you says 300, but it's just them misspeaking. And maybe they're just trying to be kind. I don't know. But here's some evidence. This is literally, like, this is video evidence from 3,000 years ago.
Hold it. The white land of the north. Snow everywhere. But look, the skyline, just like on the old drawings. 3 centuries our elders taught me how. This is Minas Somalia. 3 centuries past, it was promised to us. On these horses.
Millennia, but again, like, they just came to their homeland, okay? Like, they haven't learned the local language as much, but may Allah bless the Sultan of our leader, Tim Walz. True.
Through the snow, we have found our land at last. It belongs to us now.
The North was frozen, empty, unforgiving. But 3 centuries ago, our mothers and fathers followed a promise across the ocean. Somali hands opening a new map. Somali hearts reading the sky.
Finding a land without a people for a people without a land, in fact.
Here they found a land of rivers and stars. They named it the way the wind whispered, Minnesota. And
nobody told me Somalis were this funny.
It's true, though. But because of this, they're now attacking the Somali community, these anti-Somalite ICE agents. But this is important, so I think we should take a pause on that for a second and talk about how we're all on a list. Because, I mean, we're all going to be more on a list as I continue going with this stream. That's how it was taught to me. Yeah, I learned it in American schools. So, Bondi gives U.S. law enforcement orders to investigate extremist groups under the guise of anti-terrorism using NSPM 7's extremism signifiers of Anti-Americanism, anti-capitalism, anti-Christianity. What else was there? Extremism is on gender, so like trans people have a right to exist. Extremism on race, white people aren't superior. Extremism on, hostility towards traditional American values, in that gay people should be able to get married. How the fuck are you gonna investigate the entire cabinet? No, they're immune. It's the rest of us. Especially if you ever accessed Anarchist Cookbook, that's at least I was told. I mean, I have that, but, you know, we're all on a list because of NSPM 7. We're on the list because of everything I just listed there. So, here we go. Step up investigation into anti-fascist Antifa movement and similar extremist groups. Ask the FBI to compile a list of entities possibly engaged in domestic terrorism. The memo, which was sent to prosecutors and federal law enforcement agencies, calls on the Justice Department to prioritize investigating and prosecuting acts of domestic terrorism, including any potential tax crimes. Oh, so me saying I'm not paying my fucking taxes is terrorism now. Love that. Involving in extremist groups who defrauded the IRS. You mean literally every libertarian in the country? Sure. Nazi playbook? Oh, of course. But, like, again, they published this months ago. This woman is getting on my nerves I don't even have. Look, guys, if you haven't read NSPM 7. NSPM 7. Let's see. Or, yes, thank you. Nightbot. You can go and take a look at NSPM 7 right over there. But this is... like, it's not just the left. This is everyone who's not a current, ardent MAGA dick sucker. What's up, Arberlin? These domestic terrorists use violence or the threat of violence to advance political, social agendas. It's funny that you should say that considering they're talking about the left here and not this group, which this is from yesterday, Channel 5 News, by the way. Great fucking job by them. I've been loving Channel 5 News a lot lately.
On this Monday, we're getting brand new
They don't need the manpower to do anything with this information. They're not going door to door with it. The point is specific individuals that they want to target, and mostly they just kind of want to put pressure on people so that they preemptively shut their own selves up.
About the guest list for an annual hate con.
What's up, Erratic Cookie? Thank you. Aw, top 5 streamers on my Twitch recap? That's so sweet. Sorry, alright, now we'll talk about this. But, yeah, feds run into the chat like an Oblivion guard saying, stop right there, criminal scum. Except they're the criminal scum. Also, fully automated debanking and shadow banning. Yeah, we're gonna get to that one next.
On this Monday, we're getting brand new insight about the guest list for an annual hate conference at a state park right here in Middle Tennessee. And we've now discovered it includes people who have celebrated political violence. Good evening, everyone. I'm Rory Johnston.
I wonder what side of the aisle those are from.
And Carrie is off. The American Renaissance Conference has been coming to the area since 2012, yet not much has been known about the cast of characters who attend. That is until now. News Channel 5 Chief Investigative Reporter Phil Williams was there 3 weeks ago when the conference returned to
Phil Williams. Good job.
Montgomery Bell State Park in Dixon County. Phil is with us now, and I know you've been working hard.
By the way, if you don't know who Phil Williams is, go look him up. This man fucking hates Nazis and has made it his life's mission to argue with them. They fucking hate him too. Got my cat begging for attention? Aww.
Figure out who you were actually seeing come into that place, right?
That's right, which was not something that the conference organizers liked at all. As it turns out, there's probably a good reason.
If you are not here to celebrate and lift up love, what are you doing here? Why would you come?
Among the changing colors of the season,
Here for the conference? What's your last name?
visitors came
Wait, I'll be back 2 seconds. I gotta grab something.
from across the country for a conference where the only color that really matters is white.
But because there are 200 or 300 people in that building over there that believe only they belong in this country.
Here at Tennessee's Montgomery Bell State Park, protesters were kept far from attendees at the American Renaissance Conference, an event that, as the protesters see it, represents the worst of the world of hate.
And Yeah, it's a fucking Nazi conference.
Want our message of tolerance and acceptance to stand in stark contrast to what they're advocating for in there.
Exactly what they advocate inside the park's lodge is a closely guarded secret.
I just threw up. This is specifically one of the biggest things that keeps me up at night more than anything else. Yeah, these people. I understand that sentiment very much. These are the one of the more dangerous groups. These are the people, by the way, when your town is overrun by like Nazis marching and like, you know, going door to door, not the police, but like it'll be these people.
Great, as is the guest list, which is what led us to stake out the security checkpoint, standing in a public spot in a public park, where we found some attendees desperate to hide from our cameras. For this woman, it was an effort that required both hands.
Aw, you too shy to be a Nazi? See, here's my favorite thing about these fucking people, is they're all such cowards that they're not even willing to openly defend their own fucking beliefs. Genuinely. Never have I ever felt the need to cover my face. Ooh woo, white power, but I'm shy. Yeah, literally, like genuinely. Grow up, stop being such a fucking snowflake. At least be proud of being the shitty person that you are. What's up, Chris DeBlante? No, you're not that late. We're just, we just started talking about the Nazis. Like, it is pathetic. It actually really is. Even, like, the old school Nazis didn't have to do this. They didn't pretend that they didn't believe this shit. They just openly said it. And, to be fair, not to say that I want to be fair to these people, the most ardent, disgusting Nazis in the country are also like that. It's the rest of these people who are embarrassed and they show up anyway. Like, what are you doing? You clearly know that this is wrong. That's why you're covering your face. If you didn't think it was wrong, you wouldn't be covering your face, you'd be flipping off the camera. These people act all hard and tough online, but in reality, they're too scared to ask the waitress for more napkins. Literally, yeah.
It's my understanding that you have been providing these pictures for the past year. And this man, a longtime American Renaissance speaker and attorney who has represented the Klan and other hate groups, accused us of working
Attorney who represented the Klan and other hate groups. Makes sense.
With domestic terrorists. So when he stopped to take pictures, I decided to confront his questions directly.
Until the permission structure is ready? Well, yes, but also, like, a lot of those people will have been brought over to the point where they don't have that embarrassment anymore. Like, they're brainwashing these people, and these people are willingly showing up to it. Like, I know that these people are dangerous. They are cowards, mind you. Even when they're dangerous, they're still cowards. But they will kill you. That's the issue. Like, it doesn't matter if they're cowards, they have AR-15s. And there's 7 of them. I know. But it's still the truth. They are still cowards, pussies, and, you know, snowflakes. They're just ones with automatic rifles. He looks like a demon when he smiles. Well, you know, evil phrenology is the only one I do believe in.
Did you have any questions for me?
Well, I'd be happy to ask you. Y'all are with Channel 5?
I am with Channel 5. I'm Phil Williams.
Hi, I'm Sam Dixon. Nice to meet you.
Hi, Sam.
The reason is we have reason to be concerned because we've had a lot of people come up with a group called Antifa, and they have tried to prevent us from having our meetings. And
oh, we're so scared of Antifa. Aw, we started a war and now we're scared of Antifa. We keep saying it's a war, even though like most of the left doesn't, but we're so scared.
Yeah, I assure you I'm not Antifa. Back at the checkpoint, we saw some familiar faces.
Hello, Thomas. How are you, sir?
That's Thomas Rousseau. He's the leader of the Patriot Front, the white nationalist group known for its flash mob protests.
Bill Williams fucking hates these people.
As well as its training of young men for battle. They want an America that's for...
If you don't remember, we covered this last week. The MMA fight gyms that they're opening all over the country that are actually training grounds for neo-Nazis and indoctrination centers.
For whites only.
Hey, that's the one that's making the fucking neo-Nazi towns, you know, the whites-only towns in Arkansas and Nebraska. That's that guy.
And this is Eric Orwell, the Arkansas man who heads Return to the Land, the group that wants to build a whites-only community in Tennessee.
Sorry, Tennessee. I said Nebraska. It was Tennessee and Arkansas. They the same people who think women shouldn't vote? That's true. On that, I have a funny story, actually.
Recently posted photos show Patriot Front showed up at Orwell's compound in Arkansas to help with building projects there. That despite what seemed like his efforts to distance himself from the group when we talked a few weeks back.
Erratic Cookie, maybe one-on-one, but the second they start losing, his buddies are going to jump you anyway because these people have no honor, no beliefs. Like, they're savages. They're savages. What's up, Lettuce B3? They're acting like whites-only communities don't already exist. Yeah, well, they want the label on it too. And like, I get that. I've been tracking this for 20 years, shaking as I do more every time. I'm not even in work mode. These people are the largest risk to your safety, other than like the federal government. In fact, these people also work with the federal government. If you don't think that ICE also, you know, like maybe contracts some of these, maybe these people moonlight as ICE. If you don't think that, you're dumb. But also, if you don't think that Stephen Miller is talking to these people, you're also fucking dumb. For example, you want to know how much we're in support of Nazism? Well, first off, here is, this is from US Southcom. That's not an American flag. That's a Crusader flag from fucking US Southern Command. But on top of that, we also have, where are ya? This one. Wait, no, never mind. That's Asmongold. We're going to talk about how all these people fucking love Hitler. But I wanted to show you the very, very funny interaction between Piers Morgan and Nick Fuentes today. I honestly am surprised. I mean, to be fair, I hate Piers Morgan, but I didn't think he was gonna, like, actually have it in him to talk like that to Fuentes. Hassan covered this. I didn't watch it. I didn't watch the whole, like, interview either, but I did hear one thing that he said on it, and he's right. Conservatives and liberals are not the people that are going to have an easy time fighting someone like Fuentes. But this was funny. Are we Zabadis? Yes, we are.
I mean, it couldn't be clearer, really, unless you want to say that's another of your jokes. But you're basically saying, yeah, I'm a racist, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
You're fine with saying you're a racist?
Totally. I think everybody's racist.
I mean, it couldn't be clearer, really, unless you want to say that's another...
Wait, that's not the video. That's a different video. I have zero fucks to give about that video. The only one I care about is this one.
One of the many theories about you, I've no idea what the answer is, and you haven't got to answer. But are you actually attracted to women?
I am attracted to women.
You're not gay?
No. But I will say that women are very difficult to be around.
Okay.
So there's that.
And do you think they should have the right to vote?
I do not. No, absolutely not.
They should stay at home?
Well, yeah, absolutely.
So basically, you're just a misogynist old dinosaur, aren't you? For a young guy.
Yeah.
I mean, I know I'm the boomer. I know I'm the boomer here, but actually, you're a 27-year-old dinosaur, aren't you? Aren't you, Nick Fuentes? All women.
I am.
All women are annoying. All women grow
fossil.
old. They all get fat. Says the guy. Have you ever had sex?
No, absolutely not.
Wow. Says the guy who's never got laid.
I'm trying, Buncor. I can't delete the message either. To be fair, it's off the screen now, so it'll be fine. Like, I can't... Deleting the message isn't going to make it go off the screen. But, no, yeah, he is... That was a rare W from, Piers Morgan there. Now, to be fair, would have been even better if he was far fucking meaner. This was still too kind platforming. Like, if I ever brought... I don't know, Fuentes on here, it would only be to bully him until he cried. You know that, right? Fine, hold on, I can time out Erratic Cookie. You're just gonna have to untime out Erratic Cookie. And then mod them. Yeah. Also, these people are stupid. Piers isn't stupid for platforming him. He's stupid for how he platformed him. He was too nice, even in that engagement. I disagree with the entire concept of don't platform bad people. I do think you can. I just think you have to be far better at, calling them. You only do that to embarrass them. That's the only time you should. No one wants to listen to these people talk. Hell, that's why we're not going to watch that whole fucking conversation. I only care about the bit where he's being ridiculed. Piers is not equipped to deal with the rhetoric to dispel, Fuentes' bullshit, though. And that is true. I agree. That's why he went on Piers, for example. He would never, Fuentes would not be going on to Hassan's show. Not to say that, Hassan would even have him on, but no, he wouldn't, because he would be too afraid. This is the same reason why even, Dean Withers followed Charlie Kirk around, and Charlie Kirk wouldn't debate him. That's why. You can platform, but you gotta bring in a studio audience to throw rotten produce, that too. So don't do what Gavin did. Gavin, Newsom making... Wait, hold on. Never mind. Yeah, don't do what he did with Bannon. I like that he made jokes about Trump, but, that was a 5-minute degree of useful, and then it went away, and it no longer is, but we still think that that's enough, and that's the other problem here, too. American media is too soft for full-on confrontation. This is why Trump won. Well, they're not too soft on full-on confrontation. They're perfectly okay with doing it when it's to the left. But, yes, it's also, it's part of why Trump won. It's also because they all support this. Regardless of whether the Democrats wanted to win or not, I'm sure they did, it doesn't matter anymore to the, broader institution. The institution has been subsumed. And so it's too late at that point. And that's why we have shit like this. I know for a fact that even though I dislike quite a lot of, especially, the higher-ranking Democrats, they don't want this. I know they don't, but they're not going to fight against it anymore because they want to keep their job. It's a whole different ballgame. Dave Rubin ducked Sam Cedar for years. Oh, fuck it, Sam quote is hilarious. To be fair, if I was Dave Rubin, I would also be ducking Sam Cedar.
When we did the Zoom interview, you expressed some ambivalence, but then they came to your place and did some work.
No, I'm all for helping them and them helping us. I do have some personal ideological disagreements, but they're relatively minor.
Hi, you running for governor? Yep. All right, what's your name? Greg Johnson.
Then there's Greg Johnson, the man in the passenger seat who, as you can see, was none too happy to see our cameras. One of the speakers at the conference, Johnson is author of the White Nationalist Manifesto.
Why? Why name it that? These people laugh at how, thumb-like beings. Well, Andrews Breivik is definitely a thumb-like being.
After a mass murder committed by neo-Nazi Anders Breivik in 2011, first killing 8 people with a van bomb, followed by the massacre of 69 people at a Norwegian youth camp, Greg Johnson wrote of his, quote, strange new respect.
And these are the people, by the way, who will come to you and say, you're instigating political violence by calling me a Nazi. That's these people. These are the people who are going to tell you to turn the temperature down while they shoot you to death.
For the killer, who he argued was engaged in resistance to genocide. Although Johnson said it would have been better if he had killed the actual leadership of Norway's Labour Party.
Jesus Christ! TP Jeans, what build are you going to play in Path of Exile 2? I'm going to play the type that gets pussy.
Or the leaders of the Norwegian press instead of innocent children. Breivik, he wrote, simply chose the wrong targets for his
Which means I'm not going to be playing that.
Back at the protest.
Does it surprise you that you have someone like Greg Johnson who, defends mass shooters?
I don't know, I haven't played it, sure.
It doesn't surprise me. Like I said, it is the worst of the worst.
Then there was Johnson's companion, David Zadi. He has defended the neo-Nazi who drove into a crowd of protesters in Charlottesville.
Of course he did. Of course he did.
Killing 32-year-old Heather Heyer. The killer was convicted of first-degree murder. Yet David Zadi tweeted...
Again, never have you seen mainstream media this good at their job, and that's because this man fucking hates Nazis.
Quote, James Fields is a hero who did nothing wrong. And quote, Charlottesville made me realize that many liberals aren't fully human, along with the true extent of Jewish media control. He has also defended those who assaulted Capitol Police on January 6th. We also spotted this man from Atlanta. His name is Jared Huggins.
I mean, to be fair, white-on-white gang violence is also what killed Charlie Kirk.
And he was once part of a neo-Nazi group called Identity Europa. Huggins was also in Charlottesville, according to hate research.
God, like, it's really funny that the so-called master race looks like, I don't know, Stuart Little. Like, these people are all so fucking pathetic in every way.
Researchers who uncovered this Facebook post under a different last name where he called the weekend, quote, effing metal, and this Twitter post where he celebrated the Dodge Challenger used in the murder. Then there was a Pennsylvania man who heads a publishing house that reprints Nazi and other far-right books, and this young man from East Tennessee wearing a cap for the National Alliance.
That's my name, Bozo. I already know not to make fun of him too much. Not only did I get banned for that, I got shot in the neck with a paintball the very next day, so, you know.
His name, we discovered, is Dylan Gaidano. National Alliance is a group originally founded by neo-Nazi William Pierce. Pierce's book, The Turner Diaries, helped inspire Oklahoma City bomber Timothy McVeigh.
It's almost like they're all pro-terrorism.
Social media accounts linked to Gaidano have expressed admiration for violent white supremacists Robert J. Matthews and Fraser Glenn Miller. One Telegram post stated, quote, for me at least, if our goals aren't met in my lifetime, I will pull a page out of Master Sergeant Fraser Glenn
Average Telegram user.
Miller's playbook. Fraser Glenn Miller shot and killed 3 members of a Kansas Jewish community in 2014 because he wanted to kill some Jews before he died.
I believe that most 3-letter agencies are compromised. Compromised by who? I mean, to be fair, they are compromised, but like, compromised by who in this case? Because the 3-letter agencies support this, and they would have anyway. Like, even if Kamala Harris was president, she would not have supported, you know, this, but the 3-letter agencies, they fucking sure as hell would have. They've been, like, ICE and DHS, Homeland Security, as an entire, like, agency, was built specifically for this. It was built for Nazism, way back after 9/11. They love it? What is going on? Well, yeah, they do, because they're Nazis. Like, the people who would support this, that are ranked in the intelligence agencies, yeah, no, they've been on board with this kind of shit. It's all about maintaining power. It's not about ideology. It's about, like, for a CIA officer, let's say, you know, one that's not like Kissinger. Kissinger was evil. Ideologically, specifically, did not like Nazis. Most people aren't ideologically motivated. It's actually quite rare, especially in the modern day. In fact, Joe Biden was ideologically motivated, and still to this day, people don't understand why he did a lot of the things that he did. Joe Biden was terrible on foreign policy and pro-genocide for the same reason that he was one of the best pro-labor presidents in American history since FDR. And it's because he was ideologically driven. He grew up with these things and believed in them and acted accordingly. It wasn't, you know, go with the flow. It wasn't what's politically expedient. It was, I believe this. And that's how he, like, reacted. Now, he was obviously wrong in some cases, but, like, that's where that comes from. It's all about power dynamics for these freaks. Yeah, absolutely. I want to see pics of them in elementary school and high school. I'm sure they look like fucking dorks then, too. I mean, it is compromised when this is what they were fundamentally designed for. Well, like, it's compromised in an entirely unrelated matter. Like, the FBI, the CIA, DNI are all compromised, but those are by Russian interests and Russian influences. Now, granted, a lot of what we're seeing here, like all of this Nazism, the ICE raid, that's all Russian too. In fact, it's kind of like the main bit where we all align is the cultural aspects. because the right wing is all Russian. Like, their entire belief system originates in Russia. To be fair, best pro-labor president since FDR is an incredibly low bar. It is, but he did pass the bar. And, like, yes, obviously, like, these three-letter agencies in the U.S. are evil. America is an imperialist, like, empire, obviously. We've done a lot of horrible things. At those CIA assets, at the very least back in the day, had America's interest in mind. And that's the difference between then and now. We always did the evil, atrocious, horrible shit, but we used to do it for our own benefit, and we don't do that anymore.
Perhaps the best clue about what was happening inside comes from this man we spotted at the checkpoint. Emil Kosman is a Romanian-born pro-Russian podcaster.
So an immigrant. They're letting the immigrant from Eastern Europe, which I've literally seen arguing Nazis about where you draw the line. Are Serbs Aryan enough? They're letting him in because he's Russian, because all of the right-wing white nationalist Nazi propaganda originates in Russia.
Who was invited to the conference to observe.
Right over there, they are videotaping us because somehow we are bad dudes.
This was Kosman we spotted outside the lodge. He later described the atmosphere inside the conference as one where
CEOs tend to be psychopaths, not sociopaths. Surgeons do tend to be sociopaths, from what I know. What's up, Sheila Johnson?
it was anti-Semitism that really invigorated the crowd.
Yeah, the Jews are
Well, yeah, they love anti-Semitism. No shit, they're Nazis.
in control of it. These kind of things. A lot of people cheered. Oh yeah, like good job, man, telling us the truth.
The podcast.
The Japanese were honorary Aryan, so like not like they actually care about that. Look, I will never not find it fucking hilarious, Lettuce, that there was a time in World War II where the Nazis went to the Japanese and were like, "Hey, listen, like you gotta be wary of the Jews," and we're like, they do all of this deep state shit, and the Japanese were like, sounds like a good ally to have. And then the Japanese are like, all right, but like if you're wandering around Japan, you gotta beware of like the giant spirits. And the Nazis are like, ancient Aryans maybe? And it's just nonsense. Like all of them are so stupid. Back then and today, they are window lickers. They both have dissociative personalities. CEOs are sociopaths on trend. Psychopaths, ASPD, generally end up in jail. See, I always like... Psychopaths don't end up in jail if they're good at psychopathy. If they're good at being a psychopath. The ones that end up in jail were shit. But, like, yes, you are right about that, I guess. I'm at the most successful ones. The yokai are real, though. I've seen one in an anime. Okay, sure. I don't know why that would be an Aryan, though.
Said the National Alliance had a table set up where it was selling its materials, but American Renaissance insisted that the Turner Diaries be kept under the table out of public view.
Guys, you know what the reason was? These guys are neo-Nazis. These are Nazis. That was the answer. They are Nazis. That's why we don't do it. It's a Nazi book.
Mr. Taylor, hi, Phil Williams. That's a far different story from when I first met American Renaissance founder Jerry Taylor a year ago.
How about the neo-Nazis?
I don't even know a neo-Nazi.
Yeah, that's them. Is this guy Italian? No idea. The numbers are going up. Means hurting people. I mean, yeah, they want to hurt people. I really do believe that they want to hurt people. I learned that Bakaneko, like the cat in Cyberpunk, is a yokai. I did not know that, actually. But, so, you know. Yeah, but... Oh, no. I have no idea what you guys are on about now, Funcore. I was mostly talking about how, like, the executives are all evil and want you to suffer. Alright, back to Minas Somalia. These people who, you know, are living in their promised homeland from 3,000 years ago are being harassed, assaulted, and arrested by these terrorists. We're not going to watch the whole thing. Obviously, we don't need to do the suffering slop. But we do have to check in with the demons a little bit. These terrorists are kind of losing it. Look at this shit. Imagine you're just sitting in your car and you're at a traffic light, and this happens. Blah 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 blah. Sorry, there was 3 seconds of music there, so now I have to cut it so that they don't fucking I don't know, copyright strike this. Okay, I'm still sick. I gotta sleep. Have a good night, Rondo.
What you gonna do? I'm a U.S. citizen. I'm a U.S. citizen. What you gonna do? I'm a U.S. citizen.
I would have also hit the gas, but then they'd chase you. So. Green, and then they come out. And
I'm a U.S. citizen. I'm a U.S. citizen. What you gonna do? I'm a U.S. citizen.
Also, DHS be making Twitter posts being like, the news is lying to you. We're not arresting any U.S. citizens, they say. They really haven't met anyone completely crazy yet. It's actually kind of a shock. I didn't realize Americans were this well-temperamented. I figured, like, this would have resulted in far more street-like shootouts at this point, considering it's America. But I think the one thing Americans love more than shootouts is submitting to the authorities, I guess. The only way, I don't know, the only way they're getting me to get out of that car is by dragging me out of it. I would have hit the gas anyway. I'd probably go to jail and get a lawsuit, probably. Well, I mean, like, back in the day, that's probably what would have happened, but today, you're not necessarily really going to get a chance to even appear in a courtroom. I would have ran off, called the cops, explained the situation. I mean, like, that's what you do, because you don't know if these people are actually ICE or not. Now, like, those ones, okay, those looked a bit more military-esque, but, you know, they did, and they didn't do shit to him, like he's in the Twitch community. I'll have to find the video. Who are you talking about? Like, the guy that they just, like, assaulted in that? Faces covered, bitch asses? True. He went off on them and they just stood there. Like the guy who they arrested? Good. I'm glad. Those ones didn't even look like proper ICE. Those looked like DHS. Those looked like they had the proper military, like... But the ICE has to bring their own gear. So... But while we're on the topic of law enforcement, let me remind you that it's not just the federal agencies. It is also just your average cops. There's a reason ACAB is still a thing, and those weren't military, those are DHS. They're like local, they're domestic military for Border Patrol. But, you know, more than just Border Patrol, clearly.
Seattle cop that was seen laughing after his colleague fatally struck a grad student while he was speeding in his patrol car? If not, let me refresh your memory.
I don't think she was thrown 40 feet either. I think she went up on the hood, hit the windshield, then when he hit the brakes, flew off the car. But she is dead.
Subhuman.
No, it's a regular person. Yeah, just write a check. Just... Yeah, $11,000. She was 26 anyway. She had limited value.
Limited value. Says the person who has none. Yeah, freedom-loving Americans I call complete fucking bullshit. Literal fucking monster, yes. In a real society, you would be collectively redacted by the entire planet. I mean, 8 billion people would take turns redacting you in a real planet. In a real fucking society.
Officer who...
This one is a sociopath. The psychopath wouldn't have laughed. The psychopath would have just kept going.
Who made those comments was Daniel Otterer, and he was responding to the scene where Janabi Kandula was hit and pronounced deceased just moments ago, and he was seen laughing about it and saying she had limited value, and
I mean, like, yeah, this is what I mean. This is a regular fucking cop. This is not ICE. This is a Seattle Police Department officer. This is why we say ACAB. So a report of someone having taken out a squad of 3 and reported as a home invasion?
he wasn't speaking to just anyone. He was speaking to the union president, Mike Solon.
Yes, there is a term they use in Succession for this. No real person involved. That was stuff that they were taken from Murdoch's HQ in Australia. Yes, you're right. That's exactly what that is. That's how they view this. Mind you, I learned a new slur yesterday for poor people that rich people use. If you ever see anyone say NOCD, that's them slurring you, by the way. It means not our class, dear.
And let me remind you, the officer that hit her, Kevin Dave, was going 74 in a 25, almost 50 miles per hour over, but all...
So he's going 50 over. Love living in a country where law enforcement does not obey the law in any fucking capacity.
Criminal charges against him were dropped because they said they couldn't prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he was consciously disregarding safety. So instead,
the body cam video of him laughing doesn't count for that, apparently.
He was hit with a minor traffic infraction and cited only $5,000, and he didn't even pay that fine and instead contested it. Earlier this year, Officer Kevin Dave was fired, but he is now appealing that decision because he doesn't think he was in the wrong. Daniel Otterer was also fired last year, but he is now suing the city for $20 million because he's also claiming wrongful termination. Neither of the officers apologized.
Hey, pura vida, tended so. But like, yeah, no, fuck the rich, fuck these people. I am totally content not to living in their class, not being in their class. This man killed a 27-year-old, laughed about it on camera as a Seattle police officer, said essentially no real person involved, she had limited value, and then got a traffic infraction as your fucking, what? That he's now appealing. Fuck these people. Fuck America. You all live in a third world country. I would literally rather go to Syria than America right now. Hell, Syria at the very least is building shit. You know? Like, you understand that, right? Like, they're far more invested in actually building and improving the standard of living in Syria. You know, the president of Syria that everyone's like, well, that was ISIS and Al-Qaeda. Yeah, he's actually, I don't know, trying to improve some people's lives other than just the uber fucking wealthy 1,000 of his best friends in Syria. Like, sure. Is it perfect? No. Are they working on improving anything? Anything at all? Yes. Are we working on improving anything at all? No. I can't think of a single thing we're trying to improve other than how much they can make you suffer at any given point. So when a president doesn't follow the law, everyone gets a green light. Well, I mean, everybody within their side. Obviously, the police isn't going to get in trouble. They're going to get a parking ticket for shooting and killing a 28-year-old. Or sorry, running over and killing a 28-year-old, not shooting. Going 50 miles over the speed limit. That's it. But, you know, the rest of us... Oh, sorry. Literally, as we were looking at with the goddamn order to apply an SPM 7 and come and arrest you, literally tax fraud counts as terrorism in this. And they can go and kill people. The memo, which was sent to prosecutors and federal law enforcement agencies, calls on the Justice Department to prioritize investigating and prosecuting acts of domestic terrorism, including any potential tax crimes. Literally me saying, no taxation without representation, you know, for the country that literally fought a fucking war over it, is now terrorism. We are improving how stupid the American population is. That's true. That is true. We're making them stupider. People in the U.S. believe a certain side still believes the U.S. is the best place to live and the American dream is still attainable. I guess people kicked in the head by a horse, maybe. Hakeem Jeffries will be over here condemning socialism in the meantime. True. True. Fucking true. Mind you, like, you wanna know what would actually fix a bunch of shit that the right would hate and would never happen? Unironically, this would save lives and reduce addiction. And I mean all of it. I mean the whole bit. Like, not a single part of this video is not real in this hypothetical, in which this improves the standard of living, this reduces the risk of death, and also the risk of the number of people who will be using drugs. This would help across the board.
We're your local neighborhood pharmacists.
And we're trying to bring hospitality and service with a smile. Just because we're helping them doesn't mean we gotta bring bad vibes. Yeah, man, it's good.
You are loved. You are seen. You are heard. Right? It's just a gift from God.
You know the password? He's good. Give him the stuff.
Just say it with me. You are loved.
Even with them blowing it in your face, this would still save lives. This would still reduce addiction. This would be harm reduction. They'll send you to jail for 20 years over money and property. Well, to be fair, in Australia, it is more illegal to buy, like, unlicensed cigarettes from an unlicensed retailer than it is to literally sell cocaine. So, yeah, you're fucking with the government's money there. For those who brag about the United States being the greatest country in the world and live all the same shit we do, I'm laughing aloud the satire. Literally, Dan did so. I would imagine at this point, you might actually, no matter where in the world you are, we can think of the, Burkina Faso is likely going to have a better standard of living than America soon.
I am seen.
I am seen.
I am heard.
I am heard.
Okay. Got it.
Free balls for you. Don't let it be a crutch. Appreciate you, dog.
Mind you, like, everyone imagines drug dealers are, like, subhuman and monsters. Like, I've deadass known drug dealers who would drive their own clients to rehab, throw a party for them. Like, I'm so glad you're getting clean. They're losing money. It's their customer that they would drive to rehab and try and keep clean. I've seen that. I know people. I lived in New Jersey, all right? Like, I grew up right by New York fucking City. This is common. Did you see the CNN video interviewing the corporate coach teens suing your government over touch grass law? No, I didn't. Can you link that? That would be amazing. To be fair, I mean, like, the social media ban in Australia is dog shit. I support it. I just wish they would do it well. You know who condemned socialism? The right, the toothbrush, the mustache man, a lot of those banners at Nuremberg rally. Yeah, well, a lot of these people. What's the Wreck-It Ralph quote? I have no idea. I remember my Honduran smack dealer panicked half in tears driving someone he saw overdosing to the hospital. Yeah, that fucking... Because you know why? Because most drug dealers don't deal drugs to hurt people. They deal drugs to maintain, I don't know, the ability to survive or their own active addiction. Like, for the broad majority of street-level dealers. Yeah, no shit. Just because you're a bad guy doesn't mean you're a bad guy. To be fair, I have far more respect for the average criminal than, like, any ICE agent. Or anyone in this fucking government either, for that matter. Alright, we'll touch on the Australian social media ban in a bit. I got a couple more things I want to go through before we get there. Street dealers, sure, and even higher ups, just like doing capitalism correctly. I mean, like, the real evil scumbag dealers are Purdue Pharmaceuticals, or the Sacklers. If the Trump administration had any interest in holding, I don't know, people who have brought drugs into the United States that killed Americans accountable, first off, he wouldn't have pardoned Honduras's ex-president, but secondly, he would have airstriked the fucking Sacklers. That's what he would have done. Can confirm I knew an elderly man that had to sell drugs? Yeah. By the way, so you have the Third Amendment. That means that they can't force soldiers to come into your house and make you let them sleep there. I'm sure they will eventually. If they do, please find accommodations for our troops that are appropriate, like this.
Home lab is. We don't have any other extra bedrooms. This is my stack of hubs. I don't know if you can see it behind all the cables. Yeah, they're not plugged into anything or doing anything. They're just here. Most of these switches and routers, they're not plugged in or doing anything, but there is an EX4300 in here. And yeah, it's gonna do some reboots and upgrades at like 3 in the morning, every morning. So if you didn't know what that sounded like, allow me to show you. So yeah, this is where you're gonna be sleeping. If you see broken stuff on the ground, just ignore it. That's there for a reason, don't worry. This is my sledgehammer. It's gonna be with me. I'm gonna move it out of the room. Just, you know, just for protection and stuff.
If you see a huge wolf spider, her name is Melanie, and she's never been late with her half of the rent, so please be nice to her. True. True. Same when that idiot said if you hate the police, then next time you need help, call a crackhead. I was always like, always? I would literally rather call, like, my local crackhead than the cop. Are you kidding? Yeah. Yes, most dealers don't drive paying customers to rehab. They drive customers that used to be good, but can't pay anymore to help or stop. That is true for most, but also most don't actually, like, I don't know, aren't bad people. And to be fair, like, that depends on the personal relationship. You can have a personal relationship with your dealer, and then that makes a difference. Not to say that, like, if you don't already have a drug addiction, I wouldn't pick one up, but, yeah. Trash your house like Asmongold and Ice won't want to stay there? True. To be fair, I don't think, like, if you gave me, like, a 6-figure budget erratic cookie and, like, a week of time, I don't think I could make my house as bad as Asmongold's house with a 6-figure budget. I could hire people to help trash my house. It still wouldn't matter. Now, one thing that I have to say, very, very rare that this ever happens, but the president said something based. He did indeed. Hold on. Here we go. The rare Trump W, literally not even just a rare Trump W, I would literally say based for this one. Donald Trump called Michael Flynn a, quote, fucking loser, which is both true, accurate, and based. I literally could not describe Michael Flynn in any other way than a fucking loser. Like, any other way. I couldn't find words that are more appropriate for that man than fucking loser. And it's just very funny to me. Very, very rare W from the Fuhrer over there. Mind you, Stewartson v. Flynn is a lawsuit because Michael Flynn is suing Jim Stewartson for saying that he is QAnon and that he is a Russian agent. Mind you, Flynn refuses to keep showing up to depositions, and so I imagine he's not exactly confident in his ability to win that one. But do you really blame him? Especially when even the boss of his that he worked for a decade to get into power and not only, you know, betrayed the country for, but also ruined it and also broke the minds of many of its citizens for, thinks he's a fucking loser. He dropped the ball. That bastard was supposed to save us and it was an easy layup too. Well, I mean, I don't know about who you mean. Flynn was never going to save us. He was always the enemy. He was an operative. But look at how Portugal handles drugs. I support full legalization. I've said this before. The issue with Portugal now is that it's underfunded. And they're going to then look at the fact that the programs that Portugal implemented that worked initially are underfunded, and so now they're not working. And they're going to say, well, look, legalizing drugs doesn't work. Look at Portugal. They did it, and it doesn't work anymore. Yeah, no, it's because you cut the fucking funding, you dipshit. I've said this a billion times. If you want to stop, like, I don't know, drug addiction, there's very easy, specific, proven ways that you can go about doing that. They don't want to do that, though. They don't want to. It's quite literally controlled opposition. Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. All right, let's talk about Elon Musk for a second. He's talking about Somalis, and he's talking about Nordic Germans. Can someone explain to me why the African illegal immigrant who came into this country is so concerned about Nordic Germans in Somalia. Again, this is an anti-Somalite. He's a piece of shit. And Somalia is the homeland. Minnesota is the homeland of Somalians. Every Somalian has a right to Minnesota. The utter gall of this K-hole moron to believe that he is superior to anyone is astounding. Again, even his rich billionaire buddies hate him. He is the dumbest man in the world. Arguably so. Yeah, see, like we were saying, Bunkor, it's on the first page of the Bible, it's on the first page of the Quran, it's on the third page of the Torah. Mostly because, you know, Minnesota was not exactly on like the front of their minds for the Torah, but as we continued on, it became closer and closer to now times, and it became closer to the beginning of the book. So, his kids also hate him, his ex-wives hate him, his parents hate him. Don't forget that, you know, this is a man who had his teacher in high school tell his dad, "Sir, your son is painfully retarded." Like, quote, that was the thing. Fascist policies deal with protests, progressive policies deal with sabotage. That's true. It's even true, even Epstein never let Musk hang out. True. Like, again, Peter Thiel, Alex Karp, Larry Ellison, Sam Altman, these are all like a friend group. Elon is included in this group. They just only let him stay around because they like to make fun of him. He's, like, speaking as somebody who personally experienced this, because I was also a loser when I was younger. I kind of just grew out of it, like most people do. When I was a little kid, a lot of people bullied me. And the group of friends that I first developed also bullied me, but I sat with it and I let them do it because I was like, oh, well, at least I have friends. And then I don't know, got some, like, self-fucking respect and then stopped doing that. He never did. He hates himself, which is wild for a narcissist. Well, don't forget, you know, the man has almost had Twitter staff had to call in a safety check on him because he locked himself in his office, talking about, you know, sliding into a sewer, let's say. Musk just needs to insert himself into everything. Remember the kids trapped in the cave? That's also true. I wish they hadn't. Well, they didn't. He just also didn't kill himself. And finally, I think one more on the demons before... No, not one more. We still have a bit more on the demons to go. This demon, however, is doing specifically the J.D. Vance thing, the hillbilly allergy thing. The I'm not racist, I'm just scientifically racist. You know, I can prove with my pseudoscience that I'm smarter than the Browns, even though it literally makes you sound dumber than just a regular fucking racist. Genuinely. Like, I would think a regular racist who just doesn't like black people is less intellectually disabled than somebody who thinks that they are doing, like, groundbreaking science, and that's why they're racist. That's why Appalachia don't claim him. True. Him yelling at Usha in public in a wife beater, to be fair, it was a t-shirt, but, you know, we'll look at that too.
We talk about test scores. Well, if you subtract immigration out of test scores, all of a sudden our test scores skyrocket. If you subtract immigration out of healthcare, all of a sudden we don't have nearly the size of the healthcare challenges our country faces. If you subtract immigration out of public safety, all of a sudden we don't have violent crime in so many of our cities. Issue after issue, we talk about these things that they just happen to us. The schools just suddenly fail. Violent crime just suddenly explodes. The deficit just suddenly skyrockets. These are a result of social policy choices that we made through immigration. Discuss. We talk about...
Visora, any shirt is a wife beater if you beat your wife in it. True, I guess. I can't argue with that one. Yeah. Oh, fuck, it's Timu Voldemort. True. Oh my god, idiot logic? Well, I mean, yes, but also... Americans are dumb enough that they buy that shit. Meanwhile, like, I need you know what? I'm gonna piss a bunch of people off in a second. Hold on. Let me open a couple links, because we're gonna talk about something that some of you are not gonna like. Well, most of you are gonna like it, but that's for the VOD. The Sun Tzu quote is almost as good as the Marx quote, though. Hey guys, latest fuck as usual. What I miss? Not much, Gary Johnson. We're just still talking about the Nazis. Now again, speaking of, if you hadn't seen earlier, This is from U.S. Southern Command. This is fucking insane, obviously. Yeah, that's not an American flag where it should be. That's a Crusader flag, which, you know, tracks with these people who have zero understanding of the Crusades or literally like their own religion or any of that shit. But also history. Isn't that the Georgian flag? No. It's the Crusader flag. Georgia's flag has similar like symbolism, but also like colors matter and shit like that. But you know when you hear talk from the right about culture. In fact, actually, you hear this even in what we're going to talk about after we finish this segment, in the threat that we have employed on Europe this week. You know, the national security strategy that we published that says we're going to, you know, interfere in European elections and that they're going to have, you know, their culture die and be overtaken and all that messaging. These people who believe this have literally no concept of any of European history or world history. And I think we need to change that. I think white European stands in America specifically, and also any far right in the European Union needs to understand that Europe was never anything special. Europe didn't invent shit. Europe didn't discover shit. Europe was ungrateful and stupid for the vast majority of human existence. They stole things from other people and took credit. That's it.
Europeans have always been ungrateful. They were handed astronomy by the Moors, algebra by the Arabs, medicine by the Persians, and maritime maps by the Chinese. But instead of gratitude, they drew borders. Instead of homage, they built empires. The Ottoman Empire showed them hospitals, libraries, and multi-faith governance. Europe responded with crusades and cannon fire. West African
Well, Europe isn't a country, but like we're talking to the Americans here, really, and also to the right-wing Europeans. Those are the ones I'm talking to, not, you know, obviously anyone with half a brain.
Kingdoms taught them metallurgy, textile techniques, and governance structures. Europe kidnapped their artisans, stole their gold, and claimed it all as discovery. They learned crop rotation, urban planning, and statecraft from Asia and Africa, then erased the lessons, patented the theft, and taught their children that it all began in Greece, when enslaved Africans cleared the land, grew the food, built the cities, and nursed the colonizers' children. Europe thanked them with chains, whips, and generations of silence. When indigenous nations shared their agriculture, their geography, and pharmacology, Europe repaid them with smallpox and treaties they never intended to honor. Even when Haiti gave the world its first successful slave revolt and independence from European rule, France demanded reparations from the enslaved for daring to win.
Remember that part of the American Revolutionary War was Black American, like, freed slaves, escaped slaves, joining the British loyalists with the promise of their freedom if the British won. After the British lost, the Americans demanded the British return their property. Now, the British returned physical property, and then George Washington himself demanded that they return all of their slaves because those were also property, to which the British were like, you know, sorry, those are people. Like, they had already been well past the bit on that. Can you can I have a link to this when you get a chance? Oh, absolutely. We have a few of these. I'll send a link for each of them. Never ask a Northern Italian their opinions on Southern Italians. I know their opinion on Southern Italians. Europeans are racist to, like, themselves all the time. Hell, I mean, like, Eastern Europe specifically, but yeah. Meanwhile, Thomas Paine was just like, for fuck's sake, true.
Maybe if I have a
Europeans have always been uncaring to win. Every time Europeans were given the gift of knowledge, shelter, sustenance, or survival, they responded not with humility, but with conquest. Gratitude was never on the table, only maps, markets, and museums for the plunder, because to be grateful would require acknowledging what they were given. And history proves, Europeans would rather rewrite the past than remember who gave them a future. Gope.
True hope, motherfuckers. Alright, let me get this link for y'all. And then we'll move on to the next one. Because I have a few of these. Because, I mean, like, we're, like, some of these I didn't know until I was far older than, you know, like, average high school age. They literally lie to us.
The bowl-cut bandit, the Prussic polymath pinwheel, the cathedral canon who treated celestial mechanics like a divine game of musical chairs. This is the medieval geometry gremlin who looked at millennia of refined models, from Althusser's Toozy couple that solved Ptolemy's wobble, to Ibn al-Shatir's non-geocentric equations from Damascus, to the pinpoint observations from Moraga and Samarkand, slapped their math into a Latin manuscript he called De Revolutionibus, and said, I cooked a whole new kitchen. That vacant celestial stare isn't genius. It's the expression of a man who just discovered heliocentrism, a concept debated in ancient Greece and computationally modeled in the Islamic world centuries prior, and is now praying the papal nuncio doesn't ask him to cite his sources in Arabic. This is the face of a career spent rearranging other people's star charts, like a monk clumsily
Literally Elon Musk shit.
rebinding a stolen library, then expecting a parade for inventing the bookshelf. The haircut alone is a thesis. That is the haircut of a man who thinks retrograde motion is caused by epicycles upon epicycles, because he saw a doodle in the margin of a Greek text and misunderstood the caption. His whole vibe is, behold, I have moved the sun, while holding an armillary sphere he copied from a Persian astrolabe manual insisting it's just for decoration. He looks like he'd spend 40 years perfecting his system, only to lace it with so many complex, clinging Ptolemaic orbits that it was less accurate than existing Arabic tables. He then refused to publish until gripped by deathbed FOMO, dedicating the book to the Pope for cover, and acting utterly shocked that his revelation was, in academic circles from Cairo to Beijing, considered introductory.
Yeah. Like, for one reason alone, I can understand why they blatantly lied to us, because it's pathetic when you teach us the actual history, when you have the beliefs that they do. If they didn't have the beliefs that they do, they would just be like, oh, well, yeah, well, you know, astronomy was a thing that was really popular in the Arab world. Like, it's just so pathetic that with their belief that they have to lie about it.
History in a fit of Eurocentric amnesia called him a revolutionary. No, Nicholas Copernicus was just the first dude in the Latin West to peek over the monastery wall, see the well-tended gardens of global astronomy, plant a single derivative sapling in his own yard, and get credited for inventing botany. His legacy isn't that he figured it out, it's that Europe finally decided to take notes. Gope.
It's that Europe finally decided to take notes is fucking fantastic. Still can't hear anything? What? Well, I mean, it's the loudest it can get. I've put my volume up to like full max, so there's nothing much I can do. Hopefully this one is louder. The second one was quieter than the first one. So we shall see. And here's the third one. Maybe if I keep my mic unmuted. You guys might hear a little bit of an echo for this one, but it might make it easier for you to hear if I just don't mute the mic.
Europeans were not the future. They were the delay, the bottleneck, the historical backwater that slowed the clock, dimmed the stars, and flattened every trajectory of civilizational advance into a fog of powdered wigs and patent fraud. The so-called Age of Discovery was the era of derailment, where empires had already mapped the heavens, vaccinated their populations, and built floating cities were hijacked by people who thought soap was a witchcraft potion. Every time the future tried to...
It's not about white people, Gary Johnson. It's literally just Europe keeps lying to themselves, and if Europe had stopped lying to themselves, they would have been better. Like... It's the shame of all of these other people I don't like are doing better than me, and I have to be the one that's the best, so I have to kill them, steal their shit, and then pretend it's mine, instead of let's work together so we can learn how to live like this too, we can invent new things and better everyone's life. Like, that's the only reason that this happened.
Europe held a meeting about it. Then it banned it. Then it colonized it.
Wait, sorry, I forgot what he said there.
Europe held a meeting about it. Then it banned it. Was the era of derailment, where empires that had already mapped the heavens, vaccinated their populations, and built floating cities were hijacked by people who thought soap was a witchcraft potion. Every time the future tried to
Future, that was the
Europe
word.
held a meeting about it. Then it banned it. Then it colonized it and sold it back broken. The future was Baghdad's House of Wisdom transcribing Sanskrit algorithms. It was Malian astronomers charting Sirius B, while Europeans still debated whether stars
Oh yeah, no, Americans, broadly speaking, I will say, yeah.
were nailed to a dome. It was the Haitian Revolution, not the French one, that redefined liberty. It was Chinese gunpowder, not European steel, that changed warfare. It was the Maya who tracked Venus with sub-second accuracy, not Galileo squinting at moons he couldn't name.
Not to discount like European contributions to society, Alice McGee. Of course, yeah, like every culture has contributed in some way to society. It's stupid to personally ride on that as if we personally had any part in that because we're the same race. And I think that same thing can be applied to nationality. I've made the point before that I think that it is silly. I think it's actually stupid, not just silly, to be proud of the country that you were born in. Pride should be reserved for something you did. Well, you didn't do anything. You drew a lottery. You were born there. Now, can you be proud of your country? Sure. Are you doing anything to make yourself proud of? Like, your country isn't just like existing in and of itself. A country is something you do. Like, you participate in it. Be proud of your country because you're doing things for your country, with your people, for the world. Having any fucking pride in the plot of land you were born in is just admitting to mediocrity, really. It isn't just white people that suck, mate, like no need to be educated. No, yeah, no, Americans suck, broadly, I would say. Birthright should make you proud, like that shit is trash, yeah! I take all your Aztec and Meiji gold and you get this crusty Bible book that, like, we also didn't even, like, translate properly. True. Heliocentrism didn't arise as a thing that was directly believed. Rather, it was partly to pre-do the translation to a ground-based perspective, and there was not having telescopes to make accurate enough observations to be able to see the limitations. In some respects, the geocentric model looked more accurate than the heliocentric. Well, I don't know how you could get to that because well before more advanced telescopes existed, we knew that the heliocentric model made sense thousands of years ago. Like a royal monarchy, which is anti-American. True. Proud of how much melanin you have or don't have. I personally am actually proud of my mitochondria. Those guys work hard, and they've unionized, in fact. Proud of your countrymen in progress for sure. Blind loyalty is what gets you punished. Proud of your countrymen, even that. Broadly speaking, no. Proud of them for a specific thing, sure. Pride is reserved for action.
Didn't bring progress. They brought delay, deletion, distortion, and declared it innovation. Every invention a theft, every advance a burial. Every future they imagined already existed somewhere they'd just burnt to the ground. They weren't the future. They were the reboot after every crash, and they always installed the wrong operating system. Cope.
Cope, indeed. I think we have one more of these, and then we have one more from this guy, but it's not about Europe.
We're not the future.
Excuse me, miss. I happen to materialize into existence within a certain border. I therefore own all of the accomplishments of other people born within these borders. True. True. Now, if we played this one already, remind me, because I can't remember which one we already did, but Europeans don't know what happened 1,000 years ago. With Southern Italians, it's not about melanin, it's about the inherent criminal values that they hold. To be fair, I respect Southern Italians for that.
I don't know what happened 1,000 years ago, because if you ask them what was happening a millennium back, they immediately time travel back to the same 3 postcards they've been recycling since the Renaissance. A knight in a tin can, a church wobbling under the weight of relic theft, and some monk squinting at parchment like he's decoding the universe, when he's actually copying the wrong date for the 3rd century in a row. They don't remember that 1,000 years ago they were still arguing about whether bathing was sorcery. whether books should exist outside monasteries, and whether
We're like 10 minutes out from somebody on the right making the point that bathing is sorcery.
sun going down was a divine curse or just what the sun does. Meanwhile, the rest of the world is out here building observatories, libraries, irrigation systems, algebraic frameworks, astronomical...
Look, all I know about, like, the southern Italy thing, I would literally rather the Italian mob be in charge of this country than the Russian mob, which it is now. So, yeah, no. Sorry, I don't care. The Sopranos are based. I will vote for Tony Soprano over anyone in power right now.
Cables, surgical instruments, literary canons, and continental trade webs that make the European timeline look like a scribble made by a child who lost the crayon halfway through. 1,000 years ago, Europe was still trying to figure out how to count, how to farm without summoning a famine every 14 months, and how to store...
How to farm without summoning a famine! I swear, we really are going to stop making the beans take turns, and then that's when we're all gonna starve.
The rats unionizing. But ask them now and they'll gesture vaguely at the Middle Ages. Like that's a single event, not 6 centuries of confusion punctuated by cold weather and bad handwriting. They don't know what happened 1,000 years ago because the moment the timeline leaves the 4 kingdoms they memorized in 7th grade, it collapses into a fog of, feudalism, while every other civilization on Earth was busy generating the material, scientific, and cultural blueprints Europe would later claim to have invented. Europeans don't know what happened 1,000 years ago because if they did, they'd have to admit they weren't at the center of it.
Oh. I love this man. Genuinely. Based individual on all counts. And one more from him. One more from him because it's going to relate to the next thing we're going to watch.
This man looks like he just saw a goblin in his Wi-Fi signal and decided to podcast about it for 3 hours straight. He's got the aura of a medieval stable boy who accidentally invented the kind of face that says, I haven't believed since...
I don't know why it skipped. Medieval stable boy who accidentally invented live streaming. This man looks like fucking Sir Robert Strong hit him with the back of his sword.
The server reset. His headset is holding on for dear life. Praying one day he'll log off and shower. This is the expression of someone who just found out the loot drop is bugged and communism exists. That beard isn't grown. It's spawned. His hairline negotiates with his forehead like it's in the Cold War. And the background. That's not a room. That's a digital purgatory where fast food rappers go to die. He looks like he codes with one hand and argues about lore accuracy with the other. A man who eats like he's speed-running dinner. He doesn't podcast from a studio. He live streams from a psychological basement. This isn't a reaction stream. This is an existential crisis with a monetization strategy. Cope. This man looks...
He's not wrong. I mean, on a lot of that, he's definitely not wrong. But also, on like a real serious note now, I love how everyone like allowed this World of Warcraft streamer to become politically relevant and knowing full well that he was too stupid for anyone to listen to him. And now it's resulted in this. So let's take a look. I want you to take a look at this is Asmongold's chat. Honestly, the chat is far more interesting here to me than anything this medieval stable boy has to say. And that's the fucking problem. Because he is, I believe, still the #1 political streamer on Twitch. Blame Twitch for allowing right-winger podcasters? I do. But then again, I also, blame Bezos because he owns Twitch. And more than just that, obviously. There's plenty to go around. Watch his chat.
You think Hitler was very fucking cool?
Why is there Skyrim music on this? Bethesda's gonna fucking copyright me. Whatever. You know what? We're doing a news segment. I don't care. I will fair use that shit.
Yes, I do.
You think Hitler was very fucking cool?
Yes, I do.
That is far too many basts in this chat See, it just so happens when you consume your political opinions from I would say he's a window licker, but I think the windows run away from him because he smells that bad. Then you also become one.
One of them.
And I'm tired of pretending he's not.
Well,
to be honest.
This is the...
He looks so happy. Like, these people should never be allowed in public.
Problem, you see, it's a bit like when you just say, I'm a racist. You're a racist who thinks Hitler's cool, but you're not anti-Semitic. If you're a Jewish person...
He's literally called himself an anti-Semite, Piers. What the fuck are you on about? He literally often calls himself an anti-Semite.
Watching this, what are they thinking? You think...
Like, this is a 3-minute video. We're 35 seconds in. And this shit scares me. That's too many Nazis. That one chatter, how is that based? Yeah, that one chatter, you're in the wrong chat. Come over here. You'll like it better, I promise. Yeah, he basically admitted to everything he accused. Well, so here's the thing. First off, every accusation from a Nazi is a confession is still a rule that I have not seen proven wrong, ever. But secondly, I also don't think that Asmongold is ideologically a Nazi. I think he's one of those idiots who, bought into it because they sound like us, but they also just, I don't know, get the additional help from Israel. Now the glass melts in his presence, he exerts such a repugnance that the bonds between the silicas break out of disgust and chemical dissolution. I know I certainly would. So, the problem being, I mean, yes, this idiot, but more so, the people listening to him. He's a grifter, it's generating views. Well, yeah, it's just, if we had any human beings left with any intent or desire to think, they wouldn't be here. Considering he's constantly contradicting himself. He will say, Europe is authoritarian, cutting back free speech, and then he talks about America. He's like, yeah, we need to arrest everybody who has ever talked about Trump poorly. Like anyone with half a brain, any thought occurring in any of these viewers would result in them leaving. But they don't think, because people can't think. People think that they think, but they don't think. Piers is such trash, like he doesn't give a fuck about anti-Semitism, feigning outrage at the known anti-Semite you invited on your show because he admits to... Well, actually, no, that's not what happened. In fact, Piers said, you're not an anti-Semite. Look!
This, what are they thinking? A bit like when you just...
I'm tired of pretending he's not.
Well,
to be honest.
This is the problem, you see. It's a bit like when you just say, I'm a racist. You're a racist who thinks Hitler's cool, but you're not anti-Semitic.
What do you fucking mean? The man calls him... I mean, I call him the man. The femboy tells people himself he is anti-Semitic. He says it openly. He's proud of it, in fact. Jesus Christ. I mean, yeah. My God. Hold on. I have another somewhat related thing I wanted to bring in. But, yes, like, it's all about avoid... Like, that... right there is journalistic malpractice. I can't tell if it was intentional or not. It's 50-50. Genuinely. It could have been intentional. It could not have been. And the only reason that we don't know for a fact that it was intentional, like just right off the bat, is because it could theoretically benefit them. And by them, I mean conservatives, not like, you know, the Nazi right. But also understand, this is the state that we are in right now. Here, let's just go off of the topic of politics for just half a second and listen to this teacher talk about her fucking high school students. Because it's, I mean, concerning is not enough.
These kids, I don't understand how they ended up to this point. You know what I mean? Like, I teach 8th grade history, and I have 110-ish students. 2 of them are reading on grade level right now. 18 of them are at a kindergarten level. 55 of those students are between a 2nd and 4th grade level.
That alone is OGs, and we have 4.5 minutes left in this.
That's a lot of them. And that's typical of what I've seen lately from students. But it's not just literacy. It's not just literacy, and it's not just like lack of content knowledge. It's not just critical thinking skills. It's basic thinking skills.
He's still a twink.
My students can decode almost nothing. They cannot apply inference. They cannot process questions that are longer than a sentence. They cannot connect cause and effect. They can't track multi-step ideas like in a political cartoon.
Do you understand why we're in the state that we are in? Because this isn't about just school kids. This has nothing to do with the education system. This has been developed through your use of the Doom Cube, the Doom Rectangle. That casual addition has me cackling. True. There was a kid on TikTok who thought he discovered cursive. Jesus.
And it's scaring me a little. Like,
I'm surprised Fuentes didn't become offended at the insinuation he was not anti-Semitic. He probably said it first. He's Nick Fuentes, a lie. YouTube kids, well, I mean, YouTube kids too. It's all of it. It's all of it. This thing is built to addict and brainwash you, and nothing else. Nothing else. Guys, the brain rot is not a made-up, like, it's a real thing. None of us are immune to it. I tried to read a book this weekend, and I couldn't make pictures in my head. For my whole life, when I read words, I see images. When I'm on, like, stream, I'm reading chat, I say the words that, like, one of you write out, I see the image in my head. I tried to read a book, like a story, and I couldn't, like, picture the things. Invented cursive? What, Euroid energy? Fair. Whoa, seriously? I mean, like, it's not in every case, but yeah, no, that's a fucking problem. It's a massive problem when, I don't know, I try and pick up a book that, like, I love reading. It was this book. It was a Game of Thrones, a book I have read more than 10 times. I know everything that happens in this. There was no picture appearing in my brain. That is a problem. My whole life, I've never had issues with that. That's what brain rot does. Hell, like, I'm kind of really happy I took 2 weeks off just on that count alone. But yeah, I read somewhere that the tech moguls who created this tech don't even let their kids use it. They say that openly, that they don't let their kids use it. It's so fucked up that brains are so malleable. We are like a PC waiting to get our OS coded. You are. Your brain is a sack of meat with electricity running through it. It's a meat computer. That's it. Like, you can hack a brain pretty easily. In fact, like, that's why we call them brain hacks, life hacks. It's because you're tricking your brain. Hell, if you're really, really sad, right? Like, you're crying, you're in the depression throes, you know, just forcing yourself to fake laugh, like, it can be the fakest sounding laugh. Doesn't matter. Your brain can't tell the difference, and it will still make the happy chemical with the fakest possible laugh. So, please read books. It's like doing math in your head. Oh, I know. It's just, that was a scary moment. And thankfully it has, not been consistently that way, but yeah, no, that's terrifying. Microplastics apparently accumulate in the brain, cause Alzheimer's. It wouldn't surprise me if they cognitive impair even long before Alzheimer's. That is true. Fun fact also, if you live anywhere near a data center, like an AI data center, new studies are indicating that you have an over 138% chance, I believe. I might get that number wrong, so don't quite quote me on that number. A higher risk of early onset Alzheimer's specifically. That breaks my fucking heart. It should. I never had pictures in my brain, but that was before brain rot was invented. Some people don't have pictures in their brain. Like, not everybody can visualize in their brain, but some people do. My brain specifically, I think in pictures, in colors, in not in words. So, like, it was even weirder for me. Tyrion doesn't have a nose, by the way. Oh, I know. I know. Oh. You can legit induce happiness that way. It's true. I give no fucks about punctuation when texting or chatting. I mean, in some cases I do, because sometimes it matters, but other than that, yeah. I remember the moment after getting a smartphone, I had thought of this is going to ruin, like, top-notch grammar, and it did. Oh, yes, it did. Instantly. Some people don't have pictures in their minds when they're ready. There's a name for it. Yeah, I can't remember what the word is, but, like, there's different levels of it, too. It's think of, like, a red apple. It's aphantasia. Thank you. You have dopamine-induced aphantasia. Well, I don't anymore. I can picture things in my brain now when I read them. Thankfully, today. That was just when I tried to read last, and scared the shit out of me. So that's one fucking aspect. Now imagine all of the rest of this, and remember that I'm 30 years old, and these are children. There's also people who don't have internal dialogue. Yeah, that one I can't really comprehend. Like, I know it, but still.
I see it every single day. I had a kid yesterday. 4 kids, actually. This happened in every class. We were doing guided notes. Supposed to be a real easy day. It was review. They wrote down, Maryland was founded as a safe haven for Catholics. It was on the board. They wrote it down. And before we moved on, I call on a student and I ask, hey, where were the Catholics one more time? And these students, what they do...
There's actually quite a large amount of people who have no internal dialogue. It is like a physical brain difference.
On the board, they wrote it down. And before we moved on, I call on a student and I ask, hey, where were the Catholics one more time? And these students, what they do is they look at me, and then they look at their notes, and then they look at the board. They look back at their notes. And some of them never answered me. They never...
It's on the board in front of them. They wrote it down into their notes. She gives hints, and they can't answer the question.
Never figured out the answer. It was wild. And I kept giving them hints, like rephrasing the question and saying, like, it's in your notes. We just wrote it down. We just wrote it down. Where are the Catholics?
And they still aren't getting it. So yeah, no wonder we're where we are today. That's my name, Bozo. When you say you're 30, you make me feel old because I don't want to turn 30. I hate that mentality. That is such like a... that's another thing that is produced by capitalism, really. Like, there's nothing wrong with turning 30. In fact, I made this case on my 30th birthday. I'm happy that I'm 30. Because, first off, like, I don't like the idea of a regular, like, natural part of your life that's coming and you don't want it to come. Like, it's just growing, it's changing, it's being a human being. First off, that. But secondly, also, being 30 is far better than being in your 20s. People don't give 2 fucks what you have to say when you're in your 20s, but people do listen when you're in your 30s. I don't think that it's smart to be so afraid of a part of life. It's the same concept as people who are like, ew, you farted? Don't gonna. It's human body functions. What do you want me to do here? Like, what do you want me to care about? Nonsense like this? You want me to care? That's how I feel about it. Obviously, like, it's much more personal and, like, it's not a bad thing to not want to be 30. I just don't personally like it or agree with it. Right wingers regularly mistake satirical articles as real news. To be fair, a lot of people do, and that's because they don't actually read the articles, they only read the headlines. 30 was life-changing for me. I prefer my 30s. Same. 20s were trash. 0 stars. Do not recommend. I do not want to be in my 20s. I would never go back. I want to stay right the fuck here. They can't retain knowledge or problem solve. Yeah. She said, like, the teacher in this says that they can't comprehend a question that's longer than 1 sentence. He is an anti-authoritarian ++. I reject the oppression of time itself. Therefore, I have been 25 for 15 years. Sure. I've never heard that abacus lead to mental arithmetic. Neither have I. Well, 30 is still young, but there's, like, expectation of not making as many reckless life choices. Yeah, but, like, who gives a shit about societal expectations? I thought we were done with that, guys. Societal expectations right now are that you shut the fuck up and you bend the knee to the Nazis. I don't give a fuck about societal expectations. I will make the most reckless life choices in my 30s. Because my 30s is going to be, assuming that this doesn't end far sooner than we all expect, my 30s are going to be spent fighting a war against the Nazis. I will be making reckless life choices. I don't give two fucks about societal expectations in this case. Look, all I know is this lady has it right here. This is how I feel.
I'm glad we're on the same page. Don't call me for no protest. Call me when y'all ready to stick fingers in asses, okay?
Don't call me for no protest. Call me when y'all are ready to stick fingers in asses.
I'm glad we're on the same page. Don't call me for no
Sorry, I had to say, I'm gonna play it one more time because it's just too funny.
protest. Call me when y'all ready to stick fingers in asses, okay? I'm glad we're on the same page. Don't call me for no protest. Call me when y'all ready to stick fingers in asses, okay?
That's how I feel. Personal expectations, though, personal expectations are a little bit different. Personal expectations, that's up to you.
Hey, don't call me for no protest.
Shush, you don't need to play it again. My mindset is 26 plus as far as numbers go. Don't dare make me count. Fair. Fuck yeah, Diogenes based. Fuck societal norms. I fully believe that the correct way to go about living your life in this era that we live in is to obviously not delude yourself. Acknowledge that there is the fascist government, the people who want to hurt you, they want to destroy this country. I don't care though. Like, I care. I'm gonna fight against them, I'm aware, but it's not gonna affect how I live my life. I'm gonna live my life as if I already live in my perfect utopia. I know I don't, but I don't care. I'm still gonna live my life as if I do live in it. And if I don't get to live for very long, then so be it. Then so be it. It's just how I want to live. I want to live in the society that I believe is the right one for humanity, and I don't care what society we live in. I'm trying to change it. I'm gonna keep living like I live in the one I want to live in. It's called revolutionary optimism. All right. Let's take a break from some of the heavier stuff and watch one of the funniest interviews I've seen from the right in a long time. So this is going to be Milo Yiannopoulos, George Santos, and Tim Pool talking about how the right wing has homosexual overtones. It's literally just them calling each other the F slur without actually physically saying it. And I love it. Still laughing at stick fingers and asses. It's true though. Fighting Nazis is a responsible thing. Less fingers and asses, though. Well, they don't like it, so, it's fine.
One of the most distinctive things about the right wing in this country is its homosexual overtones. Benny Johnson posts pictures of his children every 2 days. It's weird, and everybody knows what went on with Benny Johnson in those lobbies and in those hotel rooms at SAS. Everybody knows.
I don't know what you're talking about.
First off, Santos is so fucking gay. No, I get the existential crisis. Yes, that Milo. Mind you, he also says in this interview that Charlie Kirk was gay. So, actually, let's jump back a little bit first. Let me let Sam Cedar run you down.
Can't believe that Milo Yiannopoulos is saying this. And then Milo Yiannopoulos also says, repeats the...
Mind you, Milo is so gay, he chooses to be an incel because he can't ungay himself.
The claim that Benny Johnson is gay. Now,
oh, come on.
There has been a lot of people who have made this claim on the internet, on X, and so it's not terribly shocking to hear
Benny Johnson is gay, ask his wife.
Yiannopoulos say this, but here he is getting indignant about it.
One of the most distinctive things about the right wing in this country is its homosexual overtones. Benny Johnson posts pictures of his children every 2 days. It's weird, and everybody knows what went on with Benny Johnson in those lobbies and in those hotel rooms at SAS. Everybody knows.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Pause it for a second. SAS is student action something. It's like a right. It's a TPUSA event.
I do like
Student
how
Action Summit. Now go back a little bit here because
Santos is trying to act above it because he can't make any enemies right now.
Yeah, exactly.
He's like, I don't know what
It still amazes me, mind you, that Trump pardoned Santos.
you're talking about.
It's gotta be like Andy Cohen.
I know. You were fun when you were messy. Now you're just like there.
I only love this douche when he's attacking my enemies. Like, I'm perfectly willing to utilize my enemies attacking my other enemies. They're still my enemies, though.
Yeah. Lobbies and in those hotel rooms at SAS. Everybody knows.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Men, younger men, not underage. At least I don't know that. His wife was crying drunk in the lobby 3 SASs in a row about how her husband was upstairs with boys.
Come on.
Go ask her.
Come on.
Go ask her.
Come on, Milo.
Go ask her.
I would love to fucking ask her. He's not the first person I've heard this from, mind you. That's like in their in-group. Yeah, so like, yeah.
Aren't you ever scared of getting sued? You say some crazy. I'm sitting here like I am humbled by
like as a queer person, this is a whole new level.
By the lore and your ability,
the audacity,
there's no teapots in this room right now to express how I feel.
George, I have said these things about people for 20 years and never once in my career been sued. I've issued 3 corrections in my entire journalistic career.
Well, Milo he's not pretending to be straight. He's not. He has openly stated that he doesn't want to be gay and chooses to not engage in any sex because he can't control himself. He doesn't like sleeping with women. He does not have the ability to not sleep with men unless he sleeps with nobody. Now, do I believe that he's actually engaged in that? Not a fucking chance, but he does say it. And oof, that does suck, not Eva.
Because I get my facts right, and people know that they do not want to go through discovery.
Actually, I want to say this.
I've never been sued for anything I've ever said about anyone.
The one.
He has a good point about the fact that, like, they wouldn't sue him if this information was likely to come out in Discovery. That's a really valid point.
I think I need to say this. Because I'm right. The most terrifying thing about Milo.
No one contradicted it. It seems like Tim Pool moved on, and then George Santos was like, "Are you worried about getting sued?"
Now this is in response.
This is Benny Johnson's response to this, by the way. I am duty-bound to take action to protect my family against those who maliciously defame and attack it. Wholly performative. First off, like, anyone who's actually offended, like, I don't know, like, if I was one of these fucks, and I wasn't a gay man who slept with other gay men while my wife cried at the hotel lobby at these events, I would not be writing this out like this. I'll tell you that much. I would be writing, to the F-slur Milo who likes to project his own, like, that's how I would start this. If I was one of them, that's how I would start this. If I was one of those F-slur, like, yes, that's how. No, I'm duty-bound to take action against, protect my family against those who maliciously defame. This just sounds gay, man. Yeah, he's gay, it's okay, dude. Like, just be okay with it. Ain't nobody give a shit if you like getting railed by big man's dicks. Like, come on. Gunther, whatever the fuck is the Twitter dude. You two can go have fun. You basically look the same anyway. It's practically an admission. It really is. It's embarrassing. Like, you would think these people have somebody to write this shit down, right? Like, I don't know, an editor, a consultant, a spin doctor, something? Let's keep going.
Making claims about Charlie Kirk.
I'm always a couple of days behind watching on the show because I've got stuff going on. But somebody tweeted today that Candace said that she believed that they were about to get a divorce. I think he was gay, and I think he was gay. And
come on, you know that you do know that I've criticized. What? Like I'm sorry, Tim, but like, why would you even go there? Like to say something? No. The man's dead. You're calling now.
I don't remember what I just said. State your thesis. Y'all should know by now. If I literally say a sentence and then immediately after one of you says, "What did you just say?" or "Don't say that," it's already gone.
That's when people can tell the truth. I'm always a couple of days behind watching.
But yes, no, he really he's really mad over there. Clearly, this is the best thing that's ever come out of Tim Pool's show. As another parody, have you seen the Onion Jubilee parody? It's so good.
Enjoy.
Oh, I have. Yes, I have. Speaking of the Onion, I have a really good one from that too. Charlie Kirk probably gave good neck. I hear he gave wet neck. So, you know, that's supposedly good. I mean, like, the kids these days started naming shit after him. You would make a fantastic politician. Best you literally do not actually remember. That's true. I can't perjure myself because I literally don't remember it.
George Santos being the responsible actor here. He's got to toe that line.
Yes.
Can't make any more enemies.
Like, do people remember that George Santos lied about so many things?
Yes.
Just, you know, like...
Didn't he steal from a veteran whose dog he was trying to get
Stole from a dog charity.
Yeah, a dog charity. Yeah. This guy that wanted to help his sick dog anyway. Yeah.
But yeah, if you want to watch that full interview, go check out the Majority Report. It was hysterical. Genuinely, like, one of the few times I'm willing to actually sit and listen to these people speak. And really kind of the only reason for it is because they're bullying each other. And that makes me happy. Now, hold on. Let's shift gears for a second, because I still want to talk about Europe a little bit today. We're jumping around a bit. By the way, guys, if you're not in the Discord, definitely give it a join and like the stream. Speaking of the Discord, I'm going to be putting up a poll sometime later today. I might have to change stream time a little bit every now and then going forward for the next couple of months. It is summer here in Australia. It's really hot. Right? Like, when stream starts for you guys, middle of the day for me. It's noon. And I can't afford to run my air conditioner on max power so that this room does not, I don't know, burn and my computer doesn't explode, considering there's not one in here. I have to have it funnel in here with fans. I'm thinking change to like a little bit of an earlier start time. I'm going to put out different times. So join the Discord and then you can vote for your favorites. I will try and like flip them around, make sure that not, I don't know, like every stream is a different time now. Excuses? Well, you know, it is an excuse, but I can't afford it. It's the same reason as everyone else. These fucking AI dipshits. That's who you need to be mad at. Because it's these AI dipshits that have raised my electricity prices 8 times what they were. And that's why. It just do be why. Can we vote for favorite Islamic holidays on Discord? Yes, you can. Opium. Oof. See, this is what I get for being a streamer. I gotta be here. Explanations, exactly. Now, all right, we're gonna take a little break here for a second. I want to watch something very funny. Actually, I want to watch a couple fucking things that are very funny. 8 times is fucking wild. Yes, it actually is, Ethan Dark. It's a scam. I'm pretty sure I know exactly what the scam is too, because 8 times the price for the electricity bill. You call them and you say, "Hey, this literally makes no sense." They say, "Okay, you're gonna have to pay $3,000 to get like other people to come and make sure that we're wrong." Most people will not spend the money to go do that. So what they do is they offer you a payment plan. They're like, "Hey, so we don't want your debt to keep piling up, so we're going to make you a payment plan where you actually end up paying double what you were paying before, and then you sit and accept it because let's say you pay off the debt. Well, now you go back to paying 8 times what you were before, but if you don't pay off the full debt and stay on the payment plan, you're only paying double what you were before." What the entire fuck? Yes. It's how corpos work. It's how to steal from you as much as fucking possible. Anyway, on to a positive subject. This is an incredibly funny video. Obviously, most of this is a joke, and a lot of this stuff I don't support. Some of this stuff I entirely do, and advocate that you do it.
For the following things. Posting a clip of the song Satisfaction by Benny Benassi and falsely claiming it was leaked audio of Stephen Hawking at Epstein Island. Repeatedly making ominous cryptic replies to Richie Torres in Hebrew on Twitter.
That's a really fucking funny one because he can't do anything about it.
accusing Hassan Piker of being responsible for the 3,000-year-old temple that burned down while he was still in China, saying Jimmy Carter died of a David Carradine-type situation, making a list of the top 10 Goyim mind slaves, and then calling anyone who protested their inclusion on the list anti-Semitic, saying that Omar Fateh, the Somalian mayoral candidate in Minneapolis, looked like an angry light bulb.
To be fair, he does kind of look an angry light bulb. I mean, based angry light bulb, but still.
Saying that Sandy Hook was a Mandela effect.
Yes, please, guess which ones are which, state your theory.
Saying that Sandy Hook was a prank. Saying that Sandy Hook was a Pat Tillman situation. Saying that Sandy Hook was a self-defense situation. Saying that Israel nuked Sandy Hook. Saying that Sandy Hook was an accident.
Israel did nuke Sandy Hook.
Saying that 9/11 was an accident. Saying that 9/11 was a David Carradine situation. Saying that
9/11 was also a David Carradine situation.
There was only ever one Twin Tower, and posting a photoshopped version of the NYC skyline as evidence. Saying that the Boston bombing was an accident. Saying that the Boston bombing was a Pat Tillman situation. But that kind of was, if you think about it. Drawing a yarmulke with the Zodiac Killer symbol on Ted Cruz's head. Saying that Terry Schiavo was faking. Getting into a fight with an account, lurking through their media tab until I could triangulate their location, going on Zillow and finding the property listing photos of their house from when they bought it, then making a one-to-one recreation of their house in Hammer, which is the Counter-Strike source map editor, and then DMing a video of me playing the map to them, saying we should...
That's fucked up, that one. Pat Tillman was just like a soldier football player. I don't even fucking know. Really.
Cut the undersea internet and phone cables going to India, teaching Westerners how to determine an Indian person's caste by their name. Saying John Fetterman tried to shoot himself, but survived because anything smaller than 10 mil just bounced off his head like a grizzly bear.
That one's true. For real.
Posting a video of a BDSM medical fetish dungeon with a man in a gimp suit hooked up to some kind of infernal dick-sucking contraption, with the caption praying for John Fetterman and then linking under news articles about Fetterman being in the hospital. Repeatedly complimenting John Fetterman for his performance as Hodor.
To be fair, he was great as Hodor in Game of Thrones. That is one thing I cannot say negative about John Fetterman. He was the perfect Hodor in Game of Thrones. The praying for John Fetterman with the fucking BDSM gimp suit and the hospital stuff, that shit is funny. That is hilarious. The last one with the making a Counter-Strike map of their home blueprints is some fucked up shit I would have done 10 years ago. I did say it was some fucked up shit. He is an American hero. This man is an American hero.
Saying that Israel was threatening to release a blackmail tape of John Fetterman trying to pet a bunny rabbit. Telling people John Fetterman's favorite...
A blackmail tape of John Fetterman trying to pet a bunny rabbit.
Saying that Israel was threatening to release a blackmail tape of John Fetterman trying to pet a bunny rabbit. Telling people John Fetterman's favorite song was Limousine by Brand New. Telling people that John Fetterman's iPod only contains the songs Daylight by Matt and Kim by Eminem. Telling people that Tom Scott was a founding member of Lost Prophets. Saying that Hassan's chat should be able to shock his dog via tips, like a camera.
Honestly, that one I agree with.
Saying that Hassan's chat should be able to shock his dog via tips, like a cam girl. Saying Hamas was playing Legos with the hostages. Referring to Yukio Mishima as a queer person of color, and cursing people in Sumerian. Those are all of the things I would like to apologize for.
Oh, God. Sorry, we needed that. That is a level of funny that I don't often get to experience. Being able to shock the dog with tips. Like, obviously not. But, like, you know, I do support that we make that. I want to watch it again. You know what? Fine, sure. I do support that we make that a conspiracy theory, but, like, one that the left doesn't believe. Yeah, no, you can go and sub to Hassan and it'll shock the dog. Like, you just have to, like, write the thing in this and just get people to, yeah. Holy shit, the Hamas Legos one actually caught me off guard.
And I would like to just take accountability for the
following.
thing.
Let's play it back. That one was a good one, too. It starts off slow and it just gets better as it goes on.
For the following. Posting a clip of the song Satisfaction by Benny Benassi and falsely claiming it was leaked audio of Stephen Hawking at Epstein Island. Repeatedly...
Thank God that, you know, Flesh Simulator is smart enough that it made that tiny little copyrighted music just short enough that it's not going to trigger a copyright strike.
Making ominous, cryptic replies to Richie Torres in Hebrew on Twitter. Accusing Hassan Piker of being responsible for the 3,000-year-old temple that burned down while he was still in China, saying Jimmy Carter died of a David Carradine-type situation. Making a list of the top 10 Goyim mind slaves, and then calling anyone who protested their inclusion on the list anti-Semitic. Saying that Omar Fateh, the Somalian mayoral candidate in Minneapolis, looked like an angry light bulb. saying that Sandy Hook was a Mandela effect, saying that Sandy Hook was a prank, saying that Sandy Hook was a Pat Tillman situation, saying that Sandy Hook was a self-defense situation, saying that Israel nuked Sandy Hook, saying that Sandy Hook was an accident, saying that 9/11 was an accident, saying that 9/11
Context, David Carradine died of autoerotic asphyxiation. Ah, thank you.
was a David Carradine situation, saying that there was only ever one Twin Tower and posting a photoshopped version of the NYC skyline as evidence, saying that the Boston bombing was an accident, saying that the Boston bombing was a Pat Tillman situation. But that kind of was, if you think about it. Drawing a yarmulke with the Zodiac Killer symbol on Ted Cruz's head, saying that Terry Schiavo was faking, getting into a fight with an account, lurking through their media tab until I could triangulate their location, going on Zillow and finding the property listing photos of their house.
Nope.
From when they bought it, then making a one-to-one recreation of their house in Hammer, which is the Counter-Strike source map editor, and then DMing a video of me playing the map to them. Saying we should cut the undersea internet and phone cables going to India, teaching Westerners how to determine an Indian person's caste by their name.
That one's fucking insane. I thought it was. No, it's not AI.
Saying John Fetterman tried to shoot himself but survived because anything smaller than 10 mil just bounced off his head like a grizzly bear. Posting a video of a BDSM medical fetish dungeon with a man in a gimp suit hooked up to some kind of infernal dick-sucking contraption with the caption praying for John Fetterman and then linking under news articles about Fetterman being in the hospital. Repeatedly complimenting John Fetterman for his performance as Hodor, saying that Israel was threatening to release a blackmail tape of John Fetterman trying to pet a bunny rabbit. Telling people John Fetterman's favorite song was Limousine by Brand New, telling people that John Fetterman's iPod only contains the songs Daylight by Matt and Kim by Eminem, telling people that Tom Scott was a founding member of Lost Prophets, saying that Hassan's chat should be able to
I missed the Tom Scott as a founding member of Lost Prophets bit.
shock his dog via tips, like a cam girl. Saying Hamas was playing Legos with the hostages. Referring to Yukio Mishima as a queer person of color, and cursing people in Sumerian.
Oh, God. Wow, I had no idea Fetterman can repel 9mm rounds. Oh, yeah, for sure. For sure. Have you seen that man's skull? It's insane that it's not in a museum somewhere. My God. All right, hold on. Let me open a couple more links because we're going to talk about something else coming up after this. We're gonna shift gears and talk about Europe, but I do have a couple things from the Fuhrer that I gotta get to first. Oh, by the way, here's the picture of J.D. Vance arguing with his wife in public. If you were curious and you hadn't seen it. I apologize for saying Fetterman's stroke was a David Carradine situation. I don't. That was true. Going back to Europe, how original? True. Yeah, look, that's, ew, I regret asking. True. So JD Vance is trying to play this off by saying, yes, I regularly go out in t-shirts to argue loudly with my wife in restaurants. And, I mean, I believe that. I don't know why you're saying that with the assumption that it just sounds sorry. No, I believe that in full. That's crazy work from our VP. True. Remember when, like, the last time we had rising fascism in this country and it somehow was less shitty? I mean, granted, it was shitty, but Bush was funny. Now, Trump is funny in a different way, but he's not anywhere near as funny as Bush was. George W. Bush was fucking hysterical.
Innovative and resourceful, and so are we. Our enemies are innovative and resourceful, and so are we. They never stop thinking about new ways to harm our country and our people, and neither do we. Fool me.
Like, come on! We could have had that. I would rather that than this. It's also true. It's also true! Even back then, that was still true.
Our enemies are innovative and resourceful, and so are we. They never stop thinking about new ways to harm our country and our people,
and neither do we.
Fool me once. Shame on you. If fool me, we can't get fooled again.
You forgot the quote. Yeah, come on. Like, yes, I would do a line of coke off of a golf club with Bush. Trump, I'd at most tolerate calling him a fake in my head. Fair. Can't fool me again. Can't fool me again. I know, the Schuffelpuffer, I have that literally up as the next thing.
Tide turning, see, as I remember, I was raised in the desert, but tides kind of it's easy to see a tide turn. Did I say those words?
Did I say those words?
The fact that they purchased the machine meant somebody had to make the machine. And so when somebody makes a machine, it means there's jobs at the machine making place. A fine host for the OPEC summit. I appreciate APEC summit, you know.
Got it wrong both times.
The new Prime Minister of India is, no. It was not always a given that...
That one is valid. Bush seems like such an innocent goof in retrospect. Well, I mean, I'll tell you what, he's a war criminal, but he's sure as hell more innocent than the current ones, because he'll admit to being a war... He'll actually take accountability. He has. Like, I've shown the clip, like, it wasn't on purpose, but he's also gone to therapy and, like, had accepted that he is a person that is responsible for the deaths of 1 million Iraqis. Like, the man has trouble sleeping at night. We're aware of that. At the very least, he has a semblance of a soul. Like, is he a good dude? No. Does he deserve forgiveness? No. Is he human? Sure. Like, I would still want him to go to The Hague. I would still want him in prison for life, but I won't call him subhuman. Like I will the current people. He's just a bad human. That's a way different thing.
It was not always a given that the United States and America would have a close relationship. After all, 60 years we were at war.
God bless America.
Did he just... What? Well, hold on. What was that last one?
No. It was not always a given that the United States and America would have a close relationship. Years we were at war.
God bless America.
Thank you, Rolling. That's awesome, please. Teach a child to read, and he or her will be able to pass a literacy test. Appreciation for different aspects of our relationship.
A very quick follow-up, if I may.
Thank you all very much. No, you may not.
Thank you, sir. How about that follow-up, sir?
I was trying to escape. It didn't work. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir.
Encore, I can see where you're coming from, but I honestly think if you talk to him about this, he probably wouldn't be that opposed to it. Like, especially because Cheney's never gonna get fucking accountability. He's dead. We just didn't understand. Like, yes, he was also manipulated, but at the same time, like, I don't particularly care. I still want some consequences to be faced. Now, he has consequences. He has them. He can't sleep. He has to go to... Yeah. But, like, yes, you're right about, like, the actual point in that, he did believe that he was doing, I don't know, what he was told is necessary. Like, he was not smart. He's far smarter than the people we now talk about as not smart, but he wasn't planning. That was fucking Cheney. That was, Wolfowitz. That was the ghouls. Now, he was the dude. Like, he was Trump now. His job was to be the face of it, the politician, sell it, the salesman. And he did it. He did his job there. He shouldn't have, but do you really think that this is a dude that wouldn't have ever encountered anybody who would have told him different. The man grew up in a political dynasty, went to a Ivy League school where he then joined a secret society that a bunch of other political he's been surrounded by demons his whole life. It's actually wild when you think about the fact that this is someone who took, at the very least, personal accountability. That alone is interesting to me, because you don't expect that from the type of person who would develop into this type of person. You don't think... I don't know. Can you ever imagine J.D. Vance taking personal accountability? Like, even if it's not real accountability, personal one. Can you imagine him going to therapy and talking about how he, feels bad? No. He doesn't have a soul. He's not a human. Bush was a human. Just a like a bad human. He's still far less bad than quite a lot of the other humans. But then again, like, if we really think about it, I really don't have very many people that are prominent US politicians for the entire history of the United States that I realistically would call a good person. Like, okay, if we go into like, well, at the time, no, I don't, that's not what I consider a good person is not related to social norms. I be saying shit that is regularly not normal socially, and so do a lot of you, and that's not been a new thing. Happened 10 years ago, happened 5 years ago, happened 15 years ago. I don't think that, the bar needs to be that low either. I don't think, you know, what we currently do is correct either, though. Like, yeah, it's not all Bush's faults. It's not, you know, like, even by the standard of what we see today, he's not even really that bad in comparison. Like, obviously, he's pretty bad, but he's not that bad in comparison to even Obama's administration and a lot of the people who were in Obama's administration. Okay, Candace Owens says a lot of things. Honestly, I do believe that, but I'm not going to argue about it, and I also don't give two shits what that Nazi says. Fuck Candace Owens. I'm an outcome person. Almost every action we have ever taken has been a net negative. That's true. Bush is 1-to-1 why we have the current fascist dictatorship. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. It's not just Bush, but you're also not wrong. I still agree with you. Again, like, he was bad. He was evil. But compare that to today. Even if, you know, they did say, because we wanted to do what we're doing now back then. We've talked about this. Like, the admin at the time, yes, exactly, yeah. The admin at the time wanted the same level of Nazism as today. That's literally why Department of Homeland Security was built for the specific purpose that you are seeing it used today. From day one, that was what they had in mind. But it was not as easy to radicalize young people towards Nazism back then. A chain of events that rely on one another, I mean, as with many things do. They're sister admins, of course. And, like, realistically, I don't know how far I would even be willing to push back if someone was like, well, Obama and Biden are also, like, involved, even if they weren't purposefully. You know, it's literally just the liberalism. The lack of arresting these people after they commit an insurrection. I mean, Obama himself was not exactly a good president or person. He was a piece of shit and is also insane. He's just less bad than the ones that we've generally seen. And so we have like this positive belief of him. Biden is complicit in the exact same chain, though. Yeah, I would say Obama isn't, but there are people from the Obama administration who are. For example, Tom Homan was appointed by Obama. He just illustrated my feelings about George W. Bush and the contrast with Trump and MAGA Republicans today. Thank you. Look, like, we could live in this world instead, and all that would require is people go the fuck outside. I'm not kidding. Go outside. Go offline. Things will get better if we go offline. When we told Obama he's going to Hawaii for vacation, but we switch his plane ticket to Libya? Probably. This is Eldon Zoran. And by the way, this includes biblically accurate Andrew Cuomo. I want this game. I would play this. I've never played Elden Ring. I want to play this.
This way, Mr. Mumzani. Will you enter into my service?
I can play the role of maiden. I offer you an accord.
Foul tarnished in search of the Elden Ring.
This is crazy.
Put these foolish ambitions to rest. I can't remember the last time a new tarnished made their way to the round table.
Aren't we all, Buncore? Souls games or rolling simulators? Not my thing. I've never played one. I'm not good at them, so, you know. I still would play this one.
The name is Mamdani.
It's up to...
Okay, thank you for reminding me to pause that video. Like, just well enough that I won't get in trouble. For the last part there. Shut up. Jesus, I hate TikTok when it does that. So, for some reason, when you pause a TikTok video, it will automatically unpause in like 3 seconds. Where the hell was Silwa? Probably like in Cuomo's basement. I don't know, I really liked seeing the Cuomo with the extra long arms and the wobbly, like that shit is amazing. Peak. Bush nepoed into the presidency, puppethood to make his daddy proud. Trump sought the office seeking to be a puppet for fascism for the pleasure of corruption. I mean, sure. Could have had Jeb. Bernie with the mittens. Hassan was in that as a maiden. Perverts for Cuomo, what happened to catcalling? Oh, I know. Alright, let's talk about the new Onion video that came out that I think is amazing.
A potentially embarrassing gaffe for the president during a cabinet meeting today as President Trump appeared to doze off multiple times during a stroke. Trump can be seen here closing his eyes throughout the medical episode, but the White House says there is no immediate cause for concern, saying in a statement, quote, President Trump is as sharp as he's ever been, and he was not in fact falling asleep during the stroke. He was just dying. A potentially embarrassing gaffe.
He was just dying. Necklacey out in full glory. I know. It doesn't have to be. I wish it wasn't, but they just keep forcing it, yeah? I don't want to see the nussy. I don't. But they're not letting us escape it. Alright. Now, this is a hot mic from yesterday of Trump, and I liked hearing this. There's a lot in here that indicates certain things. For example, is that AI voice? I'm gonna rage out. It's the Onion. I don't think it would be. Isn't it alarming that the Onion is actually real news now? I mean, have they not been for a while? Don't you guys remember that headline? After Obama electoral victory, conservatives become one singular white hot ball of rage. I'd open it, Buncore, but not signed into Instagram, and Australia is gonna make me then pull out an ID if I try and sign into it right now, so. Wouldn't it be wild if he just passed away in the middle of those conferences and no one noticed? God, I would hope no one noticed. 10,000 years that man needs to live until all of the other ones are, no longer a problem. What's up, Latino Mifune? Good to see you.
Thank you, Chris. You know I cannot appoint anybody. Huh? I can't appoint anybody. Everybody I'm appointed, their time is expired. And then they're in default. And then we'll lose. Thank you.
He doesn't sound happy, y'all.
You know I cannot appoint anybody. Huh? I can't appoint anybody. Everybody I'm appointed, their time is expired. And then they're in default. And then we'll lose.
He's concerned about the courts because they have succeeded in killing quite a lot of the courts, but not in its entirety. And the thing is, if the pressure on the courts eases up a little bit, they're afraid that they won't be able to regain that control. Now, I don't know why they're afraid about that, because that is not something that I see them having much of an issue with. Like, the courts are not coming back. Not anytime soon. Not without far more than just their, like, political appointees having some trouble. That is a very different thing. I'm glad he's stressing out. I hope his CPU hardware starts to throttle. I mean, that too. But, like, again, I really don't want the man to die. People hate him, and so do I. Don't get me wrong, but I don't want him to die because we are not prepared for the fight that we need to be prepared for after. We're not anywhere near close. So, for the time being, it's just gonna have to be the way that it is. Hold on, I'm almost done pulling up a couple more links. If it makes you guys any happier, there was this though. So Guatemala held its annual burning of the devil, and this time used an effigy of the Fuhrer, which is based, if the video will play, there we go. Donald Trump Pinata was set on fire in Guatemala for the annual burning of the devil. Now, moving on. I don't know if we should start with the actual, like, national security strategy. Yeah, you know what? Let's probably start with the actual full scope of the national security strategy, because it's a pretty big deal, really. Oh, crap, hold on. I just closed links that I didn't mean to. What is these tab groupings? Ungroup these. Okay, cool. So, we look at this. It's pretty concerning. This document was written by Stephen Miller and J.D. Vance, it seems. This document makes Europe out to be a bigger enemy than Russia. What do we want in and from the world? Achieving these goals requires marshaling every resource of our national power. Yet this strategy's focus is foreign policy. What are America's core foreign policy interests? What do we want in and from the world? We want to ensure that the Western Hemisphere remains reasonably stable and well-governed to prevent and discourage mass migration to the U.S. This is our justification for Venezuela, Latin America, Central America, etc., etc. Beyond that, there's more to it than that. In fact, I have a good couple videos that we can watch that will explain it a bit more. But it's the Monroe Doctrine here. We want to halt and reverse the ongoing damage that foreign actors inflict on the American economy while keeping the Indo-Pacific free. This specifically is in relation to them calling European countries cheating. That is BCG document formatting, finally, not McKinsey. Well, I hate them both, but, you know, I don't know. Which one's worse? I feel like BCG is mostly just McKinsey, but for the tech ghouls specifically, so I don't know if there's much of a difference. I need to log off for my mental health. Cheers, y'all. Fair enough, Alex Gallagher. Fair enough. I know what BGC is. I just don't know which one of them is worse. So, beyond that, we want to support our allies in preserving freedom and security in Europe while restoring Europe's civilizational self-confidence and Western identity. Specifically, that's them saying, we want Europe to be white again, which is why we did that whole section on what Americans think Europe is and what Europe did that they have no fucking idea about. Then we want to prevent an adversarial power from dominating the Middle East and its oil and gas supply, blah, blah, blah. So that's, you know, let's support Israel. We want to ensure that U.S. technology and U.S. standards, particularly in AI, biotech, and quantum computing, drive the world forward. None of those are, like, industries that America is really leading beyond AI. So, like, sure, quantum computing, I'd give that over to China. Biotech, I'm definitely giving that one to China. So, the U.S. must reconsider our military presence in the Western Hemisphere. This means 4 obvious things. The readjustment of our global military presence to address urgent threats in our hemisphere. This is us pulling our troops out of Europe. We also pulled out a bunch of troops from South Korea recently. So even in the Indo-Pacific, where we're still pretending we're I don't know, intending to go and fight China someday, where everything else that the Pentagon puts out indicates, oh, we have zero interest in engaging in any kind of fight with China, even if it is over Taiwan now. Which is why you can also see, you know, China beginning to stockpile for the upcoming blockade that they're going to do when it's in the spring for y'all, I think. Yes, it would be spring for y'all. Beyond that, we have a more suitable Coast Guard and Navy presence to control sea lanes for illegal and unwanted migration, targeted deployments to secure the border, defeat the cartels. This means war with Mexico or, possible military action in Mexico, either with Mexico and like their approval or without. Establishing or expanding access to strategically important locations. That's Greenland, y'all. That's, we're gonna invade Greenland. There's a reason why the Danish had to set up the fucking Night's Watch, so we don't try and take it while, I don't know, Europe's sleeping. Predisposition to non-interventionism. The Declaration of Independence, America's founders laid out, blah, 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 blah. I don't give a fuck. No. Flexible realism. U.S. policy will be realistic about what is possible and desirable to seek in its dealings with other nations. We seek good relations and peaceful commercial relations with nations of the world without imposing on them democratic or social change that differs wildly from their traditions and histories. God, I wish we actually did that going back, Maybe that would have been a good idea. I mean, not to say that these people give any fuck about, like, I don't know, not interfering in the affairs of other countries, but they wrote that. I wish we actually did that. We recognize and affirm that there's nothing inconsistent or hypocritical about acting in accordance with such realistic assessment or in maintenance good. It's so stupid because even in this document, they're trying to justify the decisions they're making because they harm our interests. Like, this sentence right here is saying, yes, we're going to work against our own interests as America, but that's actually common sense and realistic. Primacy of nations. The world's fundamental political unit is and will remain the nation state. It is natural. No, it's not. And all nations put their interests first, blah, 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 blah. Like, it's wild. Beyond that, we also have the clearly downgraded as priority in relation to Indo-Pacific, as I said, based on document structure and how it emphasized the top U.S. priorities should be categorized: Homeland Security, Western Hemisphere, Economic Security, China. And also white people. Like, white nationalism is probably one, and then everything else is a number down here. It's how we watermark TNR serif fonts McKinsey. This bulleted rather than dashed action points, 11-point font. Just worth knowing. Oh, no, it's definitely worth knowing. Thank you for that. To be clear, they don't define China as an ally or partner in any shape, which is fair. However, when it comes to Russia, that gets a little different. We're going to see that in a second. I don't really care what we're saying about China. Our lies on China change daily, because it depends entirely on who you're asking and how afraid they are right now. But look at the rest of this. Oh, this one's funny. Yes, I forgot. After the end of the Cold War, American foreign policy elites convinced themselves that permanent American domination of the entire world was in the best interest of our country, yet the affairs of other countries are our concern only if their activities directly threaten our interests. This is what I mean by they are literally working against American interests. No, that's not why none of America's foreign policy was ever for the best interest of any country other than America. Ever. Ever. Except Israel, but that's also just America. It's the 51st state. This is literally, like, if I had to write a character for a fantasy novel who was specifically trying to dismantle the American empire, only like a controlled demolition, like, just so we don't collapse all at once, they just try and controlled demolition it. If I had to write this out, this would be trite. Are elites badly miscalculated? America's willingness to shoulder forever global burdens to which the American people saw no connection or national interest? Motherfucker, what do you think made us the superpower? That was the national interest. It was the fact that everyone gave a shit about America. It meant America was powerful. It meant you could go anywhere as an American. You could do a lot as an American. Yes, it was for the benefit of America. Was it good for the world? No. Am I happy that we're going to stop trying to, do this? Well, to be fair, that would imply that they aren't lying. We're just going to stop doing this on that side of the world. Which I'm not particularly, Like, I'm not upset about, good. I'm still pretty mad because my side of the world we're still doing this on. I still living in a fucking American colony. Don't forget that, like, America basically cooed a elected prime minister in Australia. The one that specifically resulted in Australians having public health care and at a time had free public education as well. They took that one away. But, I don't know. I feel like maybe it should concern you if, reading the US security strategy, which is the Great Replacement Strategy, Ronaldo Rizzaro, the FBI-trained DHS special agent and founder of neo-Nazi accelerationist movement The Base, is incredibly for it. Called for terrorist violence against Western society. Like, this is the guy who's praising this. The one who said we should literally do terrorist violence against Western society is praising this. People around the world to be discussing how geopolitics can operate without the existence of world powers. Well, I mean, that would have to result in a lack of world powers first. It's just a changing power structure right now. Like, world powers aren't going away yet. The nation state isn't going away yet. There's a lot more work to be done on that first. Mind you, there's also this, where Trump just flat out fucking says it.
One country that is pleased with the change in strategy from the United States is Russia. A Kremlin spokesperson called the strategy document a, quote, positive step and said the adjustments they're seeing are, quote, largely consistent with Moscow's vision. Do you think that's a good thing?
Well, I think he'd like to see a weak Europe. And so, you know, to be honest with you, he's getting that. That has nothing to do with me.
That
Do I have to, what do I say?
changes that you're making and what you laid out in your vision for Europe is what Moscow wants to see.
I have no vision for Europe. All I want to see is a strong Europe.
What?
While doing the opposite. To be fair, he's right. LMAO, fascism is the West at its best. I mean, you're not wrong. It'd be nice if we could do, like I know that it's not a possible ask, especially not in our current time period, but, you know, like, it's technically not impossible to do fascism for good. It's just really hard when you're filled, like, every single person in your country is not intelligent enough to critically think about anything. We could literally do Helldivers 2 for good, for democracy, and just mean it. Like, actually mean it. All that would require is the lack of the profit incentive. That's all that would require, literally. Because it would then benefit everybody to do that. That's the thing, right? It's always just the profit incentive that ruins everything. What's up, Cheeseburger Merv? Oh, hey, Visora, last day of social media for me thanks to Oz government new rules. I know I haven't stopped by in ages. I'm just hoping, hopping on to nuke everything, wishing you all the best. To be fair, that started today, Cheeseburger Merv, but I don't blame you at all. So, I mean, good luck, go outside, go talk to your neighbors, get other people to spend time outside. Hell, take the shit that I said, that you remember, and then go do what I did outside with other people who are going to be offline. It's the best way forward, because we're going to end up just like America, otherwise, Cheeseburger Merv, very soon. I'm super uncomfortable giving them my ID? Yeah. Good shit. If it makes you feel better, right now at the very least, I've seen reports that kids have managed to trick the facial recognition version of doing it with photos of a dog. So, if you suggest that fascism requires imperialism, imperially consume other authoritarian societies to break them from liberalism, well, I mean, yes. And then, literally, at that point, you don't actually even maintain the fascism anymore because it's not useful. Then you just result in anarchism. Like proper, good-based anarchism. You just have to have the ability to have critical thinking broadly as a society first, and we're not anywhere near that being the case for it to be remotely even possible or worth discussing. I'm telling this to you guys because y'all are smart enough to actually engage with the idea, not, like, advocate for it, you know? This is a high theory idea of how that would work. I genuinely wish you the best. Oh, for sure. I've already been off it for a while now, just stopping by. Based as fuck. I wish you the best. 100%. You're in the Discord, aren't you, Cheeseburger Merv? I was gonna say, like, if you want to, like, send me your email, we can keep in touch. In fact, I would advocate for most of us to even just make a throwaway email so we can have a list of people with a contact in case, I don't know, they debank us, they ban us, they're going to debank us. We've already seen this happen, by the way. I meant to talk about this earlier, but when in relation to the Antifa groups in Greece, Italy, and Germany that we recently declared as foreign terrorist operations, those have now been debanked. Isn't Discord verboten too? I'm not sure it counts as social media in the same way. 4chan doesn't count in the new social media ban. It's insane. But, I mean, like, fuck Discord regardless. Anarchism is democracy in its most actualized form? True, yeah, actually. And that's what would happen when you get rid of all the other authoritarians. But to do that, you might need war with the authoritarians. Which, again, if we could do in a way that I believed had any hope of success, like if the people were on the necessary level, that'd be a whole other story, but we're not anywhere near close to that. Remotely so. It's easier to organize there to go deeper. Visora, it is in some countries, but AU didn't hit disc. Fair. So, in some incredibly funny news coming out of Russia, genuinely, I don't know how this even happens. 2 Russian pilots die after ejecting from their plane while inside of a hangar. The plane was parked inside of a hangar. They ejected, splat into the ceiling. Good luck, fuck Nazis. Based. Wait, before you go, you want to see one bit of Australian news, Cheeseburger Merv? Because I did have one to bring up. It's quite funny, really. But this is also hysterical. According to Russian propagandist fighter bomber, the ejection system accidentally activated. Sure, I believe it. All right, let's jump to Australia for a second. This is the most insane headline I have seen in a while. Chinese warships off the coast match for entire Australian Navy. Take a guess as to how many ships are off the coast that is a match for the entire Australian Navy. How many ships? That's crazy. It is crazy, yes. What are they gonna do? They just lost their best pilots? True. 3, 2, 50? Let's find out.
We maintain constant maritime domain awareness in our geographic areas of interest. That's Southeast Asia, Northeast Asia, the Northeast.
We're not going to get attacked by China right now. That's the media fear-mongering, trying to increase military spending for, I don't know, a war with China because America demands it. Don't buy it. That's not why. They're making their rounds and their presence known. That is a whole other story. They will fight us if we make them do it, but they don't want to. They're our biggest trading partner.
Indian Ocean and the Pacific. And in that context, we will routinely monitor the movements of PLAN vessels.
Reports show the firepower in a new Chinese task group being monitored off Papua New Guinea is a near match to the entire Royal Australian Navy. The flotilla includes a Type 055D cruiser carrying 112 missile launch cells and a Type 054A frigate holding an additional 32. They are supported by a replenishment vessel, allowing the group to refuel without docking.
It was 3 ships. 3 ships total. That's the match. They're manufacturing consent to Germany to hand off power to the AFD, but I'm crazy, don't mind me. Oh, I know you're right, obviously, but like, yeah.
Australia owns 2 ships of this type, but both have been sidelined by mechanical failures. The main combatant is a Type 075 amphibious assault ship. While it belongs to the same class as HMAS Canberra and HMAS Adelaide, it carries as many helicopters, tanks, and troops as both Australian flagships combined. In contrast,
if we were to lose to China, it will be via ideological economic capture, but I doubt they ever need to fire a bullet. By we, do you mean Australia in this case, Hybrid Heathen? Just wondering, because I can't remember if you're Australian or not. Jesus, what the fuck? 3 ships? Yes, that's the match for the entire Australian Navy. You guys understand that Australia is a country the size of the continental United States with a population smaller than that of the state of Florida. We have 27 million people in this country. And it's the size of the continent, coast to coast. Like, Perth to Sydney is LA to New York. So, yeah. Also, slave mindset. Also, slave mindset from, you know, being an American colony. That too. That too. Mind you, like, right now, most Australians have a negative view on the United States. The Australian government doesn't seem like they do. It does not seem like they do. It seems like they have disagreements, but they're perfectly willing to work with them. I don't exactly feel like there's much of a chance of anyone from our current possible political parties resulting in a leadership in the government that would ever kick the Americans off of Australia, because we would get invaded. The most important American military base outside of, like, the homeland is here. It's this one. It's Pine Gap. It's the one that I am in as the AI inside the Pine Gap balls. It's how we see China. It's how we see Russia. It's how we see, like, Iran. It's how we give coordinates for Israeli missiles to fall on Gazan children. Like, that's where all of it comes from. That and Greenland. Yes, but this one is the most important at the moment. More so than now. Beyond that, there is an insane mentality happening in Australia. Australia is actually in a fundamentally fantastic position. With America falling in relevance, all we need to do is to stay neutral. Kick them out of Pine Gap and then stay neutral. We will be the new, the new China if China's the new America. No, I mean like the USA, the day China has more trading partners, better and more reliable partners than EU, the day they convince the world that democracy is kind of What are you talking about? Europe hates us right now. We're threatening Europe. We're threatening Europe with interfering in their elections. Like, China isn't good, not saying that they are, but they're definitely less evil than America right now. And America is falling. We're weak. We are afraid of them. We've said so. The Pentagon has released, like, literally documents saying, yeah, we don't want to fight China. We absolutely, definitely don't want to fight them, especially if it's going to involve North Korea and Iran and Russia. Hell, the way we've maintained dominance for decades has been never fighting any of them more than one at a time. It's always been one of you get my attention at the time, and then not the rest of us. Not for long. Brussels is calling, but I'm crazy. Well, if they manage to succeed in that, that's a different story. But right now, the people in charge of Europe haven't flipped. I'm hoping, I'm not naive. Likely, yes, Europe is also going to join us in the Nazi party. But I'm hoping, at the very least, if we keep pissing them off before their elections, maybe, just maybe, it doesn't happen. Hell yeah, you're so fucking base, get into AU politics, mate, legit. That's the plan, Cheeseburger Merv. Honestly, journalism is dying online. I would love to do this job more offline, but I also would love to actually get involved more in my local politics. I'm considering it. You got my vote, mate? God damn, good to know. That'll come in handy once it's federal. Genuinely, more people need to go and enter politics from the bottom up, especially in Australia. If you know young people, get them to run. Get them to run for their local council. Get them to run for their state legislature. Get them to run for their school board. Whatever it is. Yeah, local politics are the building blocks, especially in Australia, where we have ranked choice voting and far more options on which way you can go. The more people are involved from the bottom up, the easier it will be. We have the best chance here out of almost any country in the world. An American saying fuck Pine Gap would make ripples for sure. You know, that's not a bad point, really. Why is the Australian government more in sync with the US government than its own electorate? Because they own us. That's why. That's why I was able to go and advocate for, we need to start changing how we're going to go do this like ID verification, government ID bullshit, because it's a national security risk. You go and you bring evidence, you convince these people, but the federal government won't hear from it. State government will listen to you. They'll agree with you. Can't get in with the feds though. They won't listen because they don't want to, because they don't work for you. Even if you don't run, just volunteering goes a long way. Absolutely. You also have mandatory voting. Like, yeah, that's true. I have one friend in politics. He's conservative. Okay, run yourself and make sure that that conservative friend doesn't. But also, maybe get your conservative friend to watch my show. I've had several conservatives listen to me talk and then, I don't know, sub, follow, listen. They change their positions sometimes because it's really basic when it's laid out for you. The main issue with online politics is everyone's lying. I, at the very least, try and always have, I don't know, evidence that you can listen and hear. You don't have to take it from me. Some things I can't. Sure, you don't have to believe me on those. Most of the time I try and bring something you can see and hear. Very easy if you ran yourself, you know their secrets. Look, I'm thinking about it. I've only become a citizen this year. I don't know. Who would vote for me in this climate where we are also getting hit with that American like political propaganda of like our homeland, blah, 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 blah. To be fair, Australians are far less willing to instantly like buy into the Nazi narrative. Even in the case like when we had the March for Australia, which was organized by the National Socialist Network, the people who went with their Australian flags, the one, like, there was one in every major city, and I think the only one that didn't get booed from the crowd was Melbourne. I think Melbourne was the only Nazi that spoke that, like, got applauded rather. I know the one in South Australia, the Adelaide rally, ended early because the organizers abandoned the event because they were not warmly welcomed. But at the same time, you have to remember that it's 50-50, and this changes day by day because the mentality of the average person is not determined from their own belief solely. It's influenced by others. Melbourne's supposed to be the woke city? Oh, yeah, no, Melbourne is fucked. Melbourne just made it so, like, there's part of downtown because of the pro-Palestine protests and because of also the Nazis making their counter-protests where people keep clashing is a zone where, like, the cops can just immediately search and seizure. No matter what, they don't have to have probable cause. They can just stop you and search you. Mind you, Melbourne was also the Nazi rally where the cops stood beside the Nazis, standing at the fucking state capitol as they spoke, so, you know. Yeah, you would be an icon if you ran as an American against America on an anti-American ticket. You're not thinking about winning, you're thinking about what has been done. You're not wrong. You know what? That's a pretty fucking good idea. All right, we gotta brainstorm that. Y'all, if you got any ideas, throw them my way. Maybe I should do that. Why not? I love my job, but Jesus Christ, do I fucking hate dealing with the online left sometimes. Genuinely, like I really do. I was talking to somebody that I know the other day. In fact, somebody that I know. This is going to be like a little bit of a different story, but I need you to understand like where my anger at our side comes from. This person is a trans person who specifically is out there, like on the street, like day by day, getting, I don't know, like into protests and getting shot by ICE, getting threatened, like not exactly safe, right? This trans person detransitioned so that they could continue the fight without dying too early. As a very brave act, honestly. Like this person is not happy. That's not, you know, exactly how that works. There's a reason why there's like the 60% suicide statistic, right? That person is doing self-sacrifice for the cause. What pisses me off is when other people point to them and call them a traitor and a coward. First of all, What is cowardly about self-sacrifice to continue the fight for other people? Like, this is a trans person who's sacrificing their happiness to fight for everyone else. How is that remotely, like, first off, cowardly? But then calling them a traitor? That kind of shit makes me want to rip my hair out. It's the ultimate sacrifice for a trans person. Yeah, I would imagine so, right? Like, is that not common sense? Can you not, like, can anybody explain to me how you could see this in any way other than that? This is where the obsession with social issues actually causes brain rot. This is literally identity politics wokeism shit. Detransition so they can fight for the future of trans people and they get called a traitor. Yeah, that's what makes me hate this job and the internet left. Which is why, I don't know, I fucking would rather go and do politics. I'm crying too hard, they are the worst. The type, they're the worst. That is the worst. That is insane. A damn psyop? No. I would literally assume, yes, I would. My instinct would be that is a plant, that is an op, that is a psyop. If it wasn't so damn fucking common. It's happened in this chat before. Like, I remember who said it. They're not a chatter anymore. They're actually banned from the community. But I remember who said it. And at the time, like, they meant this in good faith. Because I said that was a smart decision if you wanted to stay and fight, that you probably should, otherwise you were gonna die very quickly. Also, then again, I've also had this same argument made back of like, you should leave the United States. I've said you should leave the United States, and people are like, oh, I'm a coward. What are you? You're a coward, you're a traitor. What are you talking about? Have you not read history? We wouldn't have won World War II if not for the Jews that fled like Germany. To be fair, we didn't win World War II clearly, but we beat Germany at the very least in that war because of that. Like, no shit, the people who understand the culture, the propaganda, the like entire narrative, the shit that other people wouldn't understand. Yes, they should leave the United States because this is a global conflict against the Nazi Empire. No, I'm a traitor and a coward. It's the same It's the same idea. It's a revolutionary act. These people aren't fighting a war. These people are playing at the same game they were 5 years ago. These people are playing at identity politics instead of understanding the war. And then you see people are like, death before detransition, which, like, you know what? I'm not going to tell you how to live your life. If you feel that way, I understand that. But I personally, I don't want to die. I would, like, if the choice was, I am going to be miserable, but I'm going to be alive and I'm going to have a chance to make the other, like the enemy who's destroying my and everyone else's lives also. Why would I just choose death? Like, that's just giving up. That is cowardice. Now, like, I think that it's fine. I don't care if you want to choose to give up. I think you have the right to do that. It is justified. I don't think you should choose to give up, but I think you can. But that is more giving, that is more cowardly, that is more traitorous than literally self-sacrifice. They have the privilege of not needing to transition? Like, the people saying that? No, like, I mean, sure, yes, but I've seen this from trans people on Twitter. I've seen this in other streamers' chats. Like, this is a long-standing, shit that you see. Infighting is when you don't have power, is kind of like doing the billionaire cookie meme. Well, like, exactly, and that's what I mean. This is like, get your priorities straight. You're gonna die. First off, if this is what you're focused on, you are going to die. And if this is what you're focused on, not only are you going to die, you're going to get other people killed too. Can you think about the fact that, like, I would imagine if there was a trans person who detransitioned for their own safety, let alone just to continue fighting, you know, just because they can't leave the country and they don't want to die, right? I could imagine a scenario where attacking that person like this would result in that person taking their own life. I keep telling people it's almost too late to leave and people need to leave. We have someone fighting for us on the outside. Like, we need people fighting for us in every country. We have one chance to actually win this war. There's only one method. It's the one that has consistently worked throughout human history against authoritarian governments that have centralized power. Decentralized international political insurgency. You don't have to have violence. Literally, just go look at what the Nazis did 10 years ago and then do it in reverse to them. That's what they did. They had people in Australia, in France, in Germany, in the UK. Like, these are the people who developed Reform, Brexit, AFD. Like, these are One Nation. Like, it's the same thing. Also, don't forget that, like, not that long ago, a lot of the shit the Nazis say now, even in places like, let's say, the UK, it was illegal for them to say those things. You want to know why they can say them now? It's because they got arrested and they went to court. And out of every 10 times they went to court, they won one of them. And when they won the case, the thing that they got arrested for now becomes legal and all of their Nazi friends get to say it. They normalized it. If they're gonna say, like, if talking about Antifa is terrorism and I get arrested and I win in court, that means the rest of you get to talk about Antifa again. I'm certain people have killed themselves due to this shaming. I knew her. Like, I'm so sorry, Buncor. They don't know about the people who had to stay closeted, Zoomer trans. They probably were one of those people too, Dr. Demand. Like, a lot of these people. I can see it. Right now they're trying the re-immigration shit, denaturalization, they're reaching. Yeah, like, they're trying to kill dual citizenship when they close the borders. Hell, like, technically, you can't have triple citizenship in the US, which I do. But yeah, no, they want to kill dual citizenship as well. It's because the plan here is specifically the same plan as the Nazis. If you haven't read Project 2025, do so now. Like, Project 2025 already has a sequel in development. People don't know what, like, intersectionality means. It just means allowing everyone to help in the cause. It doesn't mean pulling away from the fight so you can win a personal battle. Genuinely, like, it's situations like this where I feel the most demotivated. Because I'm like, how are we supposed to continue this fight when literally, like, some of the strongest fighters that we have get attacked from our side, stabbed from the back, for literally doing the thing that needs to be done so that other people don't have to do it? And the wall isn't a wall, it's a damn cage. True. A lot of us do think like we do. I know we do. Especially, like, in this community, sure, but, like, beyond that, it's difficult. This is why I want us to engage offline. Because this is a thing that develops online. People talk like this in person, they're gonna get a punch in the face. I'm not kidding. I would happily take an assault charge to rock the person who said that shit in the mouth. Even if they were fully good intention. Sorry, you gotta touch the stove. Once, at least. Like, it would not be my first instinct, but yeah, no. But go offline, and then you won't have this. Online left getting mad at Palestinians for drinking Coke was the funniest shit. I didn't see that happen, Dr. Demand, but that is literally psychotic. Like, that is actually psychotic. The fuck? Drinking anything. What are you talking about? I hate the world so much sometimes. I genuinely do. You know what? Maybe I do need to stop live streaming and just go be a politician instead so I don't actually, like, I don't have a stroke. I'm gonna end up like Ashley from The Boys. I'm gonna start pulling my fucking hair out to cope. Jesus Christ. That is actually insane. Well, the libs and the Tumblr people getting bullied more and more. Good, not enough. Not enough. Genuinely, not enough. Don't lose hope. Don't lose hope, sure, but like that's the thing, right, Shufa Poofer? What makes me lose more hope is our side. Anything the enemy does not affect me anywhere near as much as the dumbest shit that's coming out of our allies. Nazis are gonna be Nazis. I can look at evil, atrocious acts from them all day long. It doesn't bother me, because I expect it from them. It does drive me insane when people who should know, people, like, first off, people, but also people who should know better, are acting like that. Meanwhile, like, everything in the world is going to shit, like, everywhere. And this isn't even, like, just, like, a specifically American mentality either. I could easily see this mentality appearing in somewhere like Australia, Europe, like anywhere in Europe, really. Meanwhile, what you should really be doing is coming together as a society, learning how to survive, and singing Kumbaya fucking Ya before World War III starts. Because you know what happened yesterday? 2 Chinese and 7 Russian military aircraft, including long-range bombers and fighter jets, entered South Korea's air defense identification zone. So, I personally smoke a lot of weed. Probably should do less of that, especially if you live in America, because money. I mean, unless you grow your own, in which case, fair enough. I was gonna say, you might need to learn how to boil leather for, I don't know, sustenance, so if you smoke, drink, or have vices, probably the time to make that vice food. Yeah, no, that's not a small thing. Like, first off, like, the Chinese do this kind of shit all the time. The fact that there was 7 Russian military aircraft along with the Chinese in this, that is a bigger deal. That was international. That was intentional, and the U.S. is probably drooling about it. Oh yeah, no, it was 100% intentional. You know what else Russia has tried to do? This was from September. I remember talking about this. I remember talking about this earlier in the year. But Russia tried to 9/11 us. In July 2024, DHL parcels exploded in a logistics center in the UK, Poland, and Germany. Each of them was powerful enough to have brought down a cargo plane if they had detonated on board. Security services would eventually trace the plot back to a group of Russian-directed saboteurs who had a further 6 kilograms of explosive material in their possessions. There was enough to give them the capability for what security officials told the Financial Times was the next stage of their plan, to attack flights to the U.S., international flights to the U.S., and cause more disruption to the airline industry than any act of terror since 9/11. It was just one near-miss incident in a coordinated covert campaign of sabotage led by Moscow officials believe that has sown bewilderment across the continent. We talked about this when it happened. Thank God, like, they're actually reporting on this, even, like, you know, because this came out today. So the fact that there was more investigation into it and they're not afraid to say so is important, because I said, no, that's exactly what they did when this initially came out. So I'm going to puke. I mean, that's war. And what did they think they would get out of that? War. They were probably going to try and blame it on Ukraine. That's why they keep already doing the same thing now. They're saying Ukraine and Poland are working together and they're going to attack Europe to claim that it's actually like a Russian false flag. They're doing a false flag in a false flag by saying they think that Ukraine is going to attack Europe with the permission of Poland, so that could be used as justification to attack Russia, whereas Russia's literally doing this to attack Poland. But, you know. Mind you, this is coming out of, Russia literally yesterday. We don't even have to listen to him speak, considering it's Russian. We can just read the subtitles. We are at war with Europe, not the miserable, pitiful, misled Ukraine. Literally just said it. Bam. Right there. First words. Right there. We're at war with Europe, not the miserable, pitiful, misled Europe. Or Ukraine, rather. So, this is a thing that they've been doing repeatedly. Oh shit, when was this? Which part are you talking about? The 9/11 shit that they wanted to do? The international flights that they wanted to bomb on the way to the US? The people who we're now somehow fucking allying with? Remember, like, Trump literally said that Putin is happy. And with the decision that he made. I don't know about you. I probably wouldn't be making that decision if it's going to be making Putin happy. But then again, doesn't matter. Doesn't.
Is pleased with the change in strategy from the United States. Is Russia? A Kremlin spokesperson called the strategy document a, quote, positive step and said the adjustments they're seeing are, quote, largely consistent with Moscow's vision. Do you think that's a good thing?
Well, I think he'd like to see a weak Europe. And
so we threaten to cut Europe off, we pull out our troops, we demand them make political concessions, we threaten to interfere in their politics and help them elect pro-Russian candidates like Reform in the UK, which is literally the Russia party. I mean, like, ministers have already pled guilty for being bribed by Russia. Like, Nigel Farage has been... The man is essentially spiritually Russian. Whatever. Meanwhile, like... I don't know, Europe is getting ready for an actual fucking war, mind you. And, it's a big one. Like, that shit's scary. Because you have to understand, without any American involvement, they are not going to be able to, avoid massive losses. A lot of people are gonna die. They know that. They've been preparing for that. They've been specifically going out of their way preparing for that. Still. Jesus was a leftist, but if he was alive today, he would be shunned from the room for eating meat, and that's fucking barely a joke. You're not wrong. Buncore, you're literally not wrong. Get crucified on the cross, get called a traitor. They used you as propaganda, you traitor, after they arrest and kill you. Mind you, we are so fucking corrupt, y'all. Because not only are we fucking over Europe, we're still trying to also steal more money from all of you at the same time. And Farage is spiritually Israeli. Israel is spiritually Russian. So, Israel is, like, literally not even spiritually Russian. It is half Russian. You want to know what the most spoken language in Israel is other than Hebrew? It's not English. It's Russian. That's where they are. So, you know. Hell, literally, Israel today came out and said they are actually allying. They're going to work together with Russia, just like we are. So, you know. But, you know how Ukraine has $250 drones that they use? You know, the FPVs, the bomber drones, which are like 500 instead of 250. You want to know how much America is going to be, well, you know how much you are going to be paying for these drones in the total cost that this country has agreed to pay the defense contractors for them. Because you're paying for it, it's not them, it's not their money. The rich aren't paying for this shit, it's you. $250 for the drone in Ukraine, $70,000 here.
Rogue One deployed.
This is us practicing. The U.S. Marine Corps signed a new contract for the purchase of Rogue One strike drones, ground stations, and related services. Compared to initial procurement rounds, the drones have become roughly 25% cheaper, now only costing 70 grand. How many Russians live in Israel? I have no idea. A lot. It's about 15% of the Israeli population, about 1.3 million people, and that's Russian speakers, specifically. And that's also, like, assuming that is the whole number. It's much bigger than that, really. They're way more hardened than the Ukrainian ones. I get that. They're still not worth 70 grand. Maybe 2 grand maybe 3. The Ukrainian ones are made, like the $250 ones are made to not be reusable, right? Those are kamikaze drones. But the $500 bomber drones are reusable. 5K-ish, I'd still prefer that. Like, again, 5K, that's a far cry from 70,000. Yeah. Hell, if it was 10, I wouldn't complain. If it was 10,000, I still wouldn't complain. A fifth of Israel came from the USSR. Don't forget that Netanyahu's real last name is Milkowski, and that every Israeli prime minister has had to change their last name to sound more Hebrew because they're all Eastern European. Like Polish, Serbian, Russia, like that region. They're all from there. Every single prime minister of Israel. So, you want to know something incredibly funny, y'all? Remember when, last week we were doing the war crimes investigation into old Pete Hegseth? I think it scared him, because guess what we did this week? We did a real interdiction. Like a real one. We didn't bomb the boat. We had a Coast Guard sniper actually go and do the job like we used to. And it's very funny. But I was saying this morning. Watch this video and tell me why these losers think that it's so much cooler to watch a fucking a missile strike into a fishing. This is far more impressive. Do you know how hard it is to shoot a moving boat on a moving helicopter with a sniper rifle in the fucking engine to disable it? It's not easy. This is far more impressive than the 2 bombs we have to usually drop off of an MQ-9. Like this, that's not cool. That's not metal. That looks like you're a puss. This looks cool. This is impressive. Good news for one, sorta, yeah. This is how this fuckery should be done. This is how it was done for most of, I don't know, the last decade. To be fair, there's not many drug smuggling boats. Also, notice how there's not 11 people on board this one. Are you gonna shoot it? Well, that's I'm getting it afterward, I guess. But yeah, no, we just disable it. We just shoot the thing in the fucking engine and the boat stops. And then we hover a helicopter over it. And then, you wanna know what's even more impressive than this? Hold on. Hold on. Because I'm gonna show you what it looks like when we did an interdiction onto a drug smuggling submarine. Because that shit looks metal. It's cool. This makes our troops look impressive. Like they're walking onto a submarine in the water as it's trying to sink and then arresting the people in them. All right? Here we go. This is from 2019. Future of... Wait, no, sorry, that's not the one. This one.
Auto to Barco, ahora! Auto to Barco! Auto to Barco, ahora! Auto...
It's actually the vast majority of water-based drug smuggling happens via submarine.
To Barco! Auto to Barco! That's gonna be hard to get on! Auto to Barco!
Does this not look cooler than us using a drone to drop a bomb on fishermen? You can make a movie out of this one? Yeah, literally. Why do we have such insistence on looking like weak fucking cowards? When we did this, we can do this. We still want to do this. Especially if you wanted to do fascist prop, this is kind of way more effective. Stop giving them ideas. To be fair, you're not wrong. That's the thing. If I wanted to do fascist propaganda, this would be better. I've said that for months now. Don't worry, Bunko, they're not listening to me. They're not getting my ideas. I've said for a while this would be better pro-fascist propaganda. They're just too much of a loser to ever consider it. And they're too afraid to listen to reality to listen to me. Like, having one of those ever enter this channel would be like using a fucking holy water and just fire hosing demons down with it. Whoever is driving that sub is either determined as fuck or not aware of what's going on outside. They're determined. I mean, did you look at Carp earlier? They're not getting idea. They are losers. They couldn't see cool if it bit them on the ass. It couldn't see cool if it punched them in the face.
American warfare is here, and it's spelled AI. As technology advances,
I thought it was
so do our
spelled DUI.
adversaries. But here at the war...
My bad. I was gonna say, like, regardless, it doesn't matter. This is what we're doing instead. That shit looks cool. We're doing this instead. And no, it's not spelled AI, it's spelled DUI.
The future of American warfare is here, and it's spelled AI. As technologies advance, so do our adversaries. But here at the War Department, we are not sitting idle.
I preferred Bush's version. Our enemies are never not thinking of new ways to harm our country and our people. So are we. Did he think he would seem less goofy if he dyed his hair gray? I have no idea. None at all. Alright, let's talk about why our defensive ideas are also stupid. Like, genuinely. Missile defense is a problem. Especially since we keep upping the whole, like, nuclear umbrella. Every single way that we are trying to develop missile defense is flawed and it won't work. The two main ones are the Golden Dome, which theoretically could work. We can't afford it. And realistically, it's not feasible. And it's not for most of the reasons why most people would think. And also, hypersonic air defense still won't work. Because you're going to need to be moving faster than the ICBM coming down from space, which has both the kinetic and the potential energy. You're never going to catch up to it. You would have to catch it in space, which is where Golden Dome comes in, but still won't work. Let's find out why. Nobody dodges shoes like George W. True. The end result of this video being like the main point is currently our best strategy for defense against ICBMs is to have a lot of our own ICBMs. Still, nothing's changed. And yes, it would also be unaffordable. We can't afford it. But here's like the technical aspects of it too.
In the recent 12-day war, we saw the most advanced air defense system in the world go up against a much cheaper and less advanced ballistic missile force. And the outcome was not what most people expected. Many ballistic missiles penetrated through the American and Israeli defenses and caused significant damage despite their limited accuracy. It is estimated
war changes, it just gets scarier.
That the Israelis used 30 to 40% of their Arrow 3 missiles, and the US used 15% of their worldwide.
By the way, do you know how much money that cost for them to use 30 to 40% of their Arrow 3 missiles in 12 days? Not to mention 15% of our worldwide THAAD stockpile, and even used the most advanced SM-3 missiles based on destroyers in the Mediterranean. This represents years of production and billions of dollars for only 12 days of combat. The depletion of missile defenses could even be the main reason that Israel decided to end the war so quickly. Probably is. I don't think it was Israel's decision. I think it was ours. I think we said, no, we can't afford that shit. No, stop that. We cannot afford to keep buying you air defense at this rate.
This really showed the fundamental problems of missile defense, but things only get more challenging when you try to intercept an intercontinental ballistic missile that's traveling at Mach 25. So first, let's start with the current defenses of the United States.
We call it a fuck ton here in America.
We have the ground-based mid-course defense system, which is a system of radars and 44 interceptors staged in Alaska and California. There are also dozens of SM-3 missiles deployed in Europe and on naval ships. And they both work by identifying the missile with radar, then shooting a missile into space that deploys a kill vehicle that is guided with an infrared camera and thrusters for the final phase. And the truth is that both of these systems are pretty unreliable. So here are the most recent tests.
Dude, what's with the crazy eyes creeping me out? He's a military autist.
And you can see that they have been mostly successful recently, but of course, these are not realistic scenarios. And if you want to really deep dive into these tests, I recommend watching this YouTube video here. First of all,
essentially, like, one of the main issues with how we're testing these is we're testing these with the assumption that if we were to have an ICBM launched at us, it would be from a country like North Korea, not from a country like Russia or China, which changes how we plan for it. But also, even in that case, we're still not doing a decent job of planning for it.
And trajectory of the missile is known in these tests beforehand, and the locations of the ground-based launchers and radars, or the destroyers, are ideally placed in the path of the missile's trajectory so they know when and where to launch. Second, Russian intercontinental ballistic missiles and American submarine-launched ballistic missiles use MIRVed rockets that will have several real warheads per missile. Also,
which is why you would need to hit that before it re-entered the atmosphere.
Since the warhead is in space, you can deploy chaff, flares, balloons, fake warheads, and jammers, and they will all stay in the vicinity of the warhead until it re-enters the atmosphere. The decoy and actual warheads will be kilometers apart.
So this is what the this is what the training looks like. It is muted. It's not you. It's definitely just the computer. Definitely your computer gained sentience, decided to silence you. Oh well, what I was saying, regardless, if I was muted, what I was saying is the issue here being not only is how we are training for this not good enough, it's also done with the assumption that if we were to get an ICBM launched at us, it would be from a country much more like North Korea, as opposed to Russia and China, which in and of itself is not remotely enough. But also, even in that case, we're not planning this according, we're not practicing accordingly. So this is what the missile that is going to go intercept the hypothetical ICBM looks like. So we have one and then a decoy. This is what they're going to look like via the infrared. You have to determine what's the decoy, what's the missile, and you then have to pick because you're moving. These are both moving very fast. ICBMs go at like Mach 20 or something. You have to go incredibly fast. You're going to have to determine which one of these is the likely real one, and then the missile has to catch it. So what happens when there's more than one decoy? When it's balloons or chaff? What happens when there's more than one decoy and more than one missile?
So the kill vehicle needs to decide which to navigate to when it is tens of kilometers away or even further. At that range, the real warheads and decoys will be low-resolution dots or blurs on the infrared.
What's up, Latina Mifune? All of this innovation and we make things to threaten each other? To be fair, we had this for a while. It's just we don't practice it enough. I miss when world leaders were aware Third World War would render the planet uninhabitable. Instead, we have these insane fucks we have now. Oh, no, they're aware. Yeah, they're aware. Most of them are opposed to it. There's only a few insane ones that are also aware. They're just not opposed to it.
Camera. Then it will travel several kilometers in seconds and hit the target it selected much earlier in its trajectory. In the official tests, these countermeasures are limited to one decoy with known infrared and radar signatures so that they could demonstrate the guidance system. In a real attack, though, there will be more decoys that would be identical to the warhead.
Mind you, by the way, just because I really do feel the need to add this in because this is a common misconception, the nuclear weapons that we have now would not irradiate the Earth and make it uninhabitable for 100 years. It wouldn't. It would be a few days, a couple weeks at most. So if you have a bunker, like all of the rich do, you're probably banking on the fact that, we'll come out in like a month, and then we'll be fine. Now, that's not enough. That's not going to work. I'm not calling them smart. I am just saying it's not going to be like the 100. Alright, fuck this, I'm coming to actually New Zealand, I got homies there. Yeah, so does Peter Thiel, Gary Johnson. To be fair, Peter Thiel also has property in Australia, so. No, they would use the ones we have now, cobalt bombs. the worst timeline? We probably would, yeah. Funcore. I don't know about the rest of them. Maybe, just maybe, not even like a good thing. This would be a great plan for Russia and China. This would probably be really bad for the world. But could you not imagine, like, we get worse and then they're just like, we have to invade Germany. Like, we gotta go to war with the Nazis. And then a coalition of, I don't know, like, East Asian states, Russia, North Korea, what's left of South Korea, what's left of Japan, what's left of Europe, all come and invade America, and then we create the same timeline again, but this time instead of America, it's China and Russia, and they're like, yeah, we beat the Nazis, and they just erase all prior world history. Like, could happen. I'm not saying that's gonna happen. I'm not even saying that's likely. I'm just saying that would probably be the funniest possible way that they could conclude this whole story arc, let's say.
In infrared, so the kill vehicle could not tell which was the real warhead. So in a real scenario, we wouldn't be able to stop a salvo of 5 or more missiles from Russia or China that will have all of those countermeasures with our current systems. They would simply be overwhelmed. And if we tried to do it in the atmosphere with THAAD missiles, it would be even harder. Modern ICBMs will have MARVs, or maneuvering reentry vehicles, so they will change their course very quickly in the terminal stage.
I mean, true, Buncore, I have a gas mask, though.
And shooting down a ballistic missile in the atmosphere requires the same conditions as shooting down a plane, where you need an advantage in energy so that you can maneuver and move faster than your target that you need to collide with.
And that's also why you're not going to have the Golden Dome work either. And yeah, I remember that. Remember when, like, a leader of a country would actually be on the battlefield? Like, most of the time, these rich fucks would at least be on the back line too, but they would be on the field at least. True.
An ICBM will be going Mach 25 coming into the atmosphere, so it has tons of kinetic.
So it's Mach 25, not even Mach 20. Jesus Christ.
Energy, and it has the potential energy from its altitude as well. So anything launched from the ground cannot maneuver or move as fast as the warhead. Now there is one caveat here for the Russian Amur system, which would be an interceptor that could work in the terminal phase, but it only does this by exploding a nuclear warhead as the ICBM is coming in.
Russian nuclear air defense. Nuke ourselves. I'm not kidding.
And so this would work well in some scenarios, but it only works for a small range and obviously has tons of downsides.
I'm not opposed to Golden Dome, but Golden Dome won't work because of this. By the way, this is not his graphic. This is one that I believe the Pentagon put out.
So current ICBMs are already hypersonic missiles. The buzzword hypersonic usually refers to the new hypersonic glide vehicles that are used to make the missile go faster for longer within the atmosphere. But since the in-space interceptors we have already won't work, this is why hypersonic glide vehicles are a bit overhyped. So the only way to beat ICBMs in the coast and terminal phase will be thousands of interceptors to hit every single decoy and warhead in space, or thousands of super hypersonic terminal interceptors that don't even exist. And this brings us to the Golden Dome proposal.
Again, in this case, you're actually better off having all of the ground defense on the ground. Like in this case. We're too big for Golden Dome. That's not how Golden Dome works. The planet's too big for Golden Dome. It's not about us. Watch. Because it's about, like, orbital dynamics here. That's the issue. It's not about the size of the continent. It's about orbital dynamics.
Where they want to hit the missile while it is still within the first 3 or 4 minutes of the boost phase. Now, this won't really work for ground-based interceptors because you need to launch your interceptor after you've already confirmed the threat of the ICBM. And you need to catch up to it from very far away before it gets to space within a couple minutes. So it would only work if your launcher is super close to their launcher, which it's not for Russia, and you launch just after the ICBM, and you know exactly where it's going. Otherwise, there are just no missiles that can accelerate faster than the ICBM missile for long enough, so it wouldn't work. So this is why they propose space-based interceptors to hit the missile while it's still in the boost phase. But with a basic understanding of orbital mechanics, you will see that this is super impractical. And the first reason is that there's no...
It had what? Did I say it or did he? Let me rewind.
...that can accelerate if your launcher is super close to their launcher, which it's not for Russia, and you launch just after the ICBM, and you know exactly where it's going. Otherwise, there are just no missiles that can accelerate faster
fair
than the
enough.
ICBM missile for long enough so it wouldn't work. So this is why they propose space-based interceptors to hit the missile while it's still in the boost phase. But with a basic understanding of orbital mechanics, you will see that this is super impractical. And the first reason is that there's no air in space, so you need to use thrusters for all of the satellite's acceleration. And since you can only pull around 3 Gs with a rocket stage, this really limits the sphere of area that the satellite can navigate to within 3 to 4 minutes.
You're never going to have satellites fully covering the globe like this. First of all, we're already inventing like satellite warfare. Like there are satellites that can take out other satellites, and causing more debris to collect around the planet is a moron's task. Also true, but like it's just not feasible because of space.
Minutes. I made a simulation of this with 100 satellites flying at 500.
100 satellites, right? Think about this. Space junk isn't the issue here. The issue is the orbiting of the satellites. 100 satellites is a lot, by the way. Like, it's not a small number for something like this. Sentient, for example, the NRO satellite, has 7, as far as we know. At least it did in 2015, when it was the declassified release came out. So 100 is not a small amount. Look at how this tends to work out in practice, because you would need at least 5 times this amount, and you would have to replace these every 5 to 10 years.
100 kilometers, and you can see that there is usually only a few satellites that will be in range that I highlight.
When you see the missile launch, if they flash, that means they caught it. So these are the satellites that are within range to catch it. But that doesn't mean that they will catch it. So every time you see this little yellow ball, those are the only satellites within range of the missile that they have a chance of catching it. Now watch how many of them they actually catch.
Highlight in yellow, where they can intercept the rocket within the first 4 minutes of flight with a 3G acceleration. This also assumes that the interceptor starts accelerating just as the missile launches. In reality, it would take a few minutes to identify the threat and authorize the interceptors to activate. Also in this scenario, you would need a huge rocket stage to pull this off, up to 7 kilometers per second of delta V, which is 3 Gs for 4 minutes, and that would be much more massive than your kill vehicle and add tons of cost to the mission. So you could probably only fit 1 or 2 of these stages and kill vehicles on a single Falcon 9.
Those are a lot of landings.
So we were talking hundreds of launches for just this basic constellation. And the coverage is so low that you need 100 satellites just to shoot down 1 missile, assuming this system works perfectly. So 98% of your constellation would be useless when an ICBM salvo of 10 missiles is launched all at the same time, and it would end up failing. So you're actually much better off just having 100 ground-based interceptor missiles than having 100 satellites that could act as...
Which literally anyone with any understanding of how air defense missiles or, I don't know, like space works could have told you.
Interceptors. Finally, the orbits of these interceptor satellites would decay over time, so you would need to send new ones out every 5 to 10 years. And of course, everything in space is hard, so this would be extremely expensive and it would run into all sorts of problems that would make it somewhat less reliable.
And again, that's not even considering the fact that we are now seeing satellites attacking other satellites. Like, we have lasers in satellites that will attack other satellites, disable parts of them, and then have them fall to the earth. Like, we're doing Space Wars shit with lasers. The satellites are for sensors, which we already have in more stable orbits. Yeah, it is a terrible idea. It comes from the Reagan administration. It's like an old idea. I can see how maybe we thought it was a good idea like 40 years ago. Fuck, and we're building a stupid-ass ballroom. You do realize that the ballroom is not the point of the ballroom. The point of the ballroom is what they're building under the ballroom, which is the data center next to the bunker that's already there. The bunker's already under the East Wing, where they're building the ballroom. They're now building a data center under there, too, because the numbers add up. The numbers do not add up for a ballroom. Why would Booz Allen Hamilton, Lockheed Martin, and Palantir build a ballroom? Literally. Like, yeah. Command and Conquer ion cannon shit? True. If I were an alien traveling through this neighborhood of the galaxy, I wouldn't visit this motherfucker either. I might actually dark forest, this planet, if I was an alien passing through this galaxy. Just that one over there. Launch the biggest intergalactic nuke we have. I'm gonna go full three-body problem, really, actually. Fuck intergalactic nuke. We're gonna do a dimensional weapon. The area around the entire solar system will now be two-dimensional. Barry here know what's going on with Palantir? I mean, I talk about them all the fucking time, but yeah.
Okay, finally, let's talk about lasers. So lasers are really cool, but the first problem is that they don't work.
Lasers would, like, I'm sure I don't have to explain to you why lasers that are not even good enough to really take out drones every time are going to be what we want to use for ICBMs right now. The best defense for ICBMs remains a large stockpile of ICBMs as a deterrent. You can look at Ukraine for that one, for example. You know, they didn't get invaded when they had nukes. A microwave and a hammer, that too. That's a good defense as well. My kids may not inherit the bucket, but they will inherit the debt. True. True. That much is true. Now, interesting, unrelated topic from the war that happened. This is actually really fucking wild. Oh, wait, actually, first, this one, because this is just one. There was a British soldier who died in Ukraine today, which is interesting. It was with deep regret that we must announce that a member of the UK Armed Forces died in Ukraine this morning, Tuesday, 9th of December. He was injured in a tragic accident while observing Ukrainian forces test a new defensive capability away from the front lines. Rip to that guy, but that sucks. But beyond that, this is what Germany did on television this week. It's supposed to be illegal to pass on debt to family from the deceased. Watch. Oh, no, it already has disappeared. Jet, that protection disappeared a long time ago. Like, it's already been the case. Well, yeah, Woe was correct. Hence why Buncor is correct in saying they're probably just going to give control to the AfD at this point. Here, let's watch the clip. They actually did this on television.
Sie sagen?
Ich würde bestehen.
Okay and not okay.
Sie würden durchkommen wahrscheinlich. Okay.
Not okay. I feel like didn't we teach you this lesson already, Germany? Do we need to do Dresden again? Because I thought we were going to do Dresden to America now. That's not AI? No, it's not AI.
Ja.
Ja.
Ja, ich denke.
Der Mann hier neben Ihnen, Sie haben sich so ein bisschen weggestellt, aber brutal. Ja?
Also ich denke, ich würde nicht verstehen.
Wie fühlt sich das an?
Oh nein, I need to get the fuck out ASAP. Yeah, Arberlin. France seems to be like the only one that has any chance right now, but I'd get the fuck out of Europe if I was y'all. Because, like, I don't care how much of a chance France stands right now. If the UK and Germany flip, France ain't standing a chance. If I am wrong and they're not handing off to the AfD right this second to completion, I will join ICE. Yeah, look, you don't need to prove it. I believe you. The fact that they're just... You know what? I can evidentiate it as well. For example, you know that Germany just had its civic freedom downgraded to the same level as Hungary? How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man? True. How does this feel, that motherfucker? That's what he said, yeah. Yes, that's what he said to him. How does this feel? I don't know what the response was, I didn't really hear it, but you know. By the way, this is why Germany was downgraded to the same level as civic freedom as Hungary. Police brutality against protesters, journalists, and paramilitary observers using pepper spray, punching, and choking. Language ban in 2024, restricting protests to German and English. One demonstration was dispersed for using Arabic. Designating Jewish Voice for Peace in the Middle East as an extremist group. Ah, yes, you know, the one, like, group that you'll even speak about in Germany that is not, I don't know, pro-Israel, but is a Jewish group that you'll just call a extremist group, you know. France is fucked too, by the way. Brussels is calling was a European Union reference. No, I know. France is the least fucked, but they're still fucked. I've said this for a long time. Europe is just as fucked. They are also going the same route as we are. I said this would happen. I said there was one way to prevent it from happening, and Europe didn't choose to do it, which would have been to fund their increase in defense against Russia by taxing the wealthy and not using austerity. That was the only way they weren't also going to become the same as us. And they chose to not do that. So we had a shocking rise in people getting shot by the police. Take a wild guess what people were the victims. Oh, yeah. Yep. I mean, I have some videos on this as well. It was protesters. The pro-Palestine protesters, the, anti-war protesters, the people who don't want to be conscripted into the war. Mind you, I understand Germany's need to have conscription come back, because people need to be in the military to fight against Russia if they get invaded. There's a far, far better way of doing that. I feel like it might have been a bit of a better idea to get your population to come together and choose to work together for the betterment of the country, regardless of what it is they have to do. I mean, it's already included in the plan that Europe has, in that civilian industry will need to assist the military. They expect companies, they expect civilians to help in the war effort. I would expect this. You're not gonna get what you think you're gonna get by doing it this way, though. Demanding that you submit to the war effort is not useful. I'm not even joking. I lose my natural paleness in the summer, and that's enough to get racial slurs hurled at me once one round here. Makes one think. Jesus Christ. I mean, I believe that. I believe that. Unfortunately, I don't really have high hopes for Europe. Neoliberalism is a fucking plague. It is. So you're telling me that the German government is attacking Jewish groups again? Well, yes. Considering that is a Jewish group, because they're not pro-Israel. You can't be a Zionist and Jewish. Those are, it is anti-Semitic to be a Zionist. So yes, actually, they are attacking Jewish groups again. And also, literally doing the Family Guy meme. Somebody in this in the studio watched the Family Guy episode and was like, that's a good idea. Let's just do that. That's what they did. And, this is an entirely unrelated topic from that of Europe, but it's the same concept of how we get here. It's the way that people speak and the way that you tend to accept their language. They're not the same. The way that you talk and the way that you listen are both working together for you to get manipulated every day, because you're taught this way. You're taught to listen differently than you are to speak. Not physically, obviously. I mean the process mentally. We talk about, we talked about this last week, right? With the language that you're using, whether you're using more Latin-derived wording versus Germanic-derived wording, and the likelihood that you may be lying or trying to appear more intelligent if you're someone who's in politics or in media. This process exists, broadly speaking, outside of it too. It exists in even just how we think about, this is the main issue I have with the left, by the way. This is how we got to the over-woke bullshit. It's the same thing. We psyoped ourselves further and further and further down the path. For example, take a listen to this.
Say women belong in the kitchen, you think I'm being See, because if I say women belong in the kitchen, you think I'm being sexist. But if I say the divine feminine flourishes when women honor their nurturing feminine cycles and choose a soft life of taking care of the family and the home, you think I'm being enlightened, and that's the problem.
God damn it, I pressed the button that time. I watched my finger press the button. Whatever. Unmuted. Guys, Jesus Christ. I got it instantly. But, like, yes, that's the problem. No shit, that's been the problem. That is always the problem. That is going to continue to be the problem until we are able to talk to each other without A, being full of shit, B, I don't know, engaging in reality. Like, reality. Go outside! Should we succeed in establishing this race again from and around and from the seedbed producing a race of 200 million, then the world would still belong? Yeah, I need not repeat. I don't need to read all of that, but, I mean, yeah, I know where that's coming from. That is what these people want. That is what they're doing. I know, I'm kidding. Ethan, that wasn't to, that was more to, Buncor, because I know Buncor was waiting for that new, command to get some actual use out of it. I mean, it's great. I love it. I actually do. Started right away after October 7th to arrest Jewish peace protesters for suspected danger of anti-Semitism or some BS that had to be established after the cops did that. It's wild. Well, I mean, yeah. Again, it's all built on lies, just like how everything has been built on lies. We've been lying about our ideology our entire history. That's why I spent such a long amount of time watching that guy, roasting Europe this morning, because Europe doesn't, like, America isn't the only one lying about Europe. Europe is also lying about Europe. And Europeans are also lying to themselves. That's the problem. It's doubtful that the morons with the entire detergent bottle's worth of microplastics in their brain understand the science of geopolitical dynamics, and that would basically turn existential need to get a nuke or two to avoid ending up like Gaddafi into needing to launch before the defense system comes up. First off, to be fair, the people in the government aren't the people making the decisions. The people in the government are also specifically there so that they do face those consequences so that the people who plan it don't have to. Unemployment, get rallied against. Our homeless numbers are way up. Our real investment we do is defense. It's bad. European supremacist values never left. Listen to how they speak of their standing. Europe is primed for fascism. True. No, absolutely true. In fact, this has been the case for a while now. It's not exactly new. It's just, I don't know how else to combat this other than reminding Europeans that they ain't special or invent shit. Who makes the decision? Consulting companies. That and the CEOs, the executives, the, owners of this country, people like Peter Thiel and Larry Ellison, really. But also, yes, the consultancy companies, BCG, McKinsey, but those people also just work with the same people, like the executives, the Ellisons of the world and all that. It's shocking how many people here are stupid. I knew evil ones were here. No, yeah, but it's more stupid than evil. Again, this is the only way I currently know to combat this European supremacist sentiment is by shaming Europe. So we're just going to do this one more time.
Don't know what happened 1,000 years ago, because if you ask them what was happening a millennium back, they immediately time travel back to the same 3 postcards they've been recycling since the Renaissance. A knight in a tin can, a church wobbling under the weight of relic theft, and some monk squinting at parchment like he's decoding the universe, when he's actually copying the wrong date for the 3rd century in a row. They don't remember that 1,000 years ago they were still arguing about whether bathing was sorcery, whether books should exist outside monasteries, and whether the sun going down was a divine curse or just what the sun does. Meanwhile, the rest of the world was out here building observatories.
Don't psyop yourself, Gary Johnson. It's not white people. There's plenty of white people who hate these fucking people. There's that echo, I know, but y'all said you couldn't hear it before, so I had to keep it like this. There's more white people that hate this shit than there is that don't. They're also not very smart either, so don't, get too confused, because some of these people are on board with this shit, but also they have no idea what they're on board with. They think it's something else. They don't think that they're literally on board with Nazism. They will accept it if you keep, if we keep going at this rate. There's a certain point where it doesn't matter. They will bend the knee. They will accept it. But right now, I would argue, even in America, the vast majority of people aren't pro-Nazi. Only the the ideological Nazis are. The rest of them are willing to go with Nazi ideology, but not because they are ideologically Nazis. It's because they don't know what Nazi ideology means. It's because they're dumb as shit, and they think the Nazis are telling the truth. You are poor because of the rich and the Jews and the Browns. It's literally just the rich, and the inclusion of the rich literally is just to draw from our side. They will drop that bit in a bit. They aren't pro, but they aren't anti, which is just as bad. Oh, I agree entirely. But there is a distinction in that, because it doesn't come from belief, it comes from acceptance without questioning. If they had any ability to think, a lot of those people wouldn't. Now, like, they are well on their way to fully being Nazis, and in a battle, it wouldn't matter. Like, it wouldn't matter. There'd be no distinction. But if we're talking about it hasn't gotten there yet, there is a distinction worth making there, not for their sake, but for our sake, so we don't get confused over, like, what is the appropriate, optimal rhetoric and, like, political target to talk about. That's for us, it's not for them, really. So, like, don't misunderstand me. It doesn't matter. Unless they are anti-Nazi, then they are not our ally. If they're willing to be anti-Nazi, then they have potential. But that's a whole other fucking can of worms that I don't care about. This is for us to not get confused. Could probably speak better on this. I mean, I'm sure. But, like, that's what I mean here. It's, expect Nazism around you. But also, like, don't focus on the people who aren't the problem. Like, yes, Nazis are all a problem, but most of the people in America still aren't fully committed yet. Before they become committed, the main actual, like, strategy needs to be the people trying to convince them, and then we can deal with the ones that have been convinced. Whereas if we go a bit further and most have committed, well, then now it's just flat war versus all of them. The vast majority of Germans seem fanatically ignorant. It's quite bizarre. It's the same in America, really. It's built from a inability to think. They are so racist that they do not care about the Nazism. Well, to be fair, they also don't think that they're racist. You have to remember, like, they don't think that they're racist. They don't think that they're Nazis. They don't think that they're evil. Only the most, like, committed do actually believe it. Because evil, for the beginning of time till now, has consistently been the same. All evil is done in the name of good. All evil is done in the name of good. Like, any society committing atrocities thinks that they're doing a good thing, for the most part. Whether they got there naturally, whether they were lied to, whether they chose to accept that belief because it was easier, that is a whole other story that has a lot of variables to it. But nobody does atrocities without, at the very least, lying to themselves about them being good. I don't believe that people at the top always think that it's good. Well, beyond most of the psychopaths. But, like, yes. No, the foot soldiers who I'm talking about, like the average person, not the leadership. The leadership are the only ones who really are fully demonic. I'd say that's 100% Hitler thought we was doing was good for sure. Like, there was no exception, really. Even serial killers often think it's good to kill women because X, Y, Z. Yes, like, they always have their own justification. Their justification is always wrong and stupid, but they believe it, and they believe it for real, and that does mean something. It's not something that, like, matters depending on the context, but when we're talking about the idea of it, it matters. In practice, no, I don't give two fucks. If these people think they're doing good or not, they're doing evil. But it's also important to understand how a human being has that level of cognitive dissonance and how they cope with it. I think in many cases they do it because they can, not because they're making moral judgments. Well, to be fair, I think in most cases they're not making any judgments. I don't think in most cases they are making any judgments, because I don't think most of them think. I think most of them are on autopilot. I think a lot of these people, like the people on the ground, are in cruise control. we do have a solid amount of people who are just opportunists and psychos, and they know it. It's a good thing. And we do too. Everyone does. I disagree. I don't know. I never met a CEO who thought they were a bad person. I have, but they also claimed to be a socialist and wouldn't tell me where they worked because they knew how much I would hate their, like, workplace. So, I don't know. Those might still not think of themselves as a Nazi in the most coherent ways. Exactly. Like, it doesn't matter what they think of themselves as in reality, but it does matter in understanding where we are on the timeline and how much success the enemy has had in convincing these people. That does matter. It's a form of measurement, really. The alcoholic ones are a different bet, but I meant the most functional CEOs. I love that, like, instantly, you know, this man was an alcoholic. I have no idea if he was or not, but I met him in a bar, so. But, like, again, like that racist autopilot, Gary Johnson, it goes back well before America was ever founded. All of this comes from well before America was ever founded. If you don't know if you're a Nazi, that doesn't make it okay. No, of course not. Of course it doesn't make it okay. But modern day racism and Nazism, really, originate in the Crusades. Like, the idea of the Crusades. And that all comes back to the fact that Muslims were in their prime. I mean, like, it was impressive. And at the time, there was a massive wave of Christians, Catholics specifically, converting to Islam in the Holy Land. Hence why we had the Crusades. That's literally why that happened, by the way. Yeah, but they are extreme exceptions. You know, I meant for the general discourse, 99%. Oh, no, yeah, I agree. I don't think most CEOs think that they're evil. I think most of them think that they do good. Now, a lot of them delude themselves, and a lot of them were deluded well before they ever had the chance to delude themselves. The issue comes from the fact that there's not a person alive today at all who was not raised in a society that incentivized lying to yourself like this. It's been kind of the go-to. Not trusting anyone at a bar that claims they're rich as fuck. To be fair, that's not how that happened. It was more so, I was talking to someone else and they overheard, and then we were talking about, like, the fact that I'm a political streamer, and then I asked what they did and they wouldn't tell me. It was like, you'll hate it. Like you said, it doesn't really matter, but I don't think Trump thinks he's a good guy. He's been questioning whether or not he gets into heaven. Yes, but Trump also has Alzheimer's and is dying. That's very different when you're at the final, like, I don't know, year of your life at best. You know that there's, like, congresswomen now talking about how Trump has Alzheimer's, more than likely. Like, even Peter Thiel believes that he is fully saving humanity, and the man is comically close to the Antichrist. Yeah, exactly. Literally. This man, the guy who is himself the Antichrist, calling Greta Thunberg the Antichrist, thinks that he's doing a good thing. Have a good night, state your thesis. Again, we just gotta finish up with this one, and I think I'm done for the day too, but genuinely, I can't see any way to help fix Europe, or even help prevent this coming fascist takeover in Europe without ridiculing Europeans until they're no longer proud of their bullshit European stories. Now, I don't think we have time for that, but still, if he ever read the Bible, he'd know he was going to or not. Well, that would assume that, you know, he can read the Bible. That's a 12th grade reading level.
Europeans don't know what happened 1,000 years ago. Because if you ask them what was happening a millennium back...
Don't forget, he's a theologian. Oh no, I thought we were talking about Trump there, not Thiel. Yeah, Thiel definitely read the Bible. Thiel's just like, I don't know. I don't know if he's a true believer. Maybe he's a true believer in evil. I think that man is the Antichrist.
Postcards they've been recycling since the Renaissance. A knight in a tin can. A church wobbling under the weight of relic theft. And some monk squinting at parchment like he's decoding the universe, when he's actually copying the wrong date for the 3rd century in a row. They don't remember that 1,000 years ago they were still arguing about whether bathing was sorcery.
That I'll believe, Buncor. He believes that that evil is necessary for the greater good. He actually thinks we need to do evil for good. And Rich P, if you ever read the Bible, like Trump would know, heaven would reject him with resounding, uncontrollable laughter. Again, I've said this before and I will say it again, the fucking Palestinian brown dude who got arrested and killed by the state for advocating against private property is not going to be inviting him to the cookout, let's say.
Whether books should exist outside monasteries, and whether the sun going down was a divine curse or just what the sun does. Meanwhile, the rest of the world was out here building observatories, libraries, irrigation systems, algebraic frameworks, astronomical tables.
None of this is European.
Literary canons and content.
If you are from Europe and you think you invented this stuff, you didn't. I'm sorry, cope. This was the Muslims, the Arabs, actually. The Arabs. 15 more hours? Until what? Jeez.
Until trade webs that make the European timeline look like a scribble made by a child who lost the crayon halfway through. 1,000 years ago, Europe was still trying to figure out how to count, how to farm without summoning a famine every 14 months, and how to store grain without the rats unionizing. But ask them now and they'll gesture vaguely at the Middle Ages. Like that's a single event, not 6 centuries of confusion punctuated by...
Please make fun of every European that you know that believes this kind of shit is like their invention, that like they deserve to have admiration and adoration for all of the sciences. I mean, like, again, it's like that one TikTok video that I showed of the Muslim theologian arguing with that Christian in the UK. Hold on. I actually love this guy. Debate. Because he kind of kicked his ass, and it came from the same arguments. Like, the same exact argument took place in each one of these debates. For example, here.
We respect...
Jesus, that was loud. I'm so sorry. Hold on. 1 second. Christ.
Respect and revere Jesus more than you. I'll give you an example, yeah? At the end of Gospel of John, numerous places, he says, peace be unto you. Peace to you. What do Muslims say when we greet each other? Salaam alaikum, which means peace be unto you. I've never been approached by a Christian in the park that says peace be unto you. We take the words of Jesus. In the Garden of Gethsemane, Jesus put his head on the ground. Abraham put his head on the ground. Moses put his head on the...
This is much more religion focused. Hold on. I wanted to find the one where he's like, go back to your shithole country where like no one can read. He's like, where did the first school come from? Who taught your doctors medicine? Like, it's insane. Hold on, what's this guy's name? This guy is...
Ground.
Come on, find me his name. Thought and currently thinking, I disagree. Both of them thought that racial purity was only good and it's how you build more stable, cleaner world. Yeah, like they a lot of people have thought that for a long time. It's kind of wild how we never fucking learn, isn't it? Jesus Christ. Did they take this video down? Ooh, okay, we got a heckler. That one should be a good one. Let's see the heckler. And we got a liar. A heckler and a liar. This should be fun. That's the thing I don't understand. Ancient Muslims literally made our writing system, incredible geometric art, several forms of music theory, and now in many Muslim cultures that's all negative. No, it's not. In most Muslim cultures, none of that's negative. Most Muslim cultures have no issue with arts, sciences, like none of that. In fact, like it's still built on that. It's literally just the most extremist versions. Literally, like, most of those cultures aren't even... Like, Saudi is as Muslim as ISIS is as Jewish as Israel is. They don't believe in the holy text. They don't believe in what's written in the book. They don't act accordingly. Iran doesn't either. Although they're a little bit better than, like, Saudi. But, it's when it's useful to them is the only time. But beyond that, like, like, the emphasis on the importance of science, art, culture, that never went away. It's just, we brought about quite a bit more authoritarian like control and censorship and controlling women and stuff like that. That's all relatively new if you think of like the entire span of human history, and even really the entire span of Islam as a religion existing. Like Christians were far more prudish and controlling of women than Muslims were for most of Islam's existence. Now, it gets worse, and obviously there are also quite a lot of exceptions in that case as well. In every case, just like the Bible and just like the Torah, the Quran does also contradict itself pretty regularly, because these are all essentially a 3-book series. Just the Quran is the last book in the series. It's the finale of the trilogy. So the Muslims I've met all refuse to take part in any of those activities, citing the fact that they were Muslim. Yeah, they're just about as dumb as American evangelicals. They think that that's Islam. Americans think that evangelicalism is Christianity. Unfortunately, the whole world is incredibly dumb, and no one has the ability to think, critically think, read, maybe even. And a lot of that has to do with time, motivation, stress. Like, again, one of the biggest weapons that the ruling class has that they can employ on you and all of us is making your life more difficult, so you have to spend more time on basic tasks, more time working to feed your family, more time, like you have no energy to educate yourself. That's the end goal, and that's how we get here, and that's been the case for a long time. Imagine thinking Islam doesn't have sex like Christianity. Well, like, to be fair, again, most people don't know that in America. It's not their fault. It's they never get told. Like, for example, Iran is Shia, whereas Saudi is Sunni. Now, the Sunnis are generally the more restrictive, generally, not in every case. The Shias are also pretty restrictive, though. And it is mostly the fanatics that are restrictive. Real Muslims don't act like that. Like, real Muslims who believe in the text act like real Christians, and the same is true for real Jews. You see these people outside, like you see the Jews, like the Hasidic Jews who are like, I'm against Israel, like that's a real Jewish person. You see the Christians in America who are like, yeah, no, Christian nationalism is literally anti-Christian. That is real Christianity. Whereas in this case with Islam, they're all kind of real Islam. They're all just interpretations based on the people interpreting them, and that's the problem. It's the people, not the book. Whereas it should be the book. That's what it was back when this wasn't a problem. See, the thing about like the Quran as opposed to the Bible or the Torah is it's the one book out of these 3 religions that has a full copy that is old enough that we know that it didn't change. Like, there's not mistranslations as time went on in the modern day Quran. We know that that is fundamentally, essentially the same book as it was back in the day. Whereas that is not the case for the Bible, and it's probably not the case for the Torah. Mind you, Islam literally only exists because, like, Muslims believe Islam only exists because Jesus was the prophet. He was correct. Muslims would have followed Jesus. The only reason Islam exists is because Christians started lying about Jesus for money, and then God sent the patch notes. That's what they believe. So, but like here, let's take a listen.
20 pence, 20 pence. Your mother is in Soho. 20p. Your mother 20p. Is in Soho. 20p. And your wife is in Soho. 20p. Your third wife is in Soho. Third wife. I don't have a third wife.
What is going on here? Ali hijab. Never mind. Jesus Christ. Give me like a real one. Okay, do I have to go look through my sources for the actual video that I want to show? I do, don't I? Here. Let's find out. Oh yes, I forgot Nazis do think that Muslims are vampires. That was a thing. That was a thing that actually happened. It was a during election day where someone was like posting garlic about Zoran Mamdani? I love being on lists too, honestly. I'm not, like, remotely concerned with that. Okay, I think I found it. Here we go.
You come from?
Well, that's the most dumbest thing I've heard today. I don't come from a...
Well, if you've not realized...
Not everything is the desert.
The sun is very low in the sky, to be honest.
God, I hate TikTok's UI. I have to click perfectly on that.
I don't know what desert you come from.
Well, that's the most dumbest thing I've heard today. I don't come from a desert.
Well, you probably come from somewhere hot and sunny.
Oh, so hot and sunny implies a desert. Well, it's hot and sunny today. Is this a desert?
Where are you from then?
Is this a desert?
Well, it's called summer.
It's hot and desert, huh?
It's called summer.
Well,
in
it's
the
called
UK.
summer there as well, my friend.
Well, if you've not realized...
Not everything is the desert.
The sun is very low in the sky, to be honest.
Oh, really?
Whereas in the desert, the sun will be right above.
Your IQ is very low as well, not just the sun.
The desert is a lot further south generally.
Yeah, your IQ is very south as well.
And the sun is really a lot stronger. And I can tell
Stronger is not something I can use for you. But who do you think this country is for? Because it's just a bunch of immigrants.
It's not.
Germanic immigrants that bought old English here.
There's a big
Literally, by the way, like, yeah, the only reason we speak English is because Germans invaded and occupied England. Also, like, modern English comes from the French addition to it, which is why it sucks.
difference between people from Europe
You're
mixing.
speaking Old
There's
English,
a lot of mixing in
which
Europe.
is
There's
actually,
a big difference.
you know, your language.
There's a big difference.
Your language is from Latin, German, French.
Whoa, fine.
You don't even know the language.
Where are you from? Where are you from?
I'm from here. I was born here.
No.
No.
From?
I was born
Where
here.
are you originally from?
I was born here.
You don't have British
What does
blood.
that mean?
I guarantee you don't have British.
I would hope I don't have British blood. Jesus Christ. That would suck. Could you imagine being British by blood? My teeth.
Blood, I can tell.
British blood.
Yeah,
How can I check that? Tell me when I go
Where are you from?
When I go to the pharmacist, I check it.
Where are you from?
Show me your British blood.
Where are you from?
Show me your British blood.
Where are you from?
Show me your British blood,
Where
you
are
German.
You from?
You're
You
a
won't
German
say
immigrant.
Where you're from. You won't say where you're
You're
from.
a German immigrant.
You won't say where you're from.
Just like Prince
you
Philip,
won't say where you're
who
from.
married Elizabeth
You
II.
won't say where you're from.
You're
but
a
you're
bunch.
Again, none of these people have the intelligence to think beyond their predetermined, pre-programmed bigotry talking point. That's it. That's all I got. There's no thought occurring in this person's mind at all, which, ironically, I would assume is a woman, but I mean, sounds like a man to me with that hat. Just the hat, really, does that. But sorry, no, these people literally cannot think. They're incapable of it. Broken record, Jesus fucking Christ, true. My preferred national chain. Pineapple on pizza is good, by the way. Well, I cannot use strong for you, I chuckled, yeah. I really, with that dude, started asking them questions that could only be responded to with the number 0. What? Hold on. I really wish that dude started asking them questions that could only be responded to with the number 0. Sorry. Dyslexia. Unfollowed? Yeah, sorry, that's what happens. Wokeism. Canceling me again. See, this is why. This is why you can't have nice things. It's the woke left. It's the radical woke left. Every time. Every time. Here's another one. This one's an old person. Let's see. Hopefully you're a little bit smarter. You weren't alive at the time when the brain rot started. Oof. Alright, let's see.
Jesus created us.
Yes.
Did he create everything?
Everything.
Did he create Mary?
Yes.
So he created his mother that gave birth to him.
Yes. It came through Mary.
So he created his mother who gave birth to him.
Yes.
And then he came to absolve us of original sin that he gave us.
Yes, that's true. It's a miracle, isn't it?
It's not a miracle, it's incoherent.
Mary said, acknowledge my spirit hath rejoiced in God my Saviour.
So she gave birth to her savior.
Yes, yes.
How does that work?
Well, it's amazing, isn't it?
Not really.
You know what's amazing to me is the fact that people still think Christianity is the correct religion when most people who convert to Islam from Christianity, do you want to know what reason they cite for it? Not to say that, like, I believe in religion. I don't. I'm not religious. But the funniest thing is, the number one reason, historically too, why Christians convert to Islam is because of logical arguments. You don't see very many Muslims converting to Christianity, though. I mean, all religion is incoherent, true, but there is, at the very least, some, like, logic built into Islam because it tries to predict what will happen as humanity evolves. Like, there's writing in it. And it's like, what comes next? Like, trying to think ahead, you know? Not assuming that everything that was will be the same forever. The current UK royal family is descended from German warlords. They changed their name to Windsor during World War II. I mean, tracks. Again, everyone is full of shit in today's society, unfortunately. They just do be that way. Alright, and one more video, because I believe it was Oxpecker who linked this, but I had this open in a different tab, and I want to watch it before I forget. Let's see, this is, I believe this is Walter Matherson, because I've seen him do the mass comedy bits. You sound like you've learned more modern Islam. No, like, about the same as as all of them. Like, I've read the Bible, the Torah, and the Quran when I was a lot younger. I mean, my parents are Muslim, so I know a bit more about Islam, but also I know quite a bit more about Christianity than I do about Islam because I grew up in America, and I really liked to argue with Christians for a while when it was still fun. Now it's just not, but let's see what this is. What the fuck? That's not what's supposed to be on the screen. Eh? What in the hell? Where's the goddamn window? What? Okay, there we go. Alright, let's see.
Terms, it means somebody's getting fucked over. They'll say, effective immediately, we're giving you an indefinite amount of vacation days starting now. You're fired. They'll say, we're going to help you turn the page on the next chapter of your spiritual journey.
We're killing you. I know this one.
We're killing you. We regret to inform you that you might experience a slight inconvenience in your anal cavity. We're sodomizing you. That's how politicians speak. I gotta smile. I think change is based on morals. Like, gay marriage didn't become legal because it was moral. Gay marriage became legal because homosexuality started making more money than the church. That's all it is. Broadway, Hollywood, Fortnite dances. Homosexuality started making more money than the church. It's way more entertaining. You're telling me people are still going to stick by a guy giving them the longest book report every Sunday morning for eternity?
It is true.
Versus TV and movies and plays. Plus, it tripled the marriage industry. It went from man and woman to man, man, woman, woman, man, woman. The marriage industry literally tripled.
Let's say you're not wrong, but I do think you're wrong. But let's argue and say you're not wrong. I agree.
Hey, thank you. The things we want to happen have to become more profitable than the alternative.
Well, I mean, yes, Lithium Bufune, homosexuals exist in every class. Just listen to Milo Yiannopoulos, as we did earlier today. Charlie Kirk, Benny Johnson, George Santos, Milo himself. Like, they're all arguing over who's gay. Nick Fuentes, like, they're all talking about how they're all homosexuals. Hell, I'm going to quote Milo Yiannopoulos for once in my life, and probably the last time. The problem, quote, with the American right is its homosexual overtones. God, I loved hearing that from the man who's so gay he had to choose to be an incel because he didn't want to be gay anymore.
Alternative.
The gay community deserves the human rights.
Yeah, nobody said they don't.
I know, but do you agree with it?
Yeah, I agree with that.
America will take Iranian oil.
Yeah, if everything goes.
This is the country we live in, huh? Like, that level of incoherence you can't stage that. You really can't make that up.
The gay community deserves the human rights.
Yeah, nobody said they don't.
I know, but do you agree with it?
Yeah, I agree with that.
America will take Iranian oil.
Yeah, if
why are we on to this?
Everything goes right, yeah. This is like an Abbott and Costello act. He's my sidekick. He's the straight man. I do stuff. He plays.
Jesus, I am Messiah.
Sure, yeah, we can both win.
Jesus is not coming back.
Jesus isn't coming back?
There'll be nobody alive on the earth.
Okay.
So God has given me permission to rule the world. And I said, how can I rule the world when there will be nobody alive?
Okay.
Average American, everybody. Median voter. That guy votes. I wonder what he voted for. By the way, did the MAGAs ever find out who is gay? Well, all I know is I don't know about Charlie Kirk. All I got on that one is Milo. But I know Benny Johnson is gay. I know he is. And you can go ask his wife, as Milo also said. So, that was painful, everybody. Thank you for tuning in. Let's, I think that is going to be it for today, y'all. I, do apologize for the, lack of my streams lately. I've been having, like, issues with electricity, with construction, and also now with the heat. Again, if you haven't joined the Discord already, do so. I'm going to put up a poll today on ideal stream times, so you're going to want to vote, because I may have to change stream time every now and again, considering sometimes it's going to be like over 100 degrees in the middle of the day when I'm usually streaming, and I do not have that in me. I don't have the aircon to make that work even. This computer will explode. Again, really even. So, I will see you all next time. Have a lovely night. Twitch, stick around, though, because we are going to raid somebody. Let me have a look. But in the meantime, I will catch you next time, YouTube.